Healing from an ulcerative colitis flare can be confusing and scary. And that's why I'm laying out these 5 crucial steps to help you heal from an ulcerative colitis flare. Now, why should you listen to me? Well, my name's Jacob and I've been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis for 10 years. And over that time, I've been able to deadlift 240 kilos, build a physique that I'm proud of, and get in the best shape of my life. All while suffering with the ups and downs of ulcerative colitis. The road to healing your ulcerative colitis starts with diagnosis. Without a diagnosis, we have no idea what's going on inside of our body. And my diagnosis journey was a complicated one. My doctor had no idea what was going on with me. She was telling me that I was pushing too hard on the toilet and it left me confused and I thought I was dying of bowel cancer. But that wasn't the case. It wasn't until I had an endoscopy and they took some biopsies that they found out that I have ulcerative colitis. So that's why this is the most important step on the road to healing. So once we've got a diagnosis and we know what's going on, the next step is to find a medication that works for you. This is a foundational step, as a medication is vital to getting out of your flare state. Without the right medication, you can be stuck in flare hell. This is the most foundational step, and people that say otherwise are probably trying to push some sort of herbal remedies on you. They want you to pay for something that isn't going to work. Medications are the only thing that brought me out of my life-threatening flare and got me out of hospital. And that's why I truly believe that this is one of the most important steps on your road to recovery. Without this step, this whole step system just crumbles apart. But this is all built upon your diagnosis, because without that, we can't actually give you the right medications. So this is why we're going up in order of importance. And medication is one of the foundational steps. This can be a complicated one. It could go on for some time if you haven't found a medication that works for you. And the best way that I've found is to have a completely open dialogue with your healthcare provider. For me, I was provided with a specialist nurse, and that's for inflammatory bowel disease. And I was allowed to have open communication via email. Things have changed since, but I was using email and I would update my specialist on how I was feeling. And that could just be mental things that were going on. Maybe this medication was making me feel strange. For instance, the first time I was given the medication Prednisone, which is a corticosteroid, I emailed my specialist and I said, I hate this medication. It's making me feel crazy and I don't want to continue using it. So she gave me an alternative, which was budesonide, which is a steroid with less side effects. Long story short, that didn't work for me, but it's nice to be able to have those substitutions of medications. And eventually I found a medication that brought me out of my flare. And then I could move on to the next steps. But finding that medication to heal your flare is of critical importance. And I urge to you to spend time on this and be honest. If the medication's not doing anything for you, you have to speak up. You can't sit here in this step not really finding a medication that doesn't bring you out of your flare, because without it, you're just going to be stuck here and you'll never be able to progress, because the other things, they just aren't that important until you found your medication. So the next thing, once you've found your medication, is to focus on your sleep, diet, and exercise. So this is pretty an all-encompassing step for anyone. It doesn't just have to be for people with inflammatory bowel disease, but this will take your health to the next level. But without medication supporting you, then this isn't really going to do much. It might help you feel a little bit better, but you need that medication to bring you out of that flare. Just that can't be overstated enough. So now that we're on sleep, diet, and exercise, these are things you want to spend an equal amount of importance into each thing. You want to put 33% of your effort into everything all at once, because these all work together. And I like to call this the trifecta of health. If you improve your sleep, it will be easier to do exercise and it will be easier to eat right. If you have a bad sleep, it's going to be easier to eat bad foods and it's going to be easier to skip out and doing exercise because you feel tired. So these 3 things must be worked on all at the same time. And you don't have to take huge steps to do this. You can do it in incremental steps. It might just be working on your sleep, setting aside enough time for you to get the potential of 8 hours sleep. I'm not even saying get 8 hours sleep. I'm saying just set aside a time so you have enough moments there to try and get 8 hours sleep. Same with diet. Just take away some of those foods that are not helping you. Only you will know the foods that are causing you flares, but work on your diet. Keep a logbook of what is affecting you, how it's affecting you. If you eat a certain food, for me, pizza, if I eat pizza, within half an hour, I'll be curled up in a ball in agony. So I just have to write that out of my diet. Sometimes I slip up and I do eat it. And that's okay every now and then. You can slip up. We're human. We're going to make mistakes. But diet, yes, keep a logbook and try and eat healthy foods. We all have an idea of what healthy foods are. Just follow your gut instinct of what foods work for you. Exercise, again, you can start simply by just going outside for a walk. You don't need to lift weights like I've been doing. You can, move on to lifting weights as you start to feel healthier and get more energy as these things synergize and make you feel better. But to begin with, might just be going for a walk. Or even if you're struggling for that, you could just sit in your sofa and stand up. Sit back down and stand up. You're doing squats right there. That's going to help work your legs. Everything to do with exercise is completely scalable to your ability. And that's why I love working on exercise, because it can work for anyone. It doesn't matter if you're a 90-year-old lady who's struggling to get out of bed. There are things that you can do in bed to help with your rehabilitation. It can scale to exactly your needs. So now that we've got sleep, diet and exercise, medication, and your foundation of a diagnosis in order, we now move on to community. And this is something I found very important. Some would say equally important to sleep, diet and exercise. Maybe even more important, well, maybe not more important than medication, but it is a foundational step, and that's why it is on this list. Having people to talk to and to share your experiences with is very important. You can't be doing this alone because it really affects how you're feeling. If you're struggling with IBD and you've got no one to talk to, it could feel like an immense amount of pressure, and it could build up a lot of anxiety and fear. There's a lot of things going on, When you look down in the bathroom, in the toilet, and you see bright red everywhere, it looks like a battle scene, you kind of need to talk to someone about it. And the best place to talk to that I've found is actually to other people who've got IBD. Now, there are quite a few Discords that I just found a Discord. I typed in IBD Discords, and there's loads of people with IBD on there. And they know exactly what you're going through. Or you can go on Reddit. Anywhere online, it's easy to find people going through the same experiences as you. Even on this channel, you can write in the comments, I know exactly what you've been going through. I've been having ulcerative colitis symptoms for 10 years. And it could just be talking to your specialist nurse, talking to your family, telling them what's going on, talking to people at work. Whoever you feel like you can confide in, talk to them, because this is really important. Without community, we're all just working in silos, and it's going to make you feel very isolated and fearful, and we don't want that. As we age, community becomes more important, and it can increase your lifespan. So finding friends that you can share your experiences with and confide in you as well is of utmost importance. So find a community, whether it be online or in person, just find people that you can talk to. So the last thing on my steps is consistency. You want to keep doing the things that are working, and the longer you do it for, the more of an impact it will have. These are the 5 steps. So you've got your diagnosis, you take your medication, and you stay on your medication. You start working with sleep, diet, and exercise, you keep working on it. You find your community and you keep sharing. Stay active in that community. Just keep consistent with all of these things, because if you slip up, say you stop doing sleep, diet, and exercise, then your health might go into decline, and then you're going to have to lean more on the medications. The thing is, the more you work with your sleep, diet, and exercise, it's almost as if the medications become more effective because your body's going to be in a better state. The more you work on your mental health, talking in your community, the more motivated you're going to feel to work on your sleep, diet, and exercise, and the more effective your medications will be. It's sort of a feedback loop. Do all of these things and you will start healing. But it all starts with diagnosis, then medication. And I just wanted to touch upon, once you've done these and you are being consistent, then you can start messing around with these herbal remedies you might see online. natural remedies. Natural remedies. This is something that I don't use Facebook much, but I joined an ulcerative colitis support group on Facebook, and you get a lot of these bots touting natural remedies, and I have no idea really what they're talking about, and they'll just go on about it and tag some doctor and be like, this doctor healed me from ulcerative colitis. I don't need to take medications. And I feel that this is quite a dangerous thing to say, because like I've already said, I think that medications are one of the foundational steps. I tell you, if I wasn't on my medications, I don't think I'd even be here. They healed me. They allowed me to work on my sleep, diet and exercise and join a community, be consistent. Without that, it would all crumble down. I'd probably have had my bowel removed. Who knows where I'd be? But once you've been doing the 5 foundational steps to health and healing, then I would suggest you can mess around with natural remedies, but not without that foundational base. You know, I do take things like CBD. I take things like lemon balm tea. Lemon balm tea. I have hot baths. This is something you can do at any phase, really. It's not really a natural remedy, but hot baths. You could have herbal teas. Herbal teas. There could be mushrooms. There's so many natural remedies that you could try, but you must do the 5 foundational steps to healing before you can mess around with this. And once you've got to here, you might find something that does really help you. I'm not saying these things don't help. There might be something here that really improves your life. Like, I especially love hot baths. Lemon balm tea is something that really helped me. CBD, I can't really say it really helped me, but it makes me feel a bit better. That, you know, some people might be smoking weed. I wouldn't suggest that, but some people find that helpful with Crohn's. Maybe you might help it might help you with pain relief. Any of these things could help you, but you need that medication to back it up just to keep you out of that flare. Because the longer you stay in a flare, there is a more likelihood that you will get bowel cancer, and none of us want that. And that's really what it all comes down to, is taking the medications to keep you from getting something worse or having a life-threatening situation. 5 ulcerative colitis mistakes and how to fix them. My name's Jacob, and I've been living with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years. And over that time, I've made many mistakes. So I wanted to share some common mistakes with you and how to fix them to help you live a better life with your IBD. So let's go through the list. I've already written them up here. So you got your 5 ulcerative colitis mistakes and how to fix them. Number 1, waiting to see if it gets better. In my experience, this is something that has never really worked when it comes to symptoms of ulcerative colitis. You might be experiencing things such as you've noticed some new blood in your stool. You might notice a wash of fatigue, and I like to call it unnatural fatigue. Fatigue that seems misplaced. You didn't really do much yesterday, yet today you feel extremely sapped. And that's what I like to call unnatural fatigue. And that's usually suspect that something's not quite right. You might have loose stool. This is often a common sign that something is about to go wrong. Particularly the blood. If you've noticed a little bit of blood, the best thing you can do is keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't get any worse, and really hone in on what is going on. Is it hemorrhoids? Did you wipe your butt and it kind of sting when you did it? Or did the blood come through after that? Look in the stool and check. Is there blood in the stool? 100% contact your specialist. The only time I would say that you can let it pass is if you know for 100% that it is definitely hemorrhoids and not something else. And usually you can tell if it's hemorrhoids because your butt gets very itchy, or you have been sitting down all day and you pushed really hard on the toilet and you know for certain that it's hemorrhoids. If it's not, then 100% get in contact with your specialist or call your doctor ASAP. These are the common things for me. Other things might be pain, particularly in the abdomen. That might be gut cramps. You might get gut cramps occasionally anyway, but increased frequency of gut cramps, and it's incapacitating you. So these are the kind of symptoms that I would see and occasionally I have ignored. For instance, times I have seen blood and it has not been hemorrhoids, and I've waited to see if I just get over the flare. It didn't happen. So the best thing that you can do is, instead of waiting to see if it gets better, and that's actually note down the symptoms, be very critical. Imagine that you've seen a family member with these symptoms. What would you advise them to do? Take a step out of yourself and think, what would I advise myself to do? What should I do in this situation? More often than not, it's get in contact with your healthcare specialist, because something is going awry there. So instead of waiting to see if it gets better, let's write this out in green. Contact doctor. Contact doctor or specialist or whoever looks after your IBD. And if you haven't been diagnosed, then I suggest you go to the doctor as soon as possible and try and get a formal diagnosis. The next one, trying to hold it in. So the problem with ulcerative colitis is it makes you go to the bathroom many times per day. And sometimes your brain comes to the conclusion that you should just hold it in, and that's the way you're going to avoid the suffering of going to the toilet. But the thing is, this just is not going to work, because it just needs to pass through you. And you holding it in isn't making it any better. It's not making it particularly worse. It's just prolonging the pain, really. In my experience, when I've tried to hold it in, it finds its way to tell me, go to the bathroom right now. It's going to happen no matter what. I think when it comes to trying to hold it in, the best thing you can do is just face the music, get on the toilet, and let it come out of you, because it's better out than in, that's for sure. And I know it's going to suck. I know it's painful. It feels horrible. But the thing is, if you do have a flare and you've got quite a lot of ulcers, it's going to feel horrible no matter what. It's something that you kind of just have to make peace with here. You just have to let it go. Let it go. Missing medications. So what do I mean by this? Well, that might be you've been prescribed a medication such as Mesalazine or a steroid, and problems may arise when you accidentally forget your medication, you miss it. Or in some instances that I've done is I'm on an immunosuppressant, excuse me, and I've come down with a cold. And I personally make that executive decision that I'm not going to take my pill tonight. So, what happens when you miss your medications? Well, it's not going to be as effective as it could be. If you're taking the Mesalazine, it's not going to be in your system. It's not going to be getting your non-steroidal anti-inflammatory effects where it needs to be. So you're increasing your chances of a flare happening, or you're increasing your chances of not helping your flare if you're taking medication for your flare. So how do we deal with this? Well, the best way that you can do that is to get a pill dispenser. Pill dispenser. Or a pill box. A dispenser / box. And you can get them so it lists Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or you can get them in more detail. So you've got Monday AM, Monday PM, or even further than that, it might be set like Monday 8 AM, Monday midday. It depends how many pills that you're taking. If you're taking one pill a day, get just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, fill out that and put it wherever you spend your morning time. If you spend your morning time in front of your computer, put it right in front of your keyboard so you can't miss it. If you spend a lot of time in the lounge, put it right in front of the telly, exactly where you're not going to miss it. Or in the kitchen where you first go for a drink of water or your breakfast, put the pill dispenser where you can't miss it. And make sure that you fill it up every week. And that way, you won't miss your medications, because missing medications, it can just lead to complications. So the best thing that you can do is set it up in advance, get a pill box or a pill dispenser, and make sure that you're getting your medications and not forgetting. Sometimes it can get confusing. I've done it before where I'm taking a pill, I'm distracted, maybe I'm watching something on YouTube, and I've taken my pill, and let's say, for instance, I'm taking my Azathioprine, and at the time I was taking 3 pills, and I'm distracted. I take 1 pill, I take a second pill, and then because I'm not fully paying attention on what I'm doing, I start thinking, did I take that second pill? How many pills have I even taken? And I get in my own head. Have I had 2 pills? Have I already had 3 pills? If I take 1 more, am I going to take 4 pills? That's too much. It just gets needlessly stressful and confusing when you're not fully paying attention. So the best thing you can do is use that pill box so that you're not confused. There will just be 3 pills in that pill box. And that's all you got to take. There's no further thought needed. You're not going to mess that up. Right. Starving yourself. I've jumped to this conclusion myself. I know that many of you, it's sort of that space you go to when you think, I've got a digestive problem. I've got this problem where I'm going to the bathroom all the time. How do I go to the bathroom less? I stop eating. Well, there is a time and a place for fasting, but not consistently starving yourself. If you have a planned fast, that can help with healing. But just generically starving yourself because you don't want to go to the bathroom, it's not really going to work. And you need to put some planning and thought into having a fast. You don't just stop eating altogether. No, there are other things that go into it. So starving yourself is probably one of the worst things that you can do because you're depriving your body, and it's already in a compromised state of nutrients and minerals, vital building blocks that it needs to continue the healing process, to continue fueling you, to continue giving you energy. And you're not getting that now. And while your body, let's say you are in a deep flare of ulcerative colitis, your body's not very good at absorbing nutrients already. So you kind of need to double down and eat very nutrient-dense foods, take vitamin supplements, all those good things. Drinking electrolytes because you're going to the bathroom so often. You need to get those things in. Starving yourself is not a good option. You need those healing building blocks. So the best thing you can do is find healthy foods, find nutrient-dense foods, and eat them. And if you do want to have a fast, let's make it a planned fast. Don't do a fast for a length of time that you're not comfortable with. Choose a comfortable amount of time. That might just be starting with an intermittent fast, so you're still eating each day. You could try a 24-hour fast if you wish, 48. Don't go any longer than that if it's your first time. I wouldn't advise that at all. But make sure that if you're having a fast, if fasting, take electrolytes equals take electrolytes. Because you're going to be dehydrated. You need to keep on top of your hydration, especially if you're fasting. Now, this is a common way of trying to help with a flare, is having a fast. It can give your gut a break from the constant digestion that's going on, constant food rubbing across those ulcers. But don't just starve for the sake of starving. Actually plan out a fast, look into it, make sure that you've got electrolytes on hand and an action plan of the foods that you're going to eat once that fast ends, like some simple, bland foods to get you back into eating. So that's my solution to starving yourself. And when I say find nutrient-dense foods and eat them, that could mean any sorts of foods that you are okay eating. For me, that would be eating, for instance, red meats, very high in nutrition, or I like to eat peanut butter. That's very calorically dense. And that way, I'm getting the calories I need. Another solution to this, if you want to eat less, is actually to eat those calorically dense foods, primarily fats. And that way, I just heard it started raining outside. That way, you're going to get the calories in that you need so you're not losing weight. Because losing weight is one of the biggest complications of ulcerative colitis. It's one of the ones that you see in most people because you're not digesting food. I went from 80 kilos down to 70 kilos. I lost 10 kilos of body weight And that was because of the flare. I wasn't able to absorb the food. I naturally decided I wanted to eat less. I went through all of these problems because my brain thought that was the solution. And I know how you end up on these things because it kind of makes sense at the time. You convince yourself, if I don't eat, it will heal me. And in some instances, that could be right if you're fasting and you take the right necessary precautions, making sure you're keeping on top of your electrolytes and your vitamins and all that good stuff. You can still take supplements, but don't starve yourself for the sake of starving yourself. Isolating yourself. This is a big one. When you're suffering, much like a cat, you may decide to go and hide away until it passes. Now, we aren't cats, and the thing is, we are social creatures, and what we should do is share what's going on with us. Sitting there in silence and suffering is probably one of the worst things that you can do while suffering with ulcerative colitis. Reach out to those around you, tell the people in your household, join a community Discord like the one I've got in the description, and share what is going on with you. Even just typing in that box exactly how you're feeling, that can help tremendously. I lent heavily on community Discords when I was in hospital with my ulcerative colitis because just having that place to vent, some people to talk to, not even necessarily talk about ulcerative colitis, I might have been just talking about something else, getting on voice chat, it helped incredibly and it helped me get through a very hard time. Isolating yourself is going to make things much more challenging. You need a support network. Get yourself in those situations where you can share your experiences. And if you find it hard to share with those around you, like I said, find a community Discord or people online, because there's many people all across the world with ulcerative colitis, and they are hoping to talk to you too. Places to avoid, I'll be honest, Facebook, I've found that to be absolutely awful. Discord has been much, much more superior to Facebook. There's so many bots on Facebook, and it just seems like not a very nice place to share. Discord, much prefer it. And I found some people that I really like talking to on there. And I do check it pretty much every day. I read every message on those community Discords. Even if I don't always respond, I am lurking there reading all the messages. So I would join a community. Join a community. And that could be online, like Discord. Or it could be in person. These are quite rare, but you could create your own one. It could just be sharing with your family. Hopefully you've got an understanding family that wants to talk to you. Some of you may not, so that's why it's good to join an online Discord or something like that, where you can find your community. Getting an ulcerative colitis diagnosis is a troubling time for many. But for many more, actually even getting to the diagnosis stage is a total pain in the bum. And that's why I wanted to talk about my ulcerative colitis diagnosis today. My name's Jacob and I've been living with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years. And I wanted to take a little look back at where it all started. I'm going to be looking at how did it start? How did I first see signs that ulcerative colitis was a thing for me? What was my diagnosis process like? And what was the treatment like? What was the initial medicines I was put on? Excuse me, there's something in my mouth. Right, so how did it start? Well, as with all forms of change, it started off slowly and then happened all at once. I began noticing blood when I went to the bathroom, but it was small amounts of blood, tiny bits of blood. And this was tricking me because oftentimes I would get hemorrhoids. So I didn't question it. I thought that I was simply pushing too hard on the toilet and wiping my bum too hard and that it was just blood. So I thought nothing of it. And over time, things began to change. And like I said, this happened slowly. I began to see increased frequency. Now this means the amount of time that I am going to the bathroom. This was a little upwards arrow. Frequency was on the rise. I started noticing pain. pain was increasing in my gut. Oftentimes I'd have to lie down in total pain, immobilizing pain. But it happened infrequently enough that I would just put it down to I ate something bad last night. Because at this time, my diet, my lifestyle was not good. I was eating lots of takeaway. I was eating lots of chocolate. I was eating pretty much whatever I liked with no whims or thoughts to a healthy diet in the slightest. Not one bit. Exercise, I would go out and do skateboarding. I'd let myself get very angry while I was doing it because I was very perfectionist over it. So my emotions were all over the place, spiking my cortisol constantly with stress. I was working a job that I absolutely hated. I was just doing it for the money, as you do. And I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. And my boss just wanted me to work all the time. And I didn't want to work there at all. So there was this internal stress building up and really, really doing me in. So once this had been going on for a couple of months, I decided to visit the doctor. And what happened at the doctor's appointment was the doctor said to me, "You're pushing too hard on the toilet." Pushing too hard. Now, to give you a bit of background, at the time I decided to visit the doctor, my frequency had gone through the roof. That tipping point of change had happened, and suddenly I was going to the bathroom 20 times a day. I was seeing blood in every stool that I had, sometimes just passing blood in itself. And I said to the doctor, "This is going on. I'm going to the toilet many times a day." I came across as very nervous. I didn't know what was going on. I hadn't even really have heard of ulcerative colitis. I had heard of Crohn's disease. So I had a friend with Crohn's disease, but not ulcerative colitis. And the doctor just said, "You're pushing too hard." And the doctor prescribed me codeine. If I can spell that right. I've spelled codeine wrong. Regardless, codeine was prescribed to me. And codeine is a painkiller, but the main reason she prescribed it to me was to give me constipation, because she was under the impression that I was pushing too hard on the toilet. And I said to her, "I'm not pushing at all. It just comes out of me." There's no effort being put into pushing whatsoever. It just comes out. I completely disagreed with what she was saying, but she prescribed me codeine nonetheless and sent me out the door. And she really came across as a doctor that was at the end of her wits. From my experience of seeing this doctor, I saw her quite a few times during the early days of ulcerative colitis, and she just seemed like she hated her job and wanted to quit. And I think that attitude, it really conveyed it to me, and she just seemed very short, like she hated her job and she was destined to quit soon. And I think she did quit, because I never saw her again once I got my diagnosis. And I did keep seeing the doctor, so I didn't see her. Anyway, I tried the codeine. I try it for a couple of days and nothing changes. I don't even get constipation from it. The only thing that I remember is lying in my bed energyless, playing the Xbox 360 version of Civilization. I just took some codeine and I remember sitting there in a little bit of a haze thinking, I feel comfortable right now. But this isn't helping. So what did I do? Well, I turned to drinking. This is probably the worst thing that I could have done. But I felt depressed. I felt that I was at a time in my life where I had got bowel cancer because I saw blood in my stool. I'd assumed the worst and I thought, I'm not long for this world. So I got a honey Jack Daniel's whiskey and I began to drink that neat most nights and play Metal Gear Solid 5. MGS5. On my Xbox 360, I was drinking whiskey. And this was a very, very silly decision looking back. One of the worst things you could do is drink alcohol during an ulcerative colitis flare. Not only does it ruin your sleep, it makes you dehydrated, increases your inflammation levels. There's a plethora of bad reasons that you should not be drinking alcohol. I didn't know any better. And that's one of the main reasons why I want to make these videos for you, to not make my mistakes, because I've made plenty of mistakes looking back. I was also smoking. I was smoking weed. I was doing everything that I could to not live in the moment, escape from this moment of I am currently dying. So I thought the end was nigh, and I remember lying there Christmas Day. I did not want to engage, and at the time my girlfriend, currently my fiance, I was supposed to go around her house for Christmas as I usually do most years, and I just lied on the bed and I just felt completely depressed. Oftentimes I feel depressed on Christmas anyway, just for other reasons, but I just lied there and I just felt it was depression, basically. I just had no energy to do anything. I did not want to do anything. I did not want to socialise, but luckily she came round and I had an okay time, regardless of how bad I felt. But it was a troubling time. Yes, it was terrible. Absolutely terrible. So, I go back to the doctor eventually. Eventually, I see the doctor. And she refers me. Doctor refers me. So that means that someone at the hospital will be notified about me and what's going on, and they're going to do an investigation. So I was referred to the gastrointestinal part of the hospital, and what was due to happen was a camera was to be shoved up my bum. So that was called an endoscopy. And I had the shorter version called a sigmoidoscopy. I've never actually had a full endoscopy. Surprising with the amount of time that I've had inflammatory bowel disease. I am due to have one whenever the doctor gets round to setting a date. We've been talking about it for almost a year now. She's been asking me, do I want an endoscopy? And I said, let me film it for the channel. And then I've talked to them recently. This is a year later and they're still trying to work this out. So I'm still waiting to have my endoscopy and I want to take you along for the ride. But anyway, I had a sigmoidoscopy. So my bowel, or your bowel as well, there is a bend. The first bend is known as the sigmoid bend. And that's why it's called a sigmoidoscopy, because we look up to that first bend, we have a look down here, the bowel runs down here, and we look and we think, is there inflammation down there? Yes, there was. So I go to the hospital. But before that, I was given an enema to take. So oftentimes when you're given an endoscopy, you would drink this special drink that has laxatives in it, effectively. And the water's just there to try and keep you hydrated. But essentially you drink some laxatives and you empty yourself out. What I was given, because I was having a sigmoidoscopy, I was told just don't eat the night before and take this enema to clear yourself out in the morning. And the enema, it's just a funny experience. Trying to put something up your bum when you've never done it before, it's a kind of comical. You have to sit there and laugh about it. So basically, use this enema, clear yourself out, hold it in for as long as you can, then let whatever comes out, comes out. And the thing is, every time I've ever used this, I've had quite a few sigmoidoscopies in my time, it feels like I still need to go to the toilet. It feels like there's something in there after I've flushed it out. And every time I end up going to have the sigmoidoscopy, there's nothing there. It's just this feeling. It's like my body wants something to be there so it can push it out. But luckily, it was completely empty. And I even asked, I think most times I've actually asked, I feel like I need the toilet. And they're like, well, we'll see. We'll see. If there's anything obstructing us, we'll just have to do it again in the future. And there was nothing there, to my surprise. So anyway, but bearing in mind, this was months. From visiting the doctor to this was absolutely months. I'd say 3 to 5 months in total, from the first visit to the doctor to actually going to get my sigmoidoscopy. 3 to 5 months. And even longer from when I actually first noticed symptoms. I don't even know how long that was. In total, it might have been a very long time. I actually can't remember because it was more than 10 years ago now. I genuinely can't remember. But it was a long time, just from visiting the doctor to actually finding out what is going on, or about to have the process of finding out what was going on. So I get my sigmoidoscopy. And if you've never had one before, it is a weird experience. You get a bunch of lube slapped onto your bum, and then they ram the camera up there. It's not a very thick camera, maybe the size of a finger. Goes in. Feels a bit horrible at first. They're having a look. They'll take biopsies, which feel very strange. A little claw comes out the camera. It don't really hurt. They take a biopsy, but the bit that feels strange is that when they sort of vacuum the biopsy sample out of you, you get this, I call it this, like your whole bowel goes, like gets sucked down, and that the biopsy's now been collected. That's how I describe it, a And it's a very uncomfortable experience because you're flaring. I've never actually had a sigmoidoscopy with medications. I always go in raw. I don't know why. That's just what I choose to do. I've always been very anti-medication. So taking a random medication to try and nullify the experience, I haven't had it. Even though I'm on a plethora of medications for my IBD now, I decided not to. So they take some biopsies, and then pretty much immediately after this whole process has happened, I had a consultation with the IBD nurse. And the nurse says, listen, you've got ulcerative colitis, okay? It's a lifelong condition and it's highly treatable. Those are the words I was given. And I get handed an envelope and it's got pictures from inside of me. Suffice to say, I still have that envelope and I do not look at those pictures very often. In fact, I've opened it about once and that was just to record a video, which is on my older channel. Maybe I'll repost it here because it's very related to what I'm talking about. Anyway, I get finally told that I have inflammatory bowel disease and it's very treatable. So, what happens now? Well, they give me some medications. At the time, in fact, I've got a box of it right here. They give me Pentasa. This is Mesalazine. This was very common, probably still is very common, prescribed, very easy to take. It's just some granules, put it on the back of your tongue, bish bash bosh, done. 4 grams of Mesalazine. And that was all I was given at the time. It's just, here's some meds and off you go. So then what? Well, I took the Mesalazine and flares came and went once to twice per year for quite a few years after that. So how was the diagnosis process? Well, overall, it was slow, turbulent, to say the least, and it could have been quicker. Now, this is why I really want to educate people, especially if you're here and you have not got a diagnosis. Look for the signs and go to the doctor as soon as possible. What I did up here is the wrong thing to do. I saw tiny bits of blood and I ignored it. I thought, it's hemorrhoids. It'll pass. It's nothing to worry about. When in all honesty, this was the first signs of change. And like I said at the start of the video, change often happens slowly until bam, change happens all at once. And this very much happened with my inflammatory bowel disease. Tiny bits of blood, tiny bits of pain, and then bam, I'm going to the toilet 20 times a day. Bam, every bowel movement has blood. And it just came out of nowhere because change was happening this whole time. So what can you do during this time? Now that you're equipped with the knowledge that maybe you haven't had a diagnosis yet, but you're pretty sure that you might have some form of inflammatory bowel disease and you're waiting for a diagnosis. Well, the best things that you can do is the good old trifecta of health. Get your sleep, your exercise, and your diet, and get those leveled up as much as you can whilst you're waiting. Get some good sunlight. Do all the things that you know you should be doing for your health. That up here, in my early 20s, I was not doing. My health, poor, very poor decisions were being made. Like I said, I was drinking neat whiskey, for God's sake. What a stupid mistake that was. I would never do these things now. I would go to the corner shop and use the deal, the £3 for £1.20 deal. I used to sing that as I walked over. 3 for £1.20. 3 chocolate bars for £1.20. Is that even a good deal? Probably is now. Back then, it was a bit of an expensive deal because it was the corner shop, but I did that most nights. Get myself a white chocolate Kinder Bueno, maybe a Kit Kat chunky peanut butter, maybe a Whisper Gold or something like that. I haven't had chocolate in a long time now. I completely abstain from chocolate, but up here, bad decisions were made on a daily basis. Takeaways. Why was I even eating takeaways? They're more expensive than just buying food, but it's convenient and fun, and I loved it. I would often eat, what I would like to do is get the 50-50. So what I would do, I would order a chicken korma and coconut rice. Then whoever was with me would order a chicken tikka masala and keema rice. Then we would have half each, and then we'd get a cheese naan each. Oh, and some poppadoms. My God, I ate that too many times. When I was in university, I saw my Just Eat delivery history for the year. Just my account was over 70 orders that year. That's just my account. And oftentimes me and my friend would take turns. So we probably had takeaway for over half the year. Probably every other day we were having takeaway. That's where my student loan went. What a waste of time, money, and health. But like I said, I've made a lot of bad decisions. That's why I really want to convey that to you. And I'd love you to learn from my mistakes. I mean, if you're in university now and you're ordering takeaway, make your own food and just put the rest in a savings account. Don't be stupid like me. It's not worth it in the long run. Yes, you might enjoy the takeaway today, but it's not worth it. Even monetarily aside, your health, it's pointless. So don't ignore the signs of change. Signs of change may be small, might be imperceptible at the start. Let alone, I forgot to even mention fatigue. Fatigue was very real. I've got to write that on the board. Very, very real fatigue. And a sense of flatness. I know we're sort of backtracking here, but it's come to mind now. A sense of flatness. What do I mean by a sense of flatness? Well, it's almost as if you just don't have the energy for emotions. It's kind of a sense of depression in a way. But it's just, I said it a lot that I feel flat. There isn't an excitement, but there isn't a major sadness. It's just a flatlining of your emotions. Almost as if you haven't got the energy to emotionally react to anything. There is only a flat line of emotion. And that just feels like nothing is worth doing. Nothing is worth being exciting for. Nothing in life is worth anything. It is just flat. And that is how depression felt for me and ulcerative colitis before my diagnosis felt in general. Flat. I did not enjoy that experience. Yes, most of the time I'd just lie there and feel sorry for myself, really. Just to be real with you, I'd just wallow in sadness. So that's another reason why it took me so long to get diagnosed. You just get this sense of apathy. A sense of apathy. What's the point? I've got bowel cancer. I'm going to die. Is there any point in treating this? It's already too far gone at this point. The amount of times I'm bleeding in the toilet, I've not got much time left. So why should I go see the doctor? Why should I get it treated? I'm just going to die. I feel flat anyway. But no, it is worth doing. 100% it's worth doing. And that's just how I felt in the moment. So anyway, I hope that has helped some of you with your ulcerative colitis journey, because there was not this sort of resource when I was going through this journey myself. Or if there was, it wasn't made aware to me. The doctor sure as hell wasn't telling me any of this. It's the sort of thing you can only really learn from someone who's been through that experience. And if you're looking for some support with your ulcerative colitis journey, if I can talk, there is a link in the description where I am offering a waiting list for one-to-one support where I can help you out with getting on track with your health whilst suffering with inflammatory bowel disease. Because you can thrive with it. That's the thing. You can thrive with IBD. You just got to take the right measures, like working on your health. And you've got to put the pieces all together, which can be really tough. And I know that because I've spent so much time up here feeling flat, feeling apathetic, wallowing in my own sadness, and bleeding in the toilet. What a fun time, eh? Today we are talking about anxiety and inflammatory bowel disease. But more specifically than that, we're talking about anxiety spirals. And I like to call this I'm dying again, because that encapsulates what anxiety spirals are for me. My name's Jacob and I've been suffering with inflammatory bowel disease for over 10 years, and more specifically than that, ulcerative colitis. And over that time, I have had many anxiety spirals. So I'm going to be talking today about what are they, my personal experiences with anxiety spirals, and what we can do about them. So let's start off with what are they? First of all, let's talk about what anxiety even is. And I like to define it as worrying about something that could happen. Not that it's going to happen, but could potentially happen. Worrying about the future. And that could be anything in the future. Not so much worrying about what's happened in the past, although that can happen, about a decision that you've recently made and how that's going to affect you in the future. So it's usually something that's going to be happening ahead of you. And an anxiety spiral is when you kind of get stuck in this situation and you get stuck in this looped thinking. That's how I like to define it. It is looped thinking. And you get very caught on this one subject and it's causing you immense anxiety. And that could be, in terms of inflammatory bowel disease, that could be a potential symptom, a side effect, a decision that you've made that could impact your inflammatory bowel disease, anything along those lines, and you're worrying about what is going to happen ahead of you. That is an anxiety spiral. And you might experience these when you're trying to go to sleep, and that's when they happen mostly to me, or you've just noticed a certain symptom that is new, you Google it, suddenly you're in a death spiral and you think that you're dying again. Because if you've experienced one of these, it's likely that you've experienced a number of them. Personally, I've gone through this many times, and that's why I like to say again, because it happens over and over again. So that is what an anxiety spiral is in simple terms. So what are my experiences like with anxiety spirals? Well, like I mentioned earlier, like I've noticed a new symptom. Spelled symptom wrong. Anyway, so I might have noticed something unusual, something I've not experienced before, so I have no knowledge about what's going on, and I start thinking the worst. And then the worst thing I do is I Google it, and it's just all in the aim of getting some knowledge about it. But I tend to find that whatever you research is going to make you freak out more. So for instance, one of the times that I can remember is I talked about it in one of my previous videos about sleep. I was taking a sleep medication called diphenhydramine, otherwise known as Nital or Benadryl. And I finally looked up on Reddit, actually, of all places, and I looked up people's experiences, and many people were saying, this is going to give you dementia in your old age. And this wash of fear comes over me. And I think, what the hell have I been doing to myself? Oh my God, I need to act now. And it's all I can think about. And all I need to do is come up with a plan to come off this medication as fast as possible. And that's what I call an anxiety spiral. And I'm locked in reading Reddit posts, Google search results, scouring Discords, looking for information from anyone, asking ChatGPT, how can I deal with this? What's going on? What's my percentage chance that I'm going to die from this? and ChatGPT will give you a percentage of what it thinks is going to happen. That's an anxiety spiral. You're going all out, searching, looking for information. I find this to be one of the roots of an anxiety spiral. It's looking for information. And it's sort of in an effort to calm yourself. You're trying to find new information that can help get you out of this situation. But I tend to find it's this searching for information actually makes the anxiety spiral worse. And I just want to write this down, makes it worse. Because it really does. The more you search for new information, the more it makes you worry about it. And this has happened to me in all sorts of ways. It could be a new sharp pain in my lung that turns out to be referred pain and I just need a toilet. And I think, oh my God, I'm dying. It happens so often. This phrase, I'm dying, you utter it so many times. It's kind of funny looking back. So those are my experiences with an anxiety spiral. And it is so many different things. It's always the same thing. Always the same loop. You notice something new, you look for information, and it makes you worry about it more. And it becomes like this, a never-ending spiral. And depending on how hard you look for information will be how long you're staying up tonight. But sometimes you might put off looking for new information. And maybe you've experienced an anxiety spiral before. And you think, I've noticed something new, it's freaking me out. I'll just go to bed and think about it tomorrow. And then you're lying in bed and you won't stop thinking about it. And all you can do is say, like, oh, I could just pick up my phone and Google this. And you put it off, or I would put it off, and then hours go by and you're still thinking about it, and you finally look it up, and then you freak yourself out and you want to phone an ambulance that night because you start looking for that information. It makes it worse. You're bang in an anxiety spiral. They're hard to get out of. And oftentimes you might find if it's something that has come up that night, you're worried about it, you end up falling asleep, you wake up the next morning, it really doesn't seem like such a big deal. And that leads me on to what can we do about it? Because that's one of the things that we can do about it, is actually just wait until the next morning. And if it is really that important, that thing will still hurt the next morning, and we can move on to one of my suggestions that I'm about to say. So, the first thing you can do is wait until morning. Oftentimes you might just be panicking about something that really isn't that big of a deal, but it seems like a huge deal in that moment. So waiting until the next morning, sleep on it. If you can get some sleep, that is. Wait until the morning, and really see if you're still worrying about it in the morning. Oftentimes you'll find you just stop caring by the morning, unless it's still a problem. It's some sort of pain or something. In fact, one of the most recent times, I just want to go into this quickly. One of the most recent times I had an anxiety spiral was I was cooking some meat. And I'm very particular about cooking meat because I'm worried about getting sick from food poisoning. So I'm cooking my minced beef or ground beef, whatever you want to call it. It's beef and it's ground up. I'm cooking it and then I think, oh, it had a weird smell to it. And I go and I look at the meat that wasn't cooked and I think, oh, it smells really sweet. And I look online and it says sweet smelling beef means it's an overgrowth of bacteria. And I think, oh my God, when did I open this beef? I've eaten 150 grams of this beef just now. Am I going to get food poisoning? And I go straight to ChatGPT. Since ChatGPT has been a thing, I go straight to ChatGPT and I say, I've just eaten this. And it goes, oh, judging by what you said, that sounds like it could be, lists all the bacteria, like salmonella, all this other stuff. And it says, if you don't start throwing up within 2 hours, you've passed these bacterias. And then now you have to wait 2 days to see if you get sick. And then it could have been these bacteria. And after 2 days, it's likely you're going to be okay. And then I like to ask, what percentage chance do you give me of being sick? And it's like, I give you a 5% chance. I'm like, okay. And then I add in information. I'm also on immunosuppressants for my inflammatory bowel disease. And they're like, well, that's new information. I'm going to increase your risk from 5 to 10 to 15%. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm worried now. I keep looking at the beef. Oh, it's a bit slimy. Maybe it was gone off. Oh no, I did cook it fully through, but might have had this overgrowth of bacteria. And then ChatGPT tells me that it's not the bacteria that's harmful, it's the byproducts the bacteria makes. And even if you kill the bacteria of cooking, you could still get sick from the toxins that they produce. And I'm entering an anxiety spiral and I'm worrying about it all day. And I go up to everyone in my house and I say, smell this beef. Do you think I'm going to be sick tomorrow? I've cooked this through. Do you think I'm going to be sick tomorrow? That's a classic anxiety spiral for me. Happens very regularly. This literally happened last week. It could be about anything. And that's because I'm quite an inexperienced cook. I just cook meat all the way through and I eat it. I don't know the intricacies of storing meat other than keeping it in the fridge and eat it relatively soon. And it's a lack of knowledge that leads to anxiety spirals. So gaining knowledge is very useful for the future, but it really, in the moment, makes an anxiety spiral worse. So anyway, wait until the morning. I wait, the next day, I wasn't sick. I didn't throw up. I didn't get food poisoning. I was fine. I probably should not have been worrying about it. So wait until the morning. The next thing you could do, if you can't wait until morning because you can't fall asleep, is take action. Now, what does take action mean? What does it look like? So what you can do is write yourself a plan. Whatever that anxiety spiral is about, write some information down. This can just help you feel a bit better in that moment, make you feel like you're gaining control over the situation. Because oftentimes an anxiety spiral is fueled by the feeling of not being in control. When I was eating that beef and I thought, I've eaten the beef, I'm out of control. It's inside my stomach. The bacteria have been released and ingested and I have no say over what's going to happen. So I felt like I was out of control. And taking action can help you feel like that you've gained control. And in that moment, even though I was in an anxiety spiral, I used ChatGPT to come up with a plan. And that was to have these time markers. So after 2 hours, I was like, well, I haven't thrown up yet. I might be okay. Now let's wait the next 2 days. And my action plan, even though it sounds silly, was to just wait and stay hydrated. And that was my plan. And now if you're worried about something else, say in terms of inflammatory bowel disease, you're worried about bleeding. That's oftentimes the case with ulcerative colitis. You're bleeding, you're worried, you feel out of control, there's nothing you can do. Well, there is something that you can do. You can take action. And that might be a plan to stay hydrated. That might be a plan to eat certain foods to help fuel you and fuel that healing, like red meats, all the good things that provide building blocks for healing. Revitalize yourself with vitamins and nutrients. That could be your plan. So it could be a simple plan, like, have a drink and some electrolytes. But take action, write something down, something you think is going to help towards whatever you're worrying about. Now, whatever you're worrying about, it could be about anything. So it's very specific what you're going to write your plan about. But just write some things down. Other than that, taking action could be a form of just writing down the worries. Write down worries. Sometimes just writing things out can help pull them out of your head and keep them to the paper. And in some cultures, they then take that paper and then burn it to symbolize the worries being free. So you could try that. But write down your worries as a starter. That can help calm you down. The next thing you could do is learn. Learn about whatever you're worrying about, learn about it in more detail once the anxiety has calmed down. So next time that problem arises, you have more information about it. The next thing you can do is identify your triggers. So for instance, for me, I know that not cooking my meat through is a trigger for me to be anxious. And then I start worrying, did I cook that meat through? I'm worried. Was that meat cooked through properly? Am I going to get food poisoning? That's eliminated by I just bought a food thermometer. Now I can check the temperature of the food and then I don't have to worry about it. So that was one of my triggers. I identified it. And then as a sub point to identify triggers it's then set up precautions. So for me, that was getting that meat thermometer. For you, in terms of inflammatory bowel disease, it might be having electrolytes on deck. When you start bleeding, you start flaring, you start taking in those electrolytes with your water. That's a precaution to keep yourself hydrated. You might write down an action plan. So when you do start flaring, you don't have to think. You just open up your book and it says 1, stay hydrated. 2, go outside and get some sun. 3, take a deep breath. Do you know what I mean? Write yourself a plan. So when you are in that anxious state, you know exactly what to do. So that's setting up precautions and identifying your triggers. That's a huge one, because one of the best things you can do is just avoid the anxiety spiral altogether. But going back to learning, I find this to be one of the most useful things for combating future anxiety spirals. For instance, I used to really worry about bleeding with my ulcerative colitis. And then I talked to my specialists and many people, and they say the amount of blood that you lose in the bathroom is not enough to die from blood loss. And then the next time that you start bleeding in the toilet, you know that you're actually going to be okay in this moment. Yes, over time there might be a problem, but right now, today, tonight, you'll be fine. It does suck, but you will be fine. And you can just go back to doing your plan, like staying hydrated. It's very important. That's why I keep bringing it up. And that way you're going to feel better about the whole situation. So I find these things to be very useful. Now, the thing is, you can't combat every anxiety spiral, because with the nature of them is they will come up around things you don't understand and you have no information about. So having some generalized things for you to do, like writing down your worries, generalized things that can be used for any situation, is very important. So not only identifying your triggers, because you don't know what all your triggers are yet, but identify methods to calm yourself down. Identify calming methods. So for instance, that could be confiding in someone else, talking to another person. All right, confide in others. Now, this will be very personal. I'm just giving you some ideas here. For instance, we're going to say, write it down. For me, it could be record a video. Oh, that's an A. Record a video. It could be talk to a specialist. It could be find a Discord or a community. Find a community. A lot of it comes down to finding experiences from others who have been through the same thing and check if they're okay. For instance, just to go back to the start of the video, when I mentioned that I was on this sleeping pill, I did also find Reddit posts from older people who have taken it for many, many years and they were fine. You can always find a balance to each side of the story. So, though that was my video on anxiety spirals, and if you are struggling with this or anything to do with inflammatory bowel disease, I urge you to check out the link in the description and join my waiting list for one-to-one support. I can help you out with your IBD. So, thank you so much for watching, and I really hope that some of this has helped you, because anxiety spirals have been a big problem for me, and I'm sure they're a problem for many of you watching. I've been on Infliximab, otherwise known as Remicade, for just over 2 years now. So I thought it time to give my sort of review of this drug and let you know what it's like. My name's Jacob and I've been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis for 10 years. And now for 2 of those years, I have been on Infliximab and it's been an interesting time. So I'm going to be covering what is it, I'm going to be talking about why I was given it, what it helps with, what is it like to be on it, all the process of taking Infliximab, what it's like to live being on Infliximab, and talking about the future and will I be using it going into the future. So let's start. What is Infliximab/Remicade? Well, in its simplest form, it reduces your body's inflammation response. That's in the simplest form possible. So I was given it because I was in hospital with my ulcerative colitis. Hospital for UC. And I was in an uncontrolled flare and nothing was helping. I was on steroids, they weren't helping. I was on Mesalazine, that wasn't helping. I was on intravenous steroids, that wasn't helping. So they decided to give me Infliximab. And at the time, the doctor or the consultant called it a rescue medication. And the idea was to rescue me from that flare that I was in. So I'm going to jot that down. It was used as a rescue medication. A rescue med. So what that entailed was I was in hospital. They gave me an emergency dose of Infliximab, and that was the rescue dose. And then from there, it's a sort of maintenance dose. Get a certain level of Infliximab in your bloodstream and keep it there. And in conjunction with Infliximab, I've also been giving Azathioprine, which is an immunosuppressant. And the idea behind these two medications working in tandem with each other is that the Azathioprine will actually stop me producing antibodies. Because sometimes with these sort of drugs, there's quite a few of them, they tend to end in MAB. They are called biological drugs, and the body can eventually produce antibodies to it. So it sort of fights it off because it's a foreign invader in your bloodstream, and your body's like, we don't want this in here. So quite rightly so, as the body should, it decides to eliminate it. But the thing is, we want that in our bloodstream because it's helping with our chronic condition. So the azathioprine tells the body, well, it stops the immune system from noticing, or hopefully from noticing, the infliximab going through our veins. So that's why I'm on two medications, two immunosuppressants. So what's it like? So, like I mentioned just now, I had my first dose in hospital, and they call this a loading dose. So they don't pump you up to the maximum dose straight away. What they like to do is give you an initial dose, and then about a week or two later, you have another loading dose to get you up to that sufficient blood levels of infliximab. And the idea behind it is to see if you have a reaction to the medication. If you do have a reaction, they can solve it there and then. If you have an allergic reaction, they can give you a countermeasure medication to stop that allergic reaction. But it's just to see how that you react to it. And miraculously for me, I reacted very, very quickly to the infliximab. So quickly, in fact, that I noticed changes mere hours later. Some people report that they don't notice anything for weeks. But I was very lucky. I was a very large responder, fast responder to this amazing life-saving medication. I will say that. And it just started reversing that flare very, very quickly for me. And it was amazing because I was in a terrible state in hospital. And just this first loading dose, wow, it completely changed everything. So you have about a couple of loading doses, and then you go into your maintenance dose. Maintenance dose. And what does this look like? Well, to start with, it would be going to get an IV every 8 weeks. 8-week IV. So that for me entails going to a hospital in a different town, because they don't do that here, which I find kind of confusing because they gave me my first dose at my local hospital, but I have to travel to a different town and I get my 8-week IV. And week before that, you have a blood test. Week before, blood test. And what this blood test is looking for is to check your liver function, check your inflammation levels, and just overall check that it's not harming your body and just keeping an eye on what's going on inside of you. So this is how it's been going for me. And let's say, for instance, symptoms were to return. Then the first thing that you can do is reduce the weeks. So it might go from 8 weeks down to 6 weeks. And then if that doesn't help, it can go down to 4 weeks. And then you might have, increase the number of doses. So what you can do is increase the frequency before you change medication. So you can try and get the most that you can out of Infliximab before you decide to change to a different form of a biological medication. So there is room, if you ever find that you're on Infliximab and it starts to wane in effectiveness, bring up that you'd like to maybe reduce it down to a 6-week IV and see what happens. Maybe that will improve things. Then bring it down to a 4-week IV and then see what happens. Luckily, I am still on the 8-week IV. Touch wood. Where's some wood? There we go. I'm not superstitious, but I just feel like I need to touch the wood. So that's what I do to get my Infliximab inside of my body. It's kind of annoying having to go and get a needle in my arm. I've got like track marks now across my veins, like little scars from having so many IVs. And it's kind of a laborious process. The IV takes about an hour now. On these initial loading doses, it might be over 3 hours. And then once you're on your maintenance dose, for me, it's 1 hour. And that's because they know that you're quite unlikely to have a reaction. So they don't have to give it to you for so long. Because over those 3 hours, what they do is they keep checking up on you, checking your blood pressure, checking your temperature, making sure everything's okay. And they say if anything happens, to report it to them straight away. Some unusual things I find when I do get my IV, not so much these days, but definitely at the start, as soon as it started pumping in, I would start sweating. It suddenly, I get very hot. And you get a very uneasy feeling when you're getting something pumped into your veins, like there's something unnatural going on. It makes me feel a bit uneasy, and I don't really like that feeling. Just before they let's talk about the process of getting the IV in your arm very quickly. So they put something in here called a cannula. So a needle goes in, and then it's got these little dongle bits, and that can hook up to the machine like that, and then that pumps into the vein. And just before that, they use something called a flush, just to flush it through, keep it clean, make sure it's going through okay. And I used to describe this as sort of air conditioning into your veins, like this cold presence going into your veins. Sometimes it can sting a little bit because the cannula is quite long. And for those of you who don't have quite as prominent veins like I do, it can be a pain. I would not imagine it would be nice to get the cannula into your hand. Luckily, I always get it in pretty much this vein or this vein, usually this one. But I do have some track marks on this one, my scars of my battle, as it were. Yes, I'm very pleased for my prominent veins because it makes going to get blood tests and IVs a very simple process for me. So that's what the IV experience is like. What about side effects? Well, for me, luckily, I haven't really had many side effects, but the main one is prolonged illness. Because your immune system is suppressed, it can take longer to get over colds, and you have to be a little bit more careful. Now, the thing is, I've managed to avoid most colds over the past 2 years. I've only had 2 colds, and one of them was literally a week ago. So I have been quite vigilant in this step. I do not want to get a cold because complications can arise at an increased pace because you are suppressed. So an effect of this, and knowing this, is it has a mental effect. A mental strain, as it were. Because now you've been told you can get sick, and you can get more sick, and it's going to stick around for longer. It'll take your body longer, and it'll be harder to recover from something, and it could progress to something worse. Suddenly, you get told that, and you're like, everyone's a danger to me. Now I'm in a mindset where I'm trying to avoid people at all costs. And now I have to ask, if someone's got a cold, I'm not going to go and see them, or I'm going to keep my distance. And the part that makes this even more stressful for me is I work in an educational setting. So there's many people now mixing together, especially after the summer holidays. They come and mix together. And that's how I got my cold last week, because school was back in session and I got a bloody cold. And I was kind of frustrated about it because I did what I can to avoid being in people. But the thing This mental strain, I really feel it when I'm in tight, compact spaces, especially if there's some sort of, whole staff meeting. I'm in a room filled with hundreds of people. All I'm doing is I'm looking around. I'm surrounded by people I don't want to be surrounded by, because all I'm thinking about is prolonged illness. I'm thinking about getting ill because of my IV, and I'm thinking about getting sick and dying. Yes, I take it to that extreme. So this is definitely something that will play on your mind if you start taking immunosuppressants. But it is worth it because the benefits definitely outweigh the costs. I've been able to live a much more healthy life suppressing my immune system. My symptoms, for the most part, have gone. I really need to touch some wood. Don't want to jinx that. Definitely don't want to jinx that. There is something else they tell you. There's a huge list of side effects, by the way, an absolutely huge list. But the other main one that plays on my mind is an increased risk of skin cancer. Risk of skin cancer. Now, there are risks of other things like lymphoma as well. And that's another thing that I've been looking at. And it's terrifying. So the best thing to do is not dwell on those things. But this is one that you will end up dwelling on. Risk of skin cancer up. That's a terrible arrow. Because it literally says, if you're on azathioprine in particular, to avoid sun exposure. Increased risk of skin cancer. Cover up. Wear sun cream. Oh my God. This plays on my mind a lot. Every time it's sunny, I put way too much sun cream on. I'm as pale as it comes. This really does play on my mind. Every time anyone says, oh, you've got an increased risk of this. Wow, that's the worst thing you could tell me. Because I've got a bit of a predisposition towards anxiety as it is. And now knowing that I've got an increased risk of skin cancer. So I wear a lot of sun cream. But it is better to know this and to protect yourself against it rather than not protect yourself against it and maybe get skin cancer. Now the thing is, I don't completely avoid sun exposure because sun exposure is very useful and healthy. So I just try and limit my sun exposure. I do use sun cream, but if I'm going out for a short time, I will let the sun hit my skin. One, it does feel nice. And two, you're getting some nice vitamin D, and it's just healthy in a plethora of other ways. So just keep this in mind. It is on the list of side effects, and that is something that I do worry about. Now, the lymphoma, cancer of the lymph nodes, it's not something that's happened to me. Luckily, touch wood. I'm going to be touching wood a lot this session. But it is something that when you read on that list, it gives you the shivers. And you think, why am I on this medication? This is horrible. So yes, have a look at the list of side effects, but try not to dwell on them. But definitely something that plays on my mind and plays into this mental strain. Risk of skin cancer and other cancers. But the skin cancer is one that they mention in particular that you should cover up. Now, the actual risk is actually very marginal, very tiny, very unlikely to happen. But obviously, with such a large population taking medication, it will happen to some people. And I don't want to rule myself out. So what do I do about this? Well, the best thing that you can do is live life as healthy as possible. Healthy lifestyle. That could mean a lot of things. But for me, it's the basics. Diet, sleep, exercise, community, and overall well-being. Now that's a lot to cover, and if you'd like some help with that in terms of your IBD, check the link in the description for one-to-one support. I can help you out with that. But this is like something that I really like to focus on to try and just mitigate the risks of these things happening. But you can't avoid all risk in life. There is risk with these medications, and you have to weigh up the cost-benefit analysis, the cost-benefit of being on them and the risk of not being on them, the risk of being on them. Now, the thing is, when I was in the hospital just before my loading dose, and I was being told about these medications from my consultant, I didn't really see the option of not going on them. And the reason why I had an option of medications, and I was told, he gave me the list, and I chose Infliximab. This was my choice to be on this medication. And I didn't spend much time researching it, I will be honest with you. I got given the list, there was 3 drugs for me to choose from, and the reason why I gravitated towards Infliximab, my friend had mentioned it to me years ago that he'd been on it. And I heard of other people being on it. So I chose the one that I heard about the most. There might be better options out there, but I just went with my gut instinct. And that's how I take a lot of my decisions in life. And it might have led me down, maybe it was the wrong decision to make. Maybe there is a better drug with less side effects, but this is the one that I'm on, and it's been 2 years. And I feel fantastic. So maybe it was a good choice. Who knows? I'll find out in about 10 years when something happens. But for now, I've been on Infliximab for 2 years. It's allowed me to get in great shape. I feel fantastic. I'm able to live my best life. And I just have to go to a hospital every 8 weeks and take a couple of pills every day. But I do highly rate Infliximab/Remicade. I think it's fantastic medication if it works for you. Now, I have looked on IBD discords. I've heard from people that Infliximab does fail. It doesn't work for everyone. So you just have to give it a go and see how your body responds. And at some point, I might produce antibodies. What will I do when that happens? Well, there's a plethora of other medications to choose from. And we'll go down that route when it comes to it. And they've got some weird names, these medications. The one that I've heard the most, I believe it's pronounced Adalimumab. Funny name. But I'll probably go with that one if this one fails, because again, it's the one I've heard a lot of people taking. So I like to go with it's almost like user reviews when you're looking at Amazon. I like to go with the one with the most positive reviews. Infliximab's been around for a long time. It's a bit of an older drug in terms of the biologics. I believe it was created in the 90s, potentially. So I was a wee little baby back then. So now I'm on Infliximab. When you do a bit of research into it, it says that it used to be a chemotherapy medication, but it failed in that and found great use in autoimmune conditions. So it is quite an intense drug. And that's why I like to really focus on this section down here, healthy lifestyle. That's something we can all be focusing on in all aspects of health. And it doesn't matter what's going on with you, there's always room to improve this, because it just helps everyone. There's so much obesity going on around the world. This is very important, and we need reminders like this for those of you who are struggling in that sense. And I do struggle with this too. It's not like you can just fix it and suddenly you're healthy for the rest of your life. No, it's sort of a constant modulating battle. You have to change things as things happen. You might get an injury, a stressful event might come about. Speaking of which, let's talk about how Infliximab has helped me in that sense, because I am very pleased to say that in moments when I would have otherwise flared, Infliximab has kept that flare at bay. What do I mean by that? So, there's been a number of stressful events. Stressful events. I won't go into detail what these stressful events were, but they caused me to feel terrible. They would have led to a flare in the past. Led to flares in the past. And I remember thinking, during a number of these stressful events, I'm going to have a flare, aren't I? I'm going to wake up with blood in the toilet tomorrow. And lo and behold, I wake up the next day and I'm fine. And it's a shock. It's genuinely shocking to me. These stressful events would have led to flares in the past. But the Infliximab has kept it at bay. It's stopped me from flaring. And that's why I think it's an amazing medication. Going back to that cost-benefit analysis. In fact, let's do a cost-benefit analysis. This might be helpful for those of you who are on the fence and you're not sure whether you should take this or not. Cost-benefit analysis. There you go. Right, so Infliximab. And over here will be drug-free. Oops, I wrote an S for some reason. We'll start with the benefits and we'll write them in green. What are the benefits of going on Infliximab? Well, it could potentially heal your flare. That's the main benefit in general, really. It could heal your flare with whatever autoimmune condition that you have. Drug-free. No side effects. Obviously, if you're not going to take the drug, you're not going to experience the side effects. But if it does heal your flare, better life. You're not flaring. You're going to have a better life. Better quality of life. Reduced chance. Now, this is going to sound counterintuitive. Reduced chance of cancer. Now, why would you say that? Well, if you're drug-free and you flare constantly, that's going to increase your risk of cancer. So overall, you've actually reduced your chance. Got an N there. Reduced chance of cancer. Drug-free. What are the other benefits of being drug-free? Hard to say. If you're going to keep flaring, well, you've got options to try other drugs, other medications. There are options there, but if you're going to be drug-free, you're probably not going to do that. Downsides. Cancer risk. There's an increased risk of cancer if you're drug-free and you keep flaring. Obviously, if you're not flaring and you're drug-free, that's a win-win. But you do have an increased risk of cancer, a greater risk of cancer than if you was on the Infliximab. So I'm getting distracted by my cat who's itching down here. I know you can't see her. She's just woken up and now she's itching. So you do have an increased risk of cancer over here, but it's minimal by comparison. Smaller. You do get side effects. And just because I got some minimal side effects doesn't mean that you won't get side effects. You might get side effects. Increased risk of cancer being drug-free. Worse quality of life. If you are flaring, obviously. If you're not flaring, then that's not the case. I would actually say stress. Because now you're worrying about things. You've got more to worry about when you're drug-free. And in fact, I'd like to actually put that as a benefit over here. And that's actually, is relax really the right word? Less mental burden. Mental burden. Down. Because now you're on a medication and it's keeping you healthy. The mental burden is reduced. Whereas the stress of being drug-free or being on a medication that's not working for you is going to stress you out. Just always, you don't know, it's an unknown factor. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. Unknown. Fear. You're scared. I would be scared. I was scared when I was on medications that didn't work for me. It's the unknown. That's stress. So this is quite a simple cost-benefit analysis, but I think you get the picture. If you are flaring with ulcerative colitis and you go drug-free, yes, there's no side effects. Yes, you've got options to try other medications, but you probably don't want to because you want to be drug-free. So you've got an increased risk of cancer from your uncontrolled flare. Or worse quality of life from that flare. It's just going to give you stress. And it is going to be just terrifying because when's the flare going to end? Who knows? Maybe you're relying on herbal medicine. I've no idea if that's going to work or not. Yes, feel free to try it if you're one of those people that want to try it, but I would urge you to use a medication to get you out of your flare. Infliximab, far more greens over here. It's going to heal your flare if it works for you. Better life, because a better quality of life, you're not flaring, you're feeling healthier. Reduced chance of cancer in general from your flare, like if I'm flaring in my bowel, greater risk of bowel cancer, but to keep that at bay reduces that risk. And you do have an increased risk of cancer in different ways, but it's a small risk, and it is much smaller than the risk of getting cancer from being drug-free in an uncontrolled flare. Yes, you might experience side effects, and depending on these side effects, it might be time to not use that medication, but hopefully you don't get many side effects. Mental burden. So I said a lot more and the camera did not save it. So I'm doing this bit again. So I was talking about the cost-benefit analysis. And the thing is, when you are on a drug to control your flare, there is a compounding effect. So what do I mean by this? So you're on Infliximab. And you're drug-free in an uncontrolled flare. Drug-free. And I got to state this very clearly. You're in an uncontrolled flare. And there's a compounding effect. What do I mean by this? So when you're on Infliximab and you're controlling your flare, the compounding effect is that you're able to work on your health. And you're able to work on every aspect of your health, like your diet, your sleep, your exercise, your well-being. It all compounds and makes you more and more resilient, higher energy levels. You're going to be more productive. You're going to be more creative. You're going to be a more resilient, all-round person with much more energy, much more to give to society because you're able to work on your health and it compounds together to make you a more vibrant and healthy person. But when you're in an uncontrolled flare, the same thing is going to happen. There's a compounding effect, and your health is in decline. You might be eating foods that are nutrient dense, but your body is not absorbing them. So you become more and more tired as you become more and more malnourished. And then you might exercise less. In fact, you might become bedbound because you feel so tired and lethargic. You might sit at the computer all day. And then you start to atrophy because your body no longer even wants this muscle that you've built because you're not using it. And you might be not eating enough calories, so you start wasting away. And then you become more prone to accidents because you're weaker in general. You might fall over, you might hit your head. And then as you become more and more tired because you're more and more fatigued from lack of nutrients and not doing anything, you become less creative, less productive. You find it harder to get up in the morning. You find it harder to fall asleep at night. You become more and more tired and you're able to work less. You become less productive at work. You become less motivated to do anything. And then this compounds and it compounds until it's over. You die. Because this compounding effect happens. You need to treat your inflammatory bowel disease and you need to do it soon. If you're in an uncontrolled flare and you're doing it drug-free and nothing is helping, get on a medication now. You can't keep doing this. You need to get out of this flare as fast as humanly possible. And then maybe you can consider being drug-free after that. But until you get out of this flare, this is just compounding. And it's compounding to be worse. You're compounding to have a worse and worse life. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about the positive compounding effect of controlling your flares with medication. Now, I know some of you might not agree with being on a medication. I hated being on a medication, but it does help me so much, and it allows me to compound my health in the right direction. Would I be standing here going on about this if I wasn't controlling my flare? No, I'd probably be tired upstairs. I would not have any energy, and I would have nowhere near any of this muscle. I'd feel like shit. I'd look like shit. And everything I would do would probably be a bit shit too, because I just wouldn't have the energy to put myself into it. So, uncontrolled flares. Reconsider this. Reconsider this. I urge you. It doesn't have to be this medication anyway. This is just the one that we're talking about today. So that's what I wanted to talk about, which I did, and the camera deleted it. So let's talk about the future. Where's this all going anyway? So my future with Infliximab is that at some point I would like to try not being on Infliximab. I know I just went on a tirade, a tyrannical rant about why you should control your flares. Well, that's exactly what I'm doing. But what I want to try is when I'm not in a flare. No flare. Like right now, is to try an alternative. Try a lower dose. Perhaps an alternative med. With less side effects. And ultimately, I would love to be drug-free, but I need to control my flares. So the grand goal would be to be drug-free. But is that feasible? Is this feasible? Is any of this feasible? I don't know. Some people claim to have done it. Some people do claim to have done it. Who knows? And I'm sure those of you who believe in drug-free medications, if you watch this part, you'll have a lot to say. You might direct me to some herbal doctors. But the thing is, I'm not interested because I just don't really believe a lot of them. Especially when I've been in that state where I was in a deep flare, a hugely life-threatening flare. And the only thing that got me out, in mere hours it started affecting me, was Infliximab. When I've seen the power of this medication, the sheer life-changing power of this medication, it changed my life. It brought me out of that flare, it got me out of hospital. And it's kept me out of flare this whole time. Wow, what a wondrous thing modern medicine is. And there you go. The future. Can I get off of medications? That's something for me to explore. Maybe it will be a herbal route. But I just don't trust most of these people peddling herbal remedies online. I must say, they come across as very untrustworthy to me. Especially when you hear about people in uncontrolled flares and they're trying all these medications. And then someone tells them, oh, this herbal route will fix you. Will it? Yes, I mean, obviously there are positive benefits to these, like working on your diet, getting good sleep, exercising, taking supplements to fill nutritional gaps. I'm in complete agreement of these things. But will they heal you from a flare? Doubtful. I doubt it. But it will keep you in a healthy state, and it might benefit you a little bit when you're in a deep flare, but it's not going to heal the flare. It's not going to heal the flare. And I know because I've tried these things when I've been in flare. I believe that you need to get yourself out of that flare with medication. Obviously, work on your health alongside that. And when you're no longer in that flare, my God, work on your health and your diet and your exercise and do all those things to compound yourself into a healthy, positive person. But I just don't believe that it's going to heal you completely from a deep flare. Medication will get you out of that. I've experienced it myself. So anyway, I've been on a bit of a rant. And if you do want to leave a comment down below to rebuttal some of my things, I'd love that. It'd be interesting. But the main thing I'd like to hear from is people that have been on Infliximab for a really long time. That's something I'm very interested in. Have you been on it for 10 plus years? Because recently I went on a bit of a anxiety spiral where I wanted to find out, is Infliximab going to kill me long term? Is it going to whittle my organs into a withered state? So I sought out people who've been on Infliximab for a long extended period of time to find out. And I heard many positive things. But I'd like to hear some more from people over 10 years. Is there anyone that's been on Infliximab for over 10 years? If you're watching this, leave a comment down below. I'd love to hear from you. Today, we're talking about all things Mesalazine. What is it? My experiences with it? What about side effects and all those sort of things? And should you ultimately try it for your inflammatory bowel disease? My name's Jacob and I've been living with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years. And over that time, the majority of it was spent taking Mesalazine because it's one of the safest medications that you can be prescribed for. It's very commonly used and I was on it for a very long time. So let's start off by talking about what is it. So the first thing to note is that it is an NSAID. So that is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. That's right, so there's no steroids in it and it's pretty simple to take. It's like taking ibuprofen, but for your gut. And I've got some right here. So this is Pentasa, and this is what the majority of the time that I spent taking. And this is a rectal foam. So this is an enema. This is by Salafalk, but ultimately they are all Mesalazine. And when you're taking a non-steroid anti-inflammatory, it's pretty simple to use. You just take it. It might be in the form of a pill. The main way that I took it was in these sachets, and they've got granules in them, slow release granules. And what I would do is rip these open, knock them on the back of my tongue, down it with some water. And it's been a few years since I've taken this now because I'm not on these medications anymore. I've still got them knocking about, but it kind of feels natural to just go. For so many years I did it, and they're like kind of like little sugar packets. And when we're talking about the enema, it comes in a little packet. Is this one open? Well, it's open now. Completely unused. This is just here if I ever feel like I need to use it. In fact, we've got the leaflet here. We can take a look at the list of listed side effects later there. So it just comes with this little nozzle gun. You hold it upside down when you're actually going to use it. You've got individual nozzles here, ready to be inserted. And you've got little bags for disposing of those nozzles in a hygienic way. And that's about it. And it does come in other forms. I've seen people taking them in big pills. Granules is just what I was given because they're slow release and I was not absorbing things properly. So the granules can be really handy for that. So what about dosing? Well, my dose over this time was 4 grams. That's quite a high dose. Apparently 5 grams is the maximum. 5G equals max. Allegedly that's the maximum amount that you're safely allowed to take. So I was well within that maximum. 4 grams, 2 grams in each one of those sachets. Some people might just be a 1 gram or taking 2 grams overall, split across a couple of pills. The enema typically was a 1 gram pump. So one actuation of the pump is 1 gram of Mesalazine. Now, the differences between the pills, the slow release granules and the foam enema. Pills, just generic pills, take them as you would typical paracetamol or whatever that is. They'll be digested and the medication would make its way through your body and hopefully reduce the inflammation in the appropriate area. With the slow release granules, the idea behind that it won't release. This is going to be a really crudely drawn bowel here. It won't release until it reaches the bowel, for me in that case, because it was for my ulcerative colitis. These are the pills, these are the granules, and they're being released, all of this healing power here. That was the idea anyway. Did it play out like that? Not every time. And with the, I'll get back more on that later, but with the foam enema, it's very much the same idea. This is your butthole here, and you're squirting the foam up, and it gets coated on the side here, and it promotes its medicinal effects here to fight off whatever inflammation might be here. Might be some red bits here. And it's been coated in foam, and the medication can get to where it needs to be. And that way, it doesn't need to be processed throughout your whole body. The foam gets to where it needs to be. And I will talk about its effectiveness after I go back to the granules. When I said it doesn't always happen in the way that it was supposed to, when I was in a flare with my ulcerative colitis, oftentimes I would use the toilet and I would see the granules have actually passed right through me. And I don't know if it's just my body wasn't absorbing things as well as it should, or if I'm just particularly quick at getting food in and dumping it back out. Maybe I was just processing everything too fast and granules were being found out of the bowel. So just went completely through me. Not what you want. With the enema, it gets to exactly where it needs to be. And common problems with that is actually holding it in. You've inserted some liquid up your butt and it feels very awkward. So let's get into that. First of all, getting the nozzle up there. That can be a bit of a challenge in itself. You'll learn to find the position that aids that insertion. Luckily for me, the brands that made my Mesalazine enemas, Salafalk, they're very pliable, soft, and came pre-lubricated. Very important factors when trying to put something up your bum that oftentimes you might not think about until it comes time to actually trying that. Luckily for yes, that Salafalk, very good company. I really appreciated their enemas because I've used other enemas that don't have those features and they are a pain. Real pain in the butt. So once you've got the medicine squirted up your bum, it can be a challenge to hold it up there. But like I said, it was a foam enema, not a liquid. So foam is a little bit easier to hold inside of yourself because it doesn't feel like such a burden inside of you. It's not so heavy and it's not liquid, so it doesn't immediately feel like you need to evacuate it out of you. So I did really also appreciate the fact that it was a foam and it coats the lining of the bowel and then sort of turns into a liquid later. And you're supposed to leave it in there and go to sleep with it up there. So the main thing that I was told when I was given Mesalazine was that you just stay hydrated. In the same way that you really should stay hydrated when you take ibuprofen, you need to be hydrated when you take Mesalazine. Otherwise it can put unnecessary strain on your organs, because if you are leaving it in there and it's not being flushed out properly, bad things can happen. So anyway, you just drink water. Anyway, it didn't even cross my mind really over the years and years that I took it. It wasn't much of a problem. What about side effects? Well, it's safe to say I really didn't get any side effects in the slightest. And what I had been told, a lot of people worry about hair loss in particular with Mesalazine. And I'm happy to report, other than the typical male pattern baldness that is slowly happening to me, there was no hair loss that I can report of. So I'm very happy to say that. And I was mildly worried about it when I first got into it, but after a while of taking the medication, like I said, the Pentaza satchel sachets in particular was just like knocking back a sugar packet first thing in the morning. Completely fine. No side effects to report, and I'm very pleased to report that. Let's have a look at the side effects list of the enema. Since I have it here, we might as well have a look. So common. There's only one side effect that's common. Abdominal discomfort. Well, if you're taking the enema, that's to be expected. 1 in 10 people will find it uncomfortable. Uncommon side effects. Anal discomfort, irritation, and painful urgent need to empty the bowels. Again, that could be attributed to just having an enema and it feeling horrible. And now we're getting into the rare stages here, which is the typical things you see on any medication. All sorts of headaches, chest pains, breathless, all that nonsense. Very rare. And pretty much every medication you read will pretty much have the same list of side effects. Now, there is one here that I did get. Flatulence. And it's funny that it says that it's rare here, because when you've used a compressed can of foam and put it up your bum, some air is inevitably going to be in there. And that air's got one way to come back out. You need to put it out your bum. So gas is something that will happen. And here we go. So very rare, hair loss and the development of baldness. So the thing is, some people will experience some of these side effects, and hair loss is one of them. So, sorry, the last side effect here, reversible decrease in semen production. Not heard of that one before. Anyway, luckily for me, I didn't experience those. And I don't know if I ever experienced reduced semen production. I never got my semen tested. That's got me a bit curious now. So I want to talk a bit more about the enema, because in particular, that's one that sticks out in my mind as memorable. There's a certain smell that comes from the evacuation of the enema. It smells strange. It smells really, really weird. The medication stinks. And when it's been in your bum for a little bit and it comes out, it does leave a very particular smell, which is very hard to explain. Not a pleasant smell in the slightest. And it's often the very first thing that you're going to want to deal with in the morning, running to the loo and getting that medication out of you. It's not a pleasant experience, but luckily there's not much else to report there. Praise the Lord, you don't want to experience anything else. How effective was it in treating my ulcerative colitis anyway? That's the main thing that we should be thinking about. Well, I do have quite a lot to say on that. And the fact is, I don't really know how much it really helped me at all. So, treating flares. Let's write this down. So the first thing I noticed, along with not many side effects, was I'm not really sure how much the granules in particular actually did anything in the slightest. Not much change. So when I would take the Mesalazine, I would just take it on a daily basis, whether I was flaring or not, as sort of a maintenance medication. But every time I entered a flare, which did come about at least once or twice a year, I would obviously continue to take the Mesalazine. And it just really would not change my situation very much. The granules felt like they really didn't do anything the whole time that I was on them. It almost felt like that I was unmedicated. Especially when it came to the fact that I saw granules pass through me when I went to the bathroom. And it would often lead to me having to try other medications, such as steroids, such as the foam enema, such as a prednisolone enema. And this is a liquid enema. That one was horrible. And ultimately it led to me being on biological drugs and immunosuppressants because it just didn't do much for me. Now, the enema, I'm happy to say, did have an effect temporarily. What do I mean by that? So when we're talking about the enema, so this is the granules. Now let's talk about the enema. So this is something I would take. So this would, just to clarify with the granules, this would be a maintenance drug. I'm going to write maintenance med. enema, emergency med. So I only took the foam enema with Mesalazine when I was actually in an active flare. I was bleeding, I had abdominal pain, I had mucus, all the typical signs of an ulcerative colitis flare. I took the enema. And for the first sort of 3 or 4 times that I took it, it brought me out of the flare. Brought out of flare. So that's fantastic. But what happened? Well, its ability to take me out of that flare waned. So it reduced effectiveness over time. Effectiveness over time. Which was rather frustrating, which led to me trying other medications. Now, it would get to the point where I would be, say I was on the steroids, I would then also back that up with the foam enema to just double down on medications to try and get me out of that flare. I tried everything I could to get out of that flare as fast as possible. And the enemas was the key for quite a long time until it wasn't. Granules. I don't really know how effective they were. And it does make me feel a bit sad about all the years I spent taking them. Was that pointless, and should I have just got on biologics sooner? Would I be in a better health state? I must have caused quite a bit of damage to my bowel going through so many years of on and off flares before I found a better medication. So my overall sort of review and thoughts of Mesalazine is, if it does bring you out of a flare, then take full advantage of it, because it's a medication with hardly any side effects. And I would say that if we were grading strengths of drugs, say you've got biologics up at a 10, and this is the scale, and then you've got a 3 down here, Mesalazine is here. Mesalazine, there's not many side effects to really be concerned about with Mesalazine. It's a pretty safe medication. I felt perfectly safe to take it long term, other than the fact it wasn't really working for me. So I would say if you're coming up with the choice, you're being given the choice, do you want to try Mesalazine? I'd say it's 100% worth giving it a go, because there's not really anything to lose in trying it and finding out that it might work for you. So I would give this a full-blown effort. Try the granules. Try whatever your local healthcare provider has available to them, like the pills. Whatever it is, try the Mesalazine and see if it does something for you. But if it doesn't, try the Mesalazine enema, because I found this to be much more effective. This was very effective. It goes to where the flare is. It goes to right to the point of the inflammation. It coats it in the foam. There's even less chance of side effects because it's not passing through your whole body, your whole bodily digestive system. It's just going straight to where it needs to be. And I will always rather take a medication, almost like a topical medication that goes right where it needs to be and it's only there, over something that has to go through my whole digestive system, because just so much less risk of side effects. It goes to it does what you want, where you want it to be. But if this doesn't start working for you, then the only thing I can say is other medications are available, and Mesalazine is not the one that you're looking for. So overall, very safe drug. Sometimes works, potentially, might work for you, requires experimentation, but there is hope if it doesn't work for you. So if you'd like to learn more about other IBD medications, I have done other videos on that topic, but if you have a particular medication that you'd like me to talk about, leave a comment down below, or any other topic on inflammatory bowel disease, because I just love standing here and talking. So leave a comment down below. Are you newly diagnosed with ulcerative colitis or another form of inflammatory bowel disease? Well, you're going to want to watch this video, because I'm going to give you the general gist of what's going on and what we can do about it. My name's Jacob, and I've been living with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years. And I want to lay things out realistically and give you a real approach on how to live with your diagnosis. So I'm going to lay this video out into 3 parts. Number 1 is going to be, what is it? What is going on? What is it? What are we even dealing with here? Number 2, is going to be, what can you expect? What can you expect? What kind of things happens with ulcerative colitis or inflammatory bowel disease? And number 3 is going to be, what can we do about it? What can we do about it? What can we do about it? There's loads of things we can do about it. So, number 1, what is it? I mean, in the simplest form, it is inflammation. And for ulcerative colitis, it tends to be inflammation of the bowel. This is the big bowel, the large intestine. Let's draw it out. You've got your bowel, kind of looks like this. Not everyone's looks like this. And let's get the red pen out. You get inflammation, and it tends to be here. This is sort of your bum hole. And then you got your inflammation going up here, and it can go further, but ulcerative colitis tends to be here. And this is just red to show inflammation. And you may get ulcers. So I'm just going to draw a lump there. That's an ulcer. Imagine that you might have had an ulcer inside your mouth before, kind of like that, and it gets sore, and then it bleeds a little bit. So you would expect to see some blood, and that's when you go to the bathroom. Now, for other forms of inflammatory bowel disease, it's basically inflammation. It may not come in the form of blood like we've just shown there. It might be other ways. It might be inflammation of the stomach, anywhere the digestive tract. That's Crohn's disease, inflammation of the whole digestive tract. And that's why you might have heard of people with Crohn's disease, they might throw up because they've got inflammation in their stomach. For ulcerative colitis, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on today, inflammation of the bowel, ulcers, bleeding. That's pretty much what it is. That's the general gist of it. They're not really sure what causes it. There's all these theories. Not going to go into that. I'm just telling you what it is, inflammation. So in essence, it's inflammation. And if you ever hear a word with itis on the end, colitis, or whatever else it is, that means inflammation. It's been good to know that, just because then you know if someone says they've got something itis, you know it just means they have inflammation. So it's nice to understand that. So let's just write our little definition. Simple definition, inflammation. What is it? It's inflammation. So that kind of leads us onto what can you expect? Well, the first thing that you can expect is if you just had a diagnosis, you've probably been in touch with a medical professional, you've probably spoken to your GP, and they've probably given you medications. So you might already be familiar with these. I've got a couple of typical medications that I've been on. This is Pentasa. It's like taking ibuprofen, but it releases inside of your gut. So the one that I've got here, these were 2 gram sachets. This brings back memories. I was on these for many years. Tear them open, I'd have 4 grams back of the throat, down it, and that's quite very common. It's called Mesalazine. Pentasa is just the brand. It's the brand that I was given, but the actual medication's called Mesalazine. And like I said, it's like ibuprofen. It's a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, and it gets released inside of your bowel. Very common. You've probably been given this, but maybe not. There's also, now some of you might not like this, but you can get rectal foam. So this is an enema, and this is unopened. I won't open it yet. So it's basically Mesalazine, but straight to the infected area, straight to the area of inflammation. So, and the reason why this is great is because you don't have to digest it. It doesn't go through your liver. It doesn't get processed through the rest of your body. It just goes straight to where the inflammation is. And if you can hold this sort of thing in your butt, it's going to help quite a lot. You can get other forms, like other medications that you can put up your butt. That's the one I've got to hand. I also have another one. I don't have it to hand, but it was a steroid. And steroids are very common. Some of you may have been given this, some of you may have not yet if you've just been diagnosed and it's not so severe. You might have just been given Mesalazine or another medication. But steroids are very common and you may get to know them as time goes on. Let's just say that. Steroids, they're not the kind of steroids that give you muscle. They're not steroids that grow your muscle. They're steroids that do the opposite. When you get stressed, you release something called cortisol. I promise this is related. When you take the steroid they're giving you, it releases a fake version of cortisol. And it almost just is stress in a pill. Gives you stress. Why are they giving you stress in a pill? Well, it dampens your immune system. When you're stressed out, when cortisol's high, the immune system is suppressed. And that theory is you take some cortisol, fake cortisol, and you get stressed and your immune system chills. And your inflammation should go down. Doesn't always happen like that. There's a lot of side effects with steroids. I will say I hated being on them. And if you are unfortunate enough to be needing them, I'm sorry. I know how horrible it is. And if I've just scared you, don't be scared. They are horrible pills, but a lot of us have to go on them. I've been on them. Many of you watching who have been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis have probably been on them already. It's just sort of part of the cause at this point. But there are other medications. For instance, this is one that I am currently taking, Azathioprine. So this is an immunosuppressing pill, and it's actually also given to people who have had organ transplants to stop them from rejecting it. So it's quite a heavy-duty drug, and that's actually given to me in conjunction with a biologic. Now, many of you will have heard of a biologic. There are many, many biologic drugs available now. The one I'm on is Infliximab. So basically, there's a lot of medications. And the general gist of it is ulcerative colitis is very treatable. Medication is just one part of it, however. Hydration is also very important. And I'm going to show you how important it is by having a drink myself. Hydration is very important. This sort of goes on to the what can we do about it phase, but I think it's really important. I'm going to bring it up now. When you are flaring with ulcerative colitis, you're probably going to the bathroom quite a lot. You might be going to the bathroom up to 20 times a day, 20 plus times a day. There might be lots of blood. And basically, it means you're probably dehydrated. So drinking lots of water, very good idea. Another thing that's very important for hydration, a lot of people miss this, is salt. So this is a bag of electrolyte powder. There's no flavourings in this. It is literally sodium, potassium, calcium and magnesium, with sodium being the biggest ingredient. Because when you're losing fluids, your body is excreting salts. And these salts are vital. They're vital for your body to function. They're vital for muscles to contract and relax. That's what your heart does. So, you need salts. And if you're constantly dehydrated, you might notice this in the fact that you might have cramps. Your muscles might be acting up strangely. You might feel quivering inside your gut because that's all muscles. You might get twitches in your eyelids. You might get twitches like muscles might just start randomly going spasming out. You're dehydrated. So the best thing you can do is not just have the water, but add salt to the water. If you're into exercise or long distance running, you'll know about the importance of electrolyte salts. Many people miss this because I don't feel like it's taught to people. When I was in school, no one brought up electrolyte powder. They just said drink 8 cups of water a day. They never said have salt. They were like, salt is bad for you. Well, salt is vital to your human bodily functions. So yes, when you're flaring, do prioritise having some salt. Put some salt on your food. Get some potassium salt if you haven't got any potassium. If you can't eat bananas. So, because potassium salt's great because you can throw that on your food, get some potassium that way. And make sure you're getting some of those salts. So, what can you expect? Medications. You can expect that. You can expect visits to the doctor. You can expect panic because you don't know what's going on. There are things we can do about this. I'm just telling you what to expect. Times of fear. I'm just being brutally honest here. Times of fear. Times of complete desperation and wishing that this would go away. And good times. There's always bad with the good. With anything in life, there is balance. but you know, it is a horrible disease. You got to be honest with these sort of things. You can expect embarrassment. You can expect people to not understand what's going on. You can expect to feel isolated. All sorts of emotions may come up during this time. And you can expect a new focus on your health. This is one of the blessings of inflammatory bowel disease, because before I was diagnosed with inflammatory bowel disease, I had no care or effort towards my general health in terms of diet, in terms of exercise, in terms of sleep. They're all things we're going to get into. But it gives you a new outlook on looking after your body, which is a blessing. And the thing is, there are great things to take away from this. I'm painting a bleak picture here, but I'm sure you are aware, as someone who's been newly diagnosed, it's kind of like hell to go through. Your body is causing havoc. It's like you go to the bathroom, it's a battle scene. We've got to be realistic. It's horrible. And I totally empathise with what you're going through, because I've been there. I've been through this for 10 years. It's disgusting. It is horrible. So let's go on to our main point. Number 3. What can we do about it? This one, there's so much you can do about it. But the first thing you need to do is take an assessment of your life. What are you doing? What are you doing that's exacerbating your symptoms? Because in retrospect, when I look back, I was doing so much wrong, so much harm through the way I was living. Let's give you some examples. Harm. I'm just going to write harm on the board. What was I doing that was causing me harm? Drinking. And I wasn't drinking water. I was drinking alcohol. That's a bad one. This causes, let's get the red pen out. This leads to inflammation. I'm going to do a red arrow. So red, inflammation. And then we're going to get some green. Green equals healing. Just to make it simple for you. Alcohol, inflammation. In fact, let's leave these pens open. So I was drinking alcohol. I was staying up late. Staying up late. A big one, mindset. I let my mindset overcome me. And what do I mean by that? I mean, I was overcome with depression. Let's write that down, depression. I had given up. Given up. I felt hopeless. I felt like there was no future. I thought I was going to die. And I tell you what, mindset is one of the biggest things that you can easily change. Staying up late, well, if you're not sleeping right, you're going to get more inflammation. Mindset. If I'm depressed, I've given up, there's no way in hell it's going to help me heal. It might not increase inflammation, but it sure as hell doesn't make you feel good. But that could feed into, it might make me eat bad. I might just give up. For instance, when I felt like I'd given up, this fed into drinking. When I felt hopeless, I did frivolous spending. I bought a stupid vest that vibrates you when you listen to music, and I used it twice. I remember I was flaring. I was like, I'm bleeding in the toilet. I'm going to buy a stupid vest. I thought there was no future, so I started drinking. I thought I was going to die, so I started drinking. I didn't care. I would eat bad foods like takeaway. And it wasn't like I was ordering healthy takeaway. I was ordering like things like that hurt me. Like literally, I'd eat a Domino's pizza, and I know that that's going to make me hunched over in pain. But I ate it anyway. I ate pizza. Processed foods. In fact, I'm going to write hyper-processed foods. Or ultra-processed foods. You can call them hyper-processed foods if you want. That's a big one. Inflammation. Like chocolate, processed meals, like ready-made meals, all these crap foods that have no nutritional value. I was feeling dizzy all the time. I was feeling rubbish all the time. I was feeling like I had no energy. I was sad. I'm painting a bleak picture, but I've just got to give you the full picture. This is sort of everything that I was doing, and it was harming me. It was causing me to flare off and on again for 7 years. It took me a long time to learn my lesson. This probably made me rely on this. These medications, they sort of like a base. You get a base of, you're flaring, right? So flare happens, and then you take medications. So we're writing meds, and that sort of gives you a base. And this is the base of healing. Let's write meds. And the thing is, you want to progress to the next rung. So you want to become more healthy. And let's say that, I don't know, let's say that remission is here on this step. And you've got flare here. There's a big fire going on. This is the flare. Meds. This is a base. But it doesn't get you to remission all the time, because you need to do all the other things like sort out your diet, sleep, exercise. I gave myself a small step there. And then it might be mindset. And then you achieve remission. And my point is that in a lot of ways, when you get a medication from the specialist, it's a two-way process. It's not just you take these meds and that's it. It's you take these meds and you work on yourself and you build yourself up and you do things that inherently take you in this direction up the rungs. Because without these vital steps, I would say this is more important than the medication, to be honest. The medication definitely is a big part of getting you healthy again. But I would say that these parts, so important for everyone. Like they're important for literally everyone in every stage of life. I had to make this clear. This is where my head is at. And this was not doing it. This is when I was relying on the meds. I would take the meds in the morning and I would then treat my body like shit. And then I'd wonder why I was flaring again. Oh, why am I seeing blood in the toilet? Life's so unfair. Well, what have I done the past 2 months? I drank alcohol. I stayed up late. I gave up. I had no hope. My mindset was rubbish. I was eating takeaway pizza. And I've been doing that for the past 2 months. And I wonder why I'm flaring again. Why there's inflammation in my gut. It's quite obvious when you look back. So this is where I would like you to take an inventory of your life. Maybe you need someone to help guide you through it, give you an outside perspective. And I can help you with that. Just to advertise, check the description. I offer one-to-one help and support with this. So, take stock of your life. Let's get to the healing part. We've heard too much about ways that you can hurt yourself. But it's important to know. It's definitely important to know. Oh, there's my whiteboard cleaner. You got to be honest. If there's one thing that ulcerative colitis has shown me, you got to be honest with yourself. Because at the end of the day, your body, it's kind of being honest with you. It's saying the things you've been doing ain't working for us, mate. The things you're doing in your life is leading us to in an inflamed state. And I know that it's not always the case. Some people are very healthy and they get struck down with ulcerative colitis. And, it is terrible. It inflicts, anyone and everyone of all walks of life. But it does give you that, I see it as a blessing. It gives you the blessing to take stock of what's going on and what are you putting into your body. What are you doing for you, for your health? Right, we're back. I just stopped and started the camera. Let's talk about healing. Healing. What can we do to heal? Well, I've given you a lot of good hints. Sleep. This. Sleep. Number one. This is the best thing that you can do to help not just your inflammation, but your mind. If you can increase your sleep, if you can work on your sleep, doesn't have to be over in one night. You could go, it's an iterative process, takes time. But if you can work on your sleep, oh my God, you'll do some wondrous healing. My sleep used to be awful. I used to stay up all night playing video games till 5 a.m. And then I'd, go to school on a couple of hours sleep, feel like crap, lie there on the desk. It's a quick way to get inflamed, to become unhealthy in any health state. Diet. This is a big one. When I was diagnosed, I was told that diet plays no part in inflammatory bowel disease. What kind of nonsense is that? Diet plays a huge part in inflammatory bowel disease. It may not cause it initially. We don't know what causes it, but it does play a huge role in if you're going to heal, if you're going to feel good, if you've got the building blocks, literally like the Lego blocks, the Minecraft blocks, to build the areas that have been damaged. And if your diet's lacking, you don't have the building blocks. So this is a huge way that you can improve your overall health. Massive, absolutely massive. And the thing is, it's very personal. We all react differently to certain foods. This is where the onus is on you. You know yourself better than anyone else. Write down the foods that do work for you and really cherish that. And just use that as your playbook going forward. I know that oats and blueberries and kefir and red meats, they work for me. They work very well for me, and peanut butter. These are all going into my diet. Watermelon, lovely stuff. Write down the things that work well. And if you want to make things simple for diet, just eat foods with less ingredients. Just write that down. Just pick foods that have a smaller ingredients list and gradually shrink it. And just do that until your foods are very simple. And that way you can mitigate all of these random ingredients, like these preservatives, all this random stuff. Just bring it down, less ingredients. Now, your diet might look very different if you're in a crisis flare right now than when you're finally out of that flare. You might have to eat bland if you're flaring. You might have to eat just porridge. This is where you use your playbook, that you write down the foods that work well. It's really trial and error. It does kind of suck that you have to go through this, but what foods that work for me, they might help you. Porridge. My writing's getting very wonky here. Porridge. I'd use mashed potato. Mashed potato. What else did I eat? I ate chicken. Meats, really. Just meats. Wow, this is really wonky. Anyway, bland foods. Keep it bland and remember your salts. Salts is very important. And then when you're not flaring, you can experiment with all sorts of foods. It's all there for you to play for there. But if you want to, you could try this. Oh, I also had peanut butter. Not many of you may not like nuts, but I found them very useful. because they're calorically dense. And one of the problems with being inflamed, like your digestive tract being inflamed, is weight loss. So having something that's calorically dense that you can take in definitely helps there. That's what I ate anyway. Oh wow, this rubber doesn't really do much. So yes, diet. Diet's a whole thing. We could talk for ages about diet, but we won't get too hung up on it right now. So we've got sleep, diet, exercise. Exercise is a great way to make you feel better, increase your mood, increase blood flow across your body, which will increase your recovery, how fast you heal. These things are very important. There is one more thing: community. Join a community, whether that be online, locally, anywhere. Speak to people who are in a similar position to you. This is very important for the mind, and the mind sort of directs everything else. Where the mind directs it, everywhere else will follow. So if you believe that you're going to heal, you probably are going to heal. There's a whole nother avenue there. If you believe in these medications, they might be more effective. You can use the placebo effect to your advantage. Just believe in the things that you're doing. Believe that you will get good sleep tonight. And I know it can be hard to truly believe these things. You might have convinced yourself that there's no hope of having a good sleep tonight. But if you truly believe it, if you can convince yourself, trick yourself into believing that this sleep's going to heal me tonight, I will get a good sleep, this food is going to heal me, then you start to believe it and it starts to actually become true, because the placebo effect is a real thing. So yeah, there's some things that you could do about it. So the last thing that I want to sort of leave you with, really, just some last messages. The main one is don't panic. I'll write that. What's going on? This whiteboard cleaner is messing up the whiteboard. Don't panic. This one is a biggie. Don't panic. Things will get better. It may seem like the flare that you're in is lasting forever. It may seem that it's never going to go away, but it will. Things do change. It's just that healing takes time. Is this dry enough to write on? This is important. Healing takes time. I think this is one of the most important takeaways that you can take from this, is that healing takes time, because it does. It takes a lot of time. When I was hospitalized with my ulcerative colitis, it took me about 3 to 6 months to actually heal from that, for my gut to get back to a healthy state. And that was from quite an intense flare. But everything takes time. Changing your habits takes time. Improving your diet takes time. I got my diet to where it is today iteratively. I'd say over the past 6 years that I slowly changed my diet, got out of my bad habits, stopped eating the crap foods, really found it easy to stay eating clean. It took me 6 years. I've been going to the gym for how many years now? I think about 6 years too, actually, or maybe 8 years. And it took a while for that to become a habit. It all takes time. Growing muscle takes time. Healing takes time. Believing that the things that you're doing is going to work, like convincing yourself that these things are okay, will take time. So don't panic. Panicking is probably the worst thing that you can do. Freaking out, it's the worst thing. That's why one of the most important things you can do is learn. learn all about this. And then it's less of a shock. I know it is a shock the first time you experience these sort of things. The times I've panicked, let's just get into this a little bit, I guess. When I've panicked, when I've had intense pain, unbearable pain, and it won't go away, and I had to call the emergency services. That was quite a scary one. One of the most scary times, actually, was when I was flaring really badly. And it's like every time I go to the toilet, there's loads of blood. And there's this, I was given this phone number for my specialist. And at the time, they used to answer the phone. They don't do that now. And I phone up my specialist. And I say, I don't think I'm coping very well with this. I'm really struggling. And I just want to talk to her. And she just sort of she does help me out. Tells me it's going to be okay. The amount that I'm losing in the toilet of blood isn't enough for me to die from blood loss. We were talking about like waiting for the steroids I was on to kick in and help me. So she was like, you've got time. And she was right, I did have time. But it didn't feel like it in the moment. I was panicking. I was truly panicking. And I couldn't settle. All I could do was I was just at home. I was just trying to play video games to distract myself. And it got to the point where I phoned the non-emergency line here, which is 111. That's here in the UK. And I just told them, I was like, I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to the bathroom all the time. And then I go to see a doctor in A&E. And she's basically like, I can't really do anything. I can't help you. I can give you steroids, or you have to just wait for whatever your specialist says. And it's in those moments when you feel powerless. Like all hope is gone. You're like, the doctor can't help me. What am I doing? And the thing is, those times, that time did pass. Yes, I was hospitalised after that. I had a whole ordeal there. But anyway, it passed. And I'm now able to share how I healed past that. There's always a silver lining to these things. I'm able to share my experiences now, which I'm really grateful for everyone who leaves comments on these videos, because sometimes it can feel like I'm just talking to the void. But it seems like these videos do genuinely help you guys. Even though the videos don't get many views, it's nice, when I see those comments, it means a lot to me. So, yes, got a bit sidetracked there. Basically, I urge you to not panic, because it's one of the worst things you can do. Just panicking in general, it's just going to be crap when you're flaring. I know it just sucks. So I want to leave you with a hopeful message. I want to leave you with a message of good things. And that is really going back to these things will get better. Things that I've learned from my ulcerative colitis diagnosis. Things I learned. Let's write this out. And then you can maybe take away some things yourself. So through my time with ulcerative colitis, I've learned how to approach my diet. This pen's not really working with me anymore. I've learned the foods that truly work for me. It's pushed me to learn more about nutrition. And it's put me in the best shape of my life. I'm so much more healthy than I was. Yes, I'm still on these medications. I'm on an immunosuppressant. I'm on a biological intravenous medication. But I'm in the best shape of my life. I'm into running now. I'm into the gym. I've got abs now. I feel I look great. I feel great. And it's just thrown it up there. It's given me hope I've learned all about exercise. I've taken a passion for health. And that's really because I've experienced poor health. And these are all things that I don't think I would have got into if I hadn't been gifted inflammatory bowel disease. I would probably be out drinking. I would probably be smoking. I probably would. And I'm just going to throw up here things that I've learned is how to express myself. You know, making these sort of videos, I love it. I stand in front of the camera. I've got this big whiteboard. I love this whiteboard. And I'm just talking about things that I've been through, my life. I mean, I've learnt this through inflammatory bowel disease and the community as well. There's so many great people to talk to. So many people with a lot of knowledge. Yeah, it's just really cool. It is. And the thing is, all of these things are very positive. So, yes, you might have been diagnosed with what they say is a lifelong condition. But through that lifelong condition, you learn lifelong lessons. And those lifelong lessons just really increase the quality of your life. So once you get your flare under control, I think you're actually going to be better off than before. Because you're going to learn a lot of how the body works. You're going to learn how to look after yourself. And that can be taken with you for the rest of your life. So thank you so much for listening to me ramble on about ulcerative colitis. It's been great fun. If you'd like me to do more of these sort of videos, or you've got anything you'd like me to cover, please leave a comment below and I'll take a look. I'd love to do more of these videos. Just stand in front of the whiteboard and I'll tell you about it. Have you been prescribed Pred and got insomnia and you haven't been able to get any sleep and it's been ruining your life? Well, I've been there. Today we're talking about Pred insomnia, and I'm going to be going through what is it. I'm going to be talking about my personal experiences having Pred insomnia and how it affected my life. And then I'm going to talk about how we can deal with it. So let's get started. Pred insomnia. What is it? Well, it's from taking Pred. Pred is also known as the devil's tic tac. It has a large list of side effects. The main one being, for me, insomnia. So it is a form of steroid, and it is a corticosteroid. And what it does is it releases a fake version of cortisol. And what is cortisol? So that is the stress hormone in the body. So, and I like to call it a pseudo version. So it's a version, well, what it is you take it, it gives your body this fake version of cortisol, a stress hormone, stresses you out and lowers the immune system. And that's why we're trying to use it. Because these medications are mostly prescribed for people with an autoimmune condition, something along those lines. For me, it's for my ulcerative colitis, lowers immune system. And that's the main reason why we're taking it, to get out of an acute state of ill health, and we're trying to bring ourselves back to good health. And using a corticosteroid can help you get there, but there's a huge laundry list of side effects. So that's essentially what it is and what it does. It stresses you out, lowers your immune system, and hopefully helps you recover from your ill health. So the main symptom we're talking about today is the insomnia. Let's wipe this off. Wow, that is not wiping off properly. So, my experiences. Anyway, who am I anyway? My name is Jacob and I've been living with ulcerative colitis, an autoimmune condition, for over 10 years. And over that time, I have been prescribed Pred and I have experienced insomnia. So, it affected me very badly. And I'd like to explain why. I have a certain predisposition for getting bad sleep. And having high anxiety. So when I took the Pred, it sort of exacerbated those symptoms, made them so much worse. It really enhanced my anxiety and enhanced my bad sleep. And I didn't want these things enhanced, not in the slightest. So what was it like? Well, pretty much I didn't get any sleep. And I was already anxious anyway. That was elevated quite high because I was going through a very acute state of inflammatory bowel disease. I was in and out of the hospital, and being on these steroids just made me feel a little bit loopy, a little bit crazy. So the side effects that I got, let's list these out. I felt loopy / crazy. And that was because of the lack of sleep. I had water retention. I had joint pain. Oh, that's a terrible J. Joint pain. And that's as much as I really was the main symptoms for me. And it made me a bit crazy about my diet. So I was crazy about my diet. And what I meant was I was very particular about what I was choosing to eat because I was really worried about weight gain. There are other things that could potentially happen, like increased blood sugars and even more side effects than that. Luckily, the blood sugars were fine for me. Those are the main side effects. But essentially, it was a bad sleep. So what was a typical night like for me? So a typical night would have been, I would lie in bed, I would get to bed and I'd just lie there and my thoughts would be racing. So racing thoughts. Even when I would try and calm myself down, sleep wouldn't come. And this sort of just led to me feeling more and more emotional. Because the more days went past where I wasn't getting sleep, it's just making me more and more sensitive to everything. And that would just lead to me feeling very, very fatigued. And just generally hopeless. So quite a lot of things, really. And I pretty much pin that mostly down to the lack of sleep. Now, the thing is, when you take the Pred, I was told to take all my pills first thing in the morning. And one of the main things I remember saying over and over again, it would give me this sense of fake energy when I took the pill. And I believe this to be the case because cortisol is otherwise known as the fight or flight system. But that stress is used for those situations. It's used for either running or fighting. And when I took the pill in the morning, it would give me this sense of fake energy. I've just been flooded with a sense of fight or flight. And I was able to do things when I took the pills, even though I'd spent all night not sleeping because of the increased amount of cortisol. Now, the other thing that's scary is the fact that you can't just come off of the pills as well. Let's say you're having a really bad time. You can't just quit them cold turkey because you'll get something known as adrenal, like something to do with your adrenal glands and them not producing cortisol. And the fact that your body decides, well, we don't need to make cortisol anymore because we're getting it. We're getting cortisol through our diet, the pills. So we're not going to make any. And if you stop taking the pill, you'll suddenly have a very bad time with no cortisol. We do need cortisol, just not in these levels. So you can't just come off of them. You have to what's called taper. And that's when you very slowly, say you're taking 8 pills here, and this is a chart, and then it goes down 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and this is time. You have to go like slowly like this, down to 1, and then you're off. And that's how you come off the pills. Anyway, so there's a whole bunch of stress there as well, knowing that you can't just come off these pills, these horrible devil's Tic Tacs. So that was everything that was going through my life. I was feeling very, I just didn't know what was going to happen. I was just feeling very unsettled mentally because I wasn't getting any sleep. And that led me to search in many ways, how can I fix this? How can I get some sleep regardless of these pills? Let's talk about that. What can we do about it? Because there are a lot of things that can help mitigate it. So I assume if you're watching this video, you're probably like me with a predisposition for bad sleep because it really plays on that. Some of you might be experiencing bad sleep maybe for the first time because you have quite good sleep and Pred's induced it. So let's talk about what we can we do about it. I'm going to break this down into certain things. Behaviours. Hope I can spell. Behaviours and supplements. This pen is not doing well. Let's get a different pen. Behaviours and supplements. So let's start with behaviours. The first thing you can do is set yourself a night routine. This pen's so much better. A night routine. So it's the typical thing you may have heard from multiple people, and that is going to bed at the same time every day and waking up at the same time every day. And when you start doing this, it's not going to make a difference straight away. It's the sort of thing that you need to do consistently over time so your body gets used to this routine and gets used to waking up at the same time every day. And over time, you will instinctively do that. And it will help, trust me. This will help drastically. So do start doing this. Do start working on it. It's very important you do that. But just know it's probably not going to fix things straight away. So the next thing that is very useful is sun exposure. Whether you've been up all night or you actually did get some sleep, doesn't matter. When you wake up, try and get the daylight on your eyes so you can set. It's about your circadian rhythm. So that's basically the rhythm of when you wake up and go to sleep. The sun exposure can really help with this. And I personally use this. I'd wake up, or I'd been up all night anyway, and I'd go out in the garden and just be outside briefly. It does actually help as well when you've been lying in bed all night, feeling very almost frustrated at the fact you can't sleep. It's nice to just go outside after all that and have the daylight. It helps you reset a little bit, feel a little bit better. But these two things work in tandem. And there's a lot of other things that we can do in the behaviours, such as setting up your bedroom so it's a bit colder at night. So try and get a cold bedroom. I find it a lot easier to sleep when it's not so hot. That's why I don't sleep very well during the summer. So what I like to do is leave the windows open at night, maybe leave the door ajar so there can be a bit of a draft, open a window elsewhere in the house so there is a draft through the house, have a fan and get that air blowing onto your legs or pulling air from outside and bringing it in. And that way we can keep the room as cold as possible. Another thing I like to use is an eye mask, just to block out any of the light so there's no additional light coming in. And if you are trying to sleep and it's still bright outside, you can wear the eye mask and block the light out. I find that more useful than blackout curtains, but blackout curtains can be useful if you wake up or you need to pee in the middle of the night, just so you don't get that light on your eyes. So let's write that down as well. Blackout blinds. Now you might think, oh, there's so much to this list, and there's more. But this is because this was so bad. This Prednisone Insomnia was so bad, I have almost been forced to do these behaviours to try and deal with it. So we've got blackout blinds, eye mask. The next thing that I like to use is earplugs. Wow, we're just plugging up everything. Earplugs, I think they're essential for me. Not everyone's going to like earplugs. Depends on how sensitive you are to sound. I'm quite sensitive to sound, and I found it so much easier to block things out and actually quieten my mind when I was wearing earplugs. So they're one of my top rated things, actually. The next thing I've started doing in the past few months, actually, that has helped is blue light blockers. Blue light blockers. And I just got the cheapest pair on Amazon, and they work fantastically. They're just a pair of orange, almost sunglasses, and I wear them if I'm at the computer. I'll start wearing them 2 hours before bed, and it does make my eyes feel a lot calmer, actually. If you're the type of person that likes to spend a lot of time on their computer or your phone, blue light blockers are going to help. And on top of that, I have it set so at the same time, my computer screens and my phone all dim down to orange. So I can't remember what that's called, but we'll call that orange screens. Orange screens. So it works sort of in tandem. The screens become orange. Then the blue light blockers on top of that calm everything down. Reduces eye strain, reduces that blue light hitting your eyes. It's telling your eyes it's time to go to sleep because it's all going dim and orange. There is more. I like to have lemon balm tea. This is something I've carried with me and I drink on a daily basis because for me, it's had a massive effect on the amount of thinking I do at night. One of the main things that was a problem way before this, just throughout most of my life, is lying there and your brain's just going. It's just going, it's going, it's going. You can't stop thinking. And that would be one of my main problems. Lying there worrying, lying there thinking. Lemon balm tea has been huge for me in reducing that. It's actually, 100%, I feel my mind stops racing. It's just helped so much. I do all of these things. And it sounds like a lot. Try add 1 or 2 things at a time. See how they help. Add things over time. And hopefully this will get you on the right track. Now, if behaviours aren't enough, there are supplements you can take. The first one that I experimented with, which allegedly you should not take long term, I ended up taking it for well over 6 months, was diphenhydramine. Diphenhydramine. Otherwise known as Nitol in the UK or Benadryl in the US. Don't know what it's sold as elsewhere in the world, but that's the brand names. I was taking 50 milligrams, 50 mg, and it was knocking me out. And with this in particular, I was able to get 5 hours of sleep while I was going through Prednisone Insomnia. That was huge for me at the time. Even though it's still not enough sleep, 5 hours of sleep felt amazing. It was enough for me to actually start feeling rested again. It was huge. Being able to get 5 hours sleep, I loved it. And I kind of became psychologically dependent on this. You're supposed to only take it for a maximum of 2 weeks. But I was going through such a bad time with sleep. After I started tapering off of the Pred, I was still taking diphenhydramine because I thought, well, I want to get the best sleep tonight. And I've had such a bad time sleeping thus far. I need to catch up. So I continued to take diphenhydramine. Eventually, after about 5 months, I decided I've really got to get off of this. When you look online, everyone's like, you shouldn't take this long term. It could cause dementia when you're older. So I was like, okay, I might be harming myself here. As good as the sleep is, I'm going to start tapering off it. So I used the same principle of coming off of the Pred to come off of the diphenhydramine because I had that psychological dependence to it. So what I did was I had the pill. Well, first of all, I just halved the dose to 25 milligrams. And that was okay. That still worked. And then after that, I cut the pill in half. And well, I cut it down. I shaved bits off until it was just a tiny bit of a pill. And that was clear. When I got to the tiny bit, it wasn't enough to knock me out or do anything, but it was that psychological thing of knowing, I'm still taking a pill tonight and it's going to help me sleep. That really helped. I'm not going to lie, this helped immensely, taking the diphenhydramine. Would I suggest you try it? I mean, if you're in dire straits, you're desperate for sleep, I would suggest you give it a go, because it really, really helped me out. It got me through the really hard times. But don't take it for longer than 2 weeks. Right, so other means. And I've got some here. I don't have any of this at home anymore because I completely came off of it. I don't really want to have to take it ever again. So here I've got a bag of magnesium biglycinate. And I take that every day. Magnesium biglycinate. So this was suggested to me on an IBD Discord to take, and it's a form of magnesium that's relaxing, and it can help you feel ready for sleep. And there's many forms of magnesium, but magnesium biglycinate is allegedly the one that makes you feel the most relaxed. So I take that, I still take that every day. Why not? The next thing is prescription sleeping pills. Now, I didn't dabble too much in this. I hardly took them, to be honest, but that's to the point. I still have the box here. This is Zopiclone, and I had another one called Zolpidem. Basically, I rang up the doctor while I was going through insomnia, and I said, I can't sleep, help me. I'm on Pred. And he was like, say no more, I know exactly what you're going through. He gave me Zopiclone and Zolpidem. Now, the thing is, I was a bit scared to take them. I read a lot of horror stories online of people taking them and they didn't fall asleep and then they were seeing things and hallucinating. So I sort of convinced myself that these weren't going to work and was going to do some harm to me. So I took it one night and I thought, you know what, I don't really want to take this. And I just went back to the diphenhydramine because I knew it worked. But the reason why I even went to this prescription sleeping pills is just from reading Reddit, because people say diphenhydramine is not good long term. It's an old school drug, goes straight to the brain, whereas the new sleeping pills, prescription sleeping pills, apparently are a lot better to take. But like I said earlier, I've got a predisposition for anxiety. I read too much online, and ultimately I did not follow through on this. But some of you might find them of help, so that's why I'm bringing them up now. The last one I want to write down that's helped me immensely is melatonin. And I've got a bottle right here. This is melatonin, 1 milligram pills. Now the thing is, I'm still taking melatonin, just to be honest. This is the one thing that, when all this has been said and done, I'm not even on Pred anymore. I just want to keep my consistent sleep routine. Melatonin has been a godsend. And it's at that point where I've got this kind of like psychological dependence on it. So I have been tapering off of it in much the same way that I've been tapering off, well, when I tapered off diphenhydramine, I tapered off the Pred. I have been tapering off of melatonin. I was on 3 milligrams. I'm currently on 2. I've got my 1 milligram bottle here. And then eventually I'm going to try it and be without it. But the thing is, it's given me such amazing sleep. I do love it. I do love having great sleep. And I've been feeling fantastic. I'm not trying to sell you on melatonin at all. I think if you can sleep without it, that's fantastic. But I go to all these measures, all of this, and I still take this because I was so messed up from this, the insomnia. And just for most of my life, I've been struggling with sleep. Way before Pred, sleep's always eluded me. Sleep has always been one of the hardest things for me. So to be able to do all of this and have great sleep, I feel so much better. Right now, I think the sleep that I get is some of the best sleep I've ever had. And it makes you feel so much better, so much more energized, so much more productive, that I don't want to stop doing these things. But doing all of these behaviours can lead to anxiety in itself, because now it's to the point where I feel like I need to do these things. Now if I miss my lemon balm tea, I'm anxious. If I don't wear my blue light blockers, if I forget to put them on and I'm an hour late wearing them, I'm pissed off at myself. If I don't do my night routine, I'm annoyed. Like, now these things feel like they're necessary. If I'm not wearing earplugs, it's weird. I can hear everything. If I don't cover my eyes, I can't sleep. So now it's almost like I need to do these things. So you got to find a balance for yourself. I sort of went from one extreme of Prednisomnia to the other, an extreme here, and I'm trying to pull back now, find a balance. But I do find it tough, and I'm just saying this to be as completely honest as I can with you. That's where I'm at right now. I went for one extreme and I swung the other way, and I'm slowly pulling back. And I'm doing it slowly. Do I see myself reducing any of these things anytime soon? Probably not. I'm going to continue with my behaviours. I find them very, very useful. I'm pulling back on the melatonin. I won't be experimenting with diphenhydramine again. And I take my magnesium biglycinate. So what should you do? Well, I would pick a couple of behaviours, start trying them out. If you are in dire straits, you've been experiencing pred insomnia for a long time, maybe think about a supplement just to get some sleep, because I know what it feels like to be in that environment where you have no sleep. It's horrible. It's a horrible feeling. And I just think it's good to get something to get you on the right track. I would personally, just from what I've read online, I would go for a prescription sleeping pill first, because apparently diphenhydramine has long-term bad effects. But I can attest to its effectiveness in me personally. Melatonin has been fantastic. But I feel like this isn't a 100% you will fall asleep. When I was in hospital, this was just part of my routine, trying to sleep. It doesn't make you fall asleep, not in the slightest. It just helps you hit that window. When you're lying there, it's time to go to sleep. You can drift off a bit easier. But if you're very stressed, if you're in a loud environment and you're worried, this literally does nothing. There's been many times where I've been up all night stressing out, basically with insomnia, and the melatonin has not done anything. So that was my talk on pred insomnia. I hope that it's helped some of you. And if you'd like to get some personalised one-to-one support with your IBD, please check out the link in the description and fill out the form, and I will get back to you. Today, we're going to be talking about behaviours that could lead you to a flare. And I'm going to be covering all the ways that I believe I've caused my own flares in the past. My name's Jacob, and I've been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years. So I've got a lot of experience with finding out what has caused me to flare. So the first behaviour which has reliably caused me to flare is stress. Every time that I've let myself get too stressed, it's always led to a flare. So that could be allowing situations to get into your head. Like right now, I've allowed myself to get too stressed. I've been trying to set up the lights to light this whiteboard, and I just couldn't get it right. And it was really, really irritating me. And I let myself get too stressed. So I'm going to put a little star there, because this one, very important. And I believe over the years, stress has caused me to have a number of flares. For instance, the first flare that I had ever had before I was diagnosed was caused by stress. I had this huge stressful incident when I was working a job that I hated, and I really didn't want to be going in and working that job every day. It got to the point when I was begging my boss, I was saying, I'll pay you for a day off. And it didn't happen. And then I started seeing blood when I went to the toilet. So I truly believe that stress is one of the biggest causes of getting into a flare. So one way of managing stress is to actually just take some time out. really think about the ways that you're behaving, take a step back and look at it and just think, is it really this bad? Should I really be stressing out? And stress, yes, it's one of the biggest causes. I truly believe if you're able to reduce your stress, the likelihood of flares is going to diminish. Now, it's impossible to remove stress from your life because stress comes in all forms. But if you can minimize it the best you can, just think about your actions. It's going to reduce that chance for a flare. The next one is anger. Too many times have I let anger get in the way, and I've noticed very quickly after being angry that I've started flaring. So this could be when I used to do skateboarding a lot, I got very perfectionist over it. If I didn't do a kickflip the way that I thought that I could potentially perform it to my best, I'd get very angry. If you ever saw me skateboarding on the seafront, I'd be throwing my board around, swearing, getting so angry that I got a headache, and that would lead me to a flare. And it's just not a healthy thing to do. Yes, you can, obviously, like stress, you will get angry in your life, but don't let anger completely take over you. And I think because I've got a bit of a red streak in my hair, I've got a bit of a fiery attitude, and sometimes I can get very angry. And I do truly believe that this can also cause a flare. Now, anger isn't necessarily a bad thing. You can channel it into making change in your life, channel it into performing the way that you want to perform. So anger's a sort of double-edged sword, but don't let anger just consume you for a pointless situation because it can lead you into a flare. So the next way that I think could lead to a flare is poor diet. So for instance, I used to eat a lot of takeaway. I used to eat lots of like Indian takeaways, Chinese takeaways, kebabs, pizzas. My diet was terrible. And I was young at the time. I was in my early 20s and I thought it was making no impact on me. But diet, I'm going to underline that, it can make a huge impact because the foods that you're eating can set you up for poor health and prepare you to enter a flare. So I really think it's really important to look at your diet. What are you eating? And I knew I was eating terribly when I was eating all these takeaways, but I just didn't care. I hadn't learned that these lessons, I hadn't integrated these lessons into my life. And I really, like now, I take very, very good care of my diet. And it's one of my, where I put a lot of my energy and time. And it has truly made me feel a lot better. But I do believe that if you let yourself be in poor health because of your diet, a flare is bound to come at some point. And I think that's why I was in and out of flares, throughout most of my life with ulcerative colitis, because I just didn't take priority for my diet. Takeaways, oh God, so much, like say I used to love chicken kormas. They're very sweet. There's probably a lot of sugar in those. And it's got, you're eating all this rice and who knows? I wasn't eating much good stuff. Probably small amounts of protein, like little bits of chicken, but most of it is not going to heal you. So diet is definitely one of the ways that can cause me to flare. And it has, reliably. All these things have caused me to flare a number of times. The next thing is not being on the correct meds. And I see meds as a great tool to get you out of a flare. But if you are letting stress, anger, and diet get you into a flare, you are really going to have to lean heavily on the meds to get you out of the flare. And that's why I see medications as a tool to help you get back into a non-flare state. But let's say a flare is coming, you entered that flare state for whatever reason, might not be a reason that I've even listed here, but you've entered a flare, not being on the right meds is going to perpetuate that flare, make that flare last longer. So it is really important when you're looking at your medications is to actually think, is this actually helping me? And if it's not, then really you need to ask your healthcare provider to try out a different medication. Experiment with different medications. There is time to experiment with them. If you're in a mild flare, you're not actually in immediate peril. So there's time to experiment with medications and find what works for you. And you want to give it, let's say, a 2-week horizon. When you try a new medication, has anything changed in the past 2 weeks? Has your symptoms improved? If not, then maybe it's time to think about a different medication. You shouldn't be sitting there for months taking the same medication and thinking, nothing's changed. I'm going to keep taking this medication and hope for the better. I just think maybe that medication's not working for you. But it's very important that you have these conversations with your doctor or healthcare specialist, like your specialist nurse, whoever it may be that you're in communication with. Very important that you bring this up to them. Otherwise, you're going to end up in a flare. Now, the next one, this one might seem a bit strange, but communication. And what do I mean by communication? So, like I just said, I highly suggest if your medications aren't working, you keep communication strong with your healthcare provider. If this communication breaks down and you're not telling them the true full picture of what's going on, they might not be able to give you the correct medication to bring you out of that flare. So focusing on your communication skills, talking about your problems, make a note of what is going on, when it's happening, what you think might be causing it. Just note it all down, and that's all evidence and information that you can bring to your healthcare provider. And that way these two are sort of very interlinked. So for instance, a time when medication has really helped me is when I was on the medication Prednisone, and I hated it. This medication was sending me a bit crazy. So the healthcare specialist actually offered me an alternative called budesonide. I haven't not spelt that right, but budesonide. I was able to switch from prednisolone to budesonide, and I tried that out for 2 weeks, and I found that it didn't work again. So I told my healthcare specialist with my communication, I said, this medication is not doing anything for me. Can I try something else? And they said, well, why don't you try, you didn't like prednisolone, the oral pills, why don't you try a enema? And I tried that, and you know what? The enema actually did stop me from that flare. It actually healed that flare. So that's an instance where communication actually got me out of the flare. But if I had not communicated that with my healthcare specialist, this would have just enhanced the flare and made it so much worse. So these are the ways that I think are going to cause you to flare. Stress, definitely. If you're allowing yourself to get far too stressed, it's going to end up causing you a flare. If you're angry, that's going to fuel a flare. It just has this impact on your body. When you're angry, it spikes your cortisol, which lowers your immune system, which could be useful, but then that's only a temporary thing, and then your immune system comes straight back online when the cortisol wears off, and that's when the flare starts to kick in. And then your diet, that's a really, really important one. This one needs a big, big star. Your diet can play a huge factor, and this one is something you want to play around with. Try different foods, see what makes you feel better. But if you are constantly in and out of a flare, it might be time to actually look at what you're eating. Are you really eating the foods that your body wants to have fueling it? Are you drinking alcohol? All those sort of things. You need to be on the right medications to get you out of a flare, and you need to tell people if those medications are not working for you. And if you're able to do all of these things, hopefully you're going to be at a point when flares are no longer happening. Before I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, I took my health for granted and behaved a particular way. And after getting my diagnosis and going through troubling times, that has taken me to an extreme offset. And my behaviour has completely and totally and radically changed. But is it for the better or for the worse? Let's talk about it today. My name's Jacob, and I've been living with inflammatory bowel disease for over 10 years. And today we're going to be talking about ulcerative colitis and extreme behaviours, because I've noticed a complete and total change in myself. When I look at myself from 10 years ago plus, completely different person. Let's talk about it. So you might have noticed I've already got some things written on the board, and I'm going to be first of all starting off listing behaviours before ulcerative colitis and today after ulcerative colitis, and then we're going to separate them whether they're positive or negative behaviours. let's get into it. So, before I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, before I was having any issues with my health, I was having problems. Let's talk about it. The way that I treated my sleep, no schedule. And by that I mean, I went to bed whenever. I stayed up till 5 a.m. playing video games. I had no problems with missing out on sleep to play a little bit of extra World of Warcraft and then go into school the next day completely and utterly tired. I had no diet plan. And literally no thought into my diet whatsoever. I ate like crap. I ate terrible foods, and I did not even think about the consequences of those foods. All it was I was hungry and I ate food. It was whatever food was available, whether that was sausage rolls, whether that was chocolate. It didn't matter. The nutritional content of that food did not matter. And I did have anxiety, but to a much lesser degree than I have now. And this was just general anxiety about anything that would happen, unexpected health problems, whatever it was. I definitely had anxiety. I was, in general though, although I was saying I had anxiety, in general, I was a lot more relaxed and positive. Because there was nothing weighing down on me. I hadn't felt the trials and tribulations of general life. I felt a lot more positive in general. And I was relaxed because there wasn't things to worry about. There wasn't inflammatory bowel disease weighing down upon me. So we'll come back to this if I come up with more behaviours, because I think the most important thing is the changes that have happened in me since. So I am now continuously, I always check the bathroom, the toilet, after I've been to the toilet. So I check BM. So we're going to write that for short. Check BM. That is, I'm checking my bowel movements, making sure that everything's all good and nothing is amiss. I'm just going to swap my pen out here. The next thing I do is I now eat at same time every day. I've become a creature of habit. Let's just write habit. And this is for a schedule. So I have become completely and utterly addicted to working to the same times every day, eating the same foods every day. I do things at the same times every day. And if I don't do those things at the same time every day, it causes me anxiety. So what happened? Why have I even got this behaviour? Well, it's from being in such a poor health state. I went from no schedule, no diet plan, hitting rock bottom with my gut, and that converting me to an extremist. And an extremist in the sense that I want to eat the same foods that I feel comfortable with, the healthy food, the foods I deem healthy, at the same time every day because it's working for me. I've completely gone from this extreme of no thought, no planning whatsoever, to the complete other end where most of the foods at some point I've researched about them, I've decided that these foods are the foods that I'm going to eat, and I eat them I chose a time to eat my breakfast, and I never stopped eating it at that time. Could that be a detriment to me? Maybe. Could that be a positive for me? Almost definitely. But we're not up here yet. We are. It definitely is something that causes me problems, especially when it comes to sleep. With my habit/schedule, my sleep schedule. I have a sleep schedule now. I did not have a sleep. Like I said, I've gone from no schedule from this extreme where I would sleep maybe 2 hours and I didn't care. I had less anxiety back then. 2 hours. Now I must go to bed at the same time every night, or I'm getting angry about it. If I'm getting ready for bed 15 minutes later than I should be, I'm stressing out. So this is definitely an extreme behaviour. Checking your bowel movements, that could be seen as a good thing. But I like to see, because I've seen the bad sides of it. Now I want to check to make sure. Sleep schedule, definitely something I'm just very anxious about it. I have to do it at the same time every day. My winding down period is a lengthy one. I do that exactly the same time every day. I drink certain teas for my anxiety to reduce my thoughts. I exercise. And it's not just I exercise, I have to exercise at least a couple times a week. Otherwise I'm getting antsy. I'm like this. I'm like, I need to do something. The other thing is, I feel like there's not much time left. So, urgency. And I don't mean urgency in the sense that I would typically say urgency in the sense that I have to go to the bathroom a lot. What I mean is, I feel like I need to take action now. I'm in my 30s now. Time is running out. Yes, this might not be directly related to ulcerative colitis, but it's part of my journey with ulcerative colitis. It's me as a person, I'm aging. I feel like now is the time to do things. I've wasted too much time. And not only that, urgency in the sense, how long have I got of health? How long am I going to be healthy for? I don't know. It's almost like a roulette wheel. Will I roll black and start flaring? Or will I roll red and continue being healthy? I don't know. How long have I got? So I'm recording videos every day for this channel. I might upload once a week, but this video you're watching now, I recorded back in October 1st. Today is October 1st. This is coming out in mid-December. I've recorded so much content because I just feel like I have to. I need to be 3 months ahead on recording. I need to schedule shorts for this whole month. I've scheduled a short every day for December, and that was back in September I created all these shorts because I've got this huge sense of urgency. Is it for the right thing? Am I doing the right thing? I don't know. That's something that future me will know. But right now, I've no idea. It's all a shot in the dark. I'm just feeling urgent. I am feeling urgent. I must act now. So urgency is definitely something. Back here, relaxed. There was no urgency. I was a teenager, early 20s, relaxed. I've got all the time in the world. I'm not going to get old. And if I do get old, I'll probably die. So why worry about it? Urgency. I'm in my 30s. I've been to the hospital for ulcerative colitis. I'm on a time limit. The clock has started. I haven't even had kids yet. That's going to be soon. What am I going to do? I need to be urgent. Will I have time to record videos if I've got kids? Who knows? I need to do things now. This is a huge one for me, is urgency. And all these things. Now, another thing that I do, behaviours-wise, is this is a bit of I don't even know what you call this. Maybe like a obsessive compulsive disorder. Let's write this down. A little bit of OCD. And I get this in many forms. And this is because not just in the medications I'm on, but definitely related to this anxiety I had before UC that has been exacerbated, taken to the extreme after UC. OCD. Number one, I'm on immunosuppressants, so I'm very wary and cautious of sick people. And I get kind of irritated if I'm near someone who's sick because I'm thinking, I'm at greater risk of getting this. Can I have some space? Why don't you wear a mask? You're ill. So I'm getting ill, people sneeze on me, I get ill for longer. There's more chances of me getting complications. Naturally, that makes you tend towards the extreme of trying to avoid people who are unhealthy. And I think there's a sort of natural, you don't want to be near someone who's unhealthy. We all have that, but it's taken to the extreme. It's pulled out, taken to the next level when you're on immunosuppressants because you know that this could be the end. This could be the cold that takes you out. Jumping to conclusions. That's something that I do, but that was something I did before, exacerbated further. Jumping to conclusions. And what do I mean by that? So if there's a new health problem, a new health complication, you think you're dying. And that isn't helped by Google. You get stuck in what I've called in a previous video an anxiety spiral. You get out of control and you can't stop thinking about it. And it completely consumes your mind. However, having been through all this, it's not all things to do with anxiety and checking. I also have a greater sense of control. A greater sense of control. Is that an extreme? Maybe it's not an extreme, but it's definitely something that I've learned. I've been through troubling times. I've been through periods where I thought I was dying. I've been through periods where I've been bleeding out my bum a lot. We'll just say that to say the least. And now I feel like I have a bit more control and, let's write this down, acceptance. I can accept my situation more. Just the other day, I work in an educational setting, been back there maybe 3 weeks, already had a cold there, haven't had a cold in over a year. I got some weird skin infection, and that could make me completely itchy. And you know what? I had this sense of control. I haven't itched it at all because I don't want to risk getting an infection because I've got OCD. I don't want to get scarring from itching spots. I've got greater control and I accepted my situation. And not only that, it ties into this whole sleep schedule. Sleep becomes even more of a problem for me because I'm thinking I need to sleep now. I need to sleep to heal. Sleep is one of the most important things. I need to do this. It's like a sense of imperative. These have now become imperatives encoded into my brain. I have to do these things. Otherwise, I'm not going to function. And that's the way I feel. So it's this extreme ideology. It's like an extreme healthy ideology. But is it truly healthy? I don't know. Let's talk about positives and negatives. So, I think a lot of these could weigh in the middle, which is sort of both. So, for instance, sleep schedule. Let's write this up. Sleep schedule. Now, I believe this to be a huge positive. I say it time and time again. These days, I get the best sleep that I've ever had in my whole life. My sleep was shocking before ulcerative colitis. I didn't take it seriously enough. I felt terrible. Maybe that contributed to me, getting a diseased state. My sleep schedule was non-existent. I just thought I was one of those people that couldn't go to sleep at a normal time. I thought that I was a night owl. I was wrong. Because since addressing this problem and taking it very seriously, going to the extreme, it's only improved my life. I feel better. However, there are negatives. My sleep schedule. So it is here in the both section. Let's draw a little arrow. Because that leads to anxiety, which I will write up here. If I don't follow my sleep schedule, I get anxious. However, I get anxious about a lot of things. But, like I said down here, I do feel like I have a greater sense of control. Even though I do get anxious, I fall back on my schedule. I have control. That's the things I can do about it. Urgency. I need to do things. Is this a positive? Is this a negative? It's a bit of both again. Urgency. Spell urgency wrong, whatever. It's a bit of both because on the one hand, ever since YouTube came out, back in 2007, I was in secondary school, I've been uploading videos. I've always wanted to create videos. Even before YouTube, I was creating videos. It's just something I've always been very interested in. I'm sure a lot of you are very similar to me. You like videos. Maybe one day you wanted to create videos. Something in the back of my mind has always said to me to create. But I didn't stick to it. And it's only now, when I've got this sense of urgency, that I'm actually doing it. So many years that I've wasted not pursuing my goals because you've got that self-critical feeling. I'm not good enough. I can't do this. I can't do that. Well, it turns out you can do it. You just got to get started. And I'll tell you what, facing a life-threatening bout of ulcerative colitis really puts things into perspective. Why haven't you been doing those things? Why not? Well, I guess I'd better bloody start then. So that's why I'm making videos. I'm trying to make the most of it. Yes, I've got work in a bit, but I want to make a video before I go to work. I want to continue to create videos because it's my passion. So I feel like this sense of urgency is mostly a positive. How is it a negative then? Well, it's at the cost of everything else. I'm very much isolated. I spend most of my time at home. I don't go out and do social events. I don't do much of anything else. If I'm not working, I'm at the computer, whether that be for games or for my own endeavours like creating videos. I'm still basically the same person I always was. I haven't really changed. It's just the way that I do it has changed. Tipped over to a different extreme. Before, I was completely unproductive. There was no sense of urgency, whereas now there is. So what about my overall schedule, like eating at the same time every day? Let's just write eat schedule. Just keep it short. I do believe this is to be a positive. Otherwise, why would I do it? But there is a negative side to it. Again, it's a bit of both, but mostly a positive. I avoid most foods I deem unhealthy. I've dubbed myself a diet zealot in that sense. I eat mostly foods with less ingredients. I eat foods I feel give me vitamins and nutrients. And because of that, I feel like I've got a lot more energy. I feel a lot better. So why have I put it in the middle as a bit of a negative? Well, there is that feeling at a social event where you feel like you need to join in and eat with everyone, but I abstain from eating the things that I deem unhealthy. I get very particular about when we eat out, and I get stressed out. Especially, this is a big one, when I'm in the supermarket, when you're hungry. Say you're hungry, you want to get something to eat now. Bar the fruit section and the vegetables and the uncooked meats. What is there in the shop? Yeah, you could get some nuts. Let's say I'm going in and I want to get a bit of chicken. I go to the meat section. I pick up the pre-cooked chicken. I look at the ingredients and you see sugar. And you see seasonings. And it's not that seasonings are bad, but I'm seeing sugar. It's probably a minuscule amount of sugar. And I think, oh, I can't eat this. I can't eat it. And I get really stressed out because I'm like, I'm hungry right now. What do I do? And then I go over and I want some peanuts. And I want 100% peanuts. I pick up the peanuts and I look at the back. Rapeseed oil. Palm oil. Ugh, I can't eat these. Where are the 100% pure peanuts? And then I get stressed out and I'm walking around the shop like, what can I eat? What can I eat? I'm hungry. Fruit isn't what I want. I want meat. I get stressed out. So it can be a negative. However, I'd say for 90% of my diet and eating schedule, it's a positive. There's just that little 10%. It gives you a bit of stress in your life. OCD. This is a straight in the middle one for me. It's definitely more negative than my eating schedule. It is a positive thing in the sense, let's say I see someone who is ill. I don't want to be near them. I don't want to get sick. But in my experience, my thoughts about it haven't really dictated what's happened. For the past year, I didn't get sick once, but I worried about it a lot. Perhaps the worry stopped me from getting sick. You never know. But I feel like the worry was outweighing the positive of the OCD. So I would put it more on this side, err on the side of negativity with the OCD. Especially when it comes to the other forms of OCD that I experience. Say, for instance, I want to go to sleep and I need a wee. I go for a wee just before sleep, have a piss, and then I think, well, I better have a backup piss while I'm still here, wash my hands, and then I think, well, I want to be completely empty because I don't want to have to come back here. I'll go again, and then I wash my hands and think, oh, I could still feel a tiny bit. I'll have a little bit of a wee. And before you know it, I've been spending far too long there, and I've gone back and forth from the sink in the toilet, and this towel's now completely soaked, so I've dried my hands off 5 times. And I think, why didn't I just do it once and leave? I felt like I needed to. It's an OCD sort of feeling going on. I find this to be quite a negative experience. It's not something I really talk about that much, but it is something that affects me. Didn't affect me so much before, and now it's sort of like a manifestation of the anxiety in a way, that it comes out in these OCD methods that I do, and I don't really think about it. It's like at night time, as I say, it's a lot of toilet related stuff. I will go for a wee, and then I'll wash my hands, and I'll turn the tap off, and I'll go to leave, and I'll think, oh, I need to make sure the tap's not on, and I'll push the tap down again, even though it's off, and then I'll push it like 2 or 3 more times firmly, and it'll be like, okay, it's definitely off now. Now I'll go. And I've had great problems with this in the past. It's all related to weeing at night time. Sometimes, like before, when my sleep was at its most worst, like the pits. This was with UC as well. I believe it to be a manifestation of anxiety. When I'm going through, say I'm flaring or there's a very stressful thing going on, then this becomes a huge problem for me. OCD comes into full force related to pissing. And one of the worst times was I just wouldn't sleep because I'd go for a wee, come lie in bed, and I'd lie there and I'd think, well, I've got to go for a wee. And that would happen like 11, 12 times. I don't need to wee that much. And it got so bad that I ended up just getting a piss bottle next to my bed and using that because I was like, I keep going to bed and I can't sleep. If I just get this little bottle, can wee in that, empty it out in the morning, and it would get to the morning and it would be completely full. It's like my body is pushing liquid out. So, yes, manifestation of the anxiety, OCD, definitely negative. Luckily, it's not very bad at the minute, and I think that's because I'm not very anxious right now, but it does display itself, and it is a negative thing for me. Jumping to conclusions. This is very just health-related. Conclusions. This is 100% a negative experience for me. And that's with anything health-related. Maybe you experience some sort of new symptom that you've never had before. Maybe you start flaring again. You jump to conclusions. Oh, it's the worst thing. Oh, it's the bowel cancer. Oh, it's this intense infection that's going to lead to, I'm going to have meningitis. I'm going to be in a coma. I'm going to die. Jumping to conclusions is always a bad thing. And I try and tell myself, I have this internal dialogue now. When you're worrying about something, you're suffering twice, and it's pointless because you suffer once from the event, and then you suffer again when you worry about it. We don't need to do that. So I do find jumping to conclusions to be a very negative experience for me. And it's something that I have struggled with a lot throughout my life. So a lot of these behaviours I do find negative. Checking bowel movements. Let's just write BM. It's a positive thing. I'm keeping an eye, I'm maintaining, I'm making sure that there's no blood. It's good to keep an eye on it, monitor your situation. The only times it becomes a little bit negative, doesn't affect my life too much, but that would be when I look down and, let's say I'm having a particular toilet time and I think, oh God, I'm flaring again, aren't I? It's that typical sign. Like anything that feels slightly amiss, you're like, oh, I'm going to see blood, aren't I? And I look down and luckily I'm okay. Touch wood. Swear I'm not superstitious. But I just needed to check. I just need to keep an eye on it. And it's almost like this trauma, this feeling of, you know what it's like to be flaring, you know how bad it is. So you want to keep an eye on it and make sure it's not happening. You want to make sure the worst isn't happening. It just sort of reminds you of that because, you got to go to the toilet every day. It reminds you of that time that was a big trauma for you. It really does. So, exercise, that's just a positive. The only times that exercise is really a negative for me, it can err towards the side of both, is that I tend to take it to the extreme again. I got into running recently. Never run in my life, I got into running at the age of 31. Body kind of has to get used to it. And I start running once a week and then suddenly I'm like, I want to run all the time and I want to do a half marathon. I need to train for this. So I start running twice a week, 3 times a week. And then suddenly my body's like, what the hell are you doing? We can't keep up with this. And now I can't run at the minute because I get intense knee pain when I'm doing it. So I tend to take these things to the extreme. Like, for instance, just the other day, I walk into the gym and I want to deadlift. And then I get this feeling, I'm like, I want to load the weight up, put some plates on, deadlift. I want to put some more plates on. More plates, deadlift. And before I pull it, I'm like, this is not a good idea. This is a risk. And I know it's going to be a risk. Let's do it anyway. And I'm with my training partner and I say to him, don't copy me. Okay? I know that this is a bad decision. I just want to do it. So I do it, and then lo and behold, my body says, what the hell are you doing? We need to build up to this. And then I get back pain. Time and time again, I do things like that. And then say I want to get into deadlift, I want to increase my deadlift. I go from doing it 0 times per week to suddenly I'm doing it 2 to 3 times per week. And my body goes, whoa, this is crazy. You're suddenly lifting heavy and we can't recover from this. So that's when it's a negative for me. Because I tend to just go full force into it. When I want something, I go full force into it. It's this sense of urgency again. It does feed into everything in my life. I want to become great at it now. But there's a great quote from a podcast I did recently with a local martial artist called Ed Lofts. And he said, why a lot of people fall into this trap of trying to be great now as fast as possible. Why not think of it on a 10-year time horizon? How good can you get at something over 10 years? Suddenly, you don't have to go out and do that heavy deadlift because at some point over those 10 years, you'll probably reach that heavy deadlift and surpass it. Over those 10 years, you might increase your running time and surpass it in a way that your body can manage. Thinking about things on a 10-year time horizon suddenly makes things not so urgent after all. So, acceptance, that's just a positive. I wouldn't say that acceptance is really an extreme behaviour, but I would say that disassociation can be. Now, that is something that I could throw up on here. Disassociation. Disassociation. I have spelt that wrong. However, you know what I'm saying. Disassociation. So, that's when you almost have the ability to remove yourself from yourself and look at yourself from a third person perspective. Or even just pull back and not feel what you're feeling. Not associate with yourself. And this is something that comes into effect, for me anyway, when I was flaring very intensely. you disassociate, you pull back. It's like an extreme response to what's going on. And you become numb and flat, and everything becomes emotionally flat, numb. You don't react to things quite the same way. There's no ups and downs. There is only existence and suffering, in a way. Existence and suffering. Yes, that hits quite heavy, but it's a coping mechanism. I would err on the side of positive because it gets you through hard times. It really does. But then at some point you have to start feeling again, and it can get tough. So, those were the extreme behaviours that ulcerative colitis has brought out in me. And I hope that's helped some of you. I don't know how helpful this really is in general. I just wanted to talk about it. Ulcerative colitis fatigue. Today we're talking about it, what it feels like and what we can do about it. My name's Jacob and I've been living with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years. And over that time, I've experienced many bouts of extreme fatigue. So, how can we solve this fatigue? How can we do things while suffering with fatigue? And let's talk about it today. So, what does it feel like? Well, when a wash of fatigue comes over me, it almost feels like I can't do anything. Can't do anything. It feels like everything is impossible. No motivation. I don't feel like doing anything. I don't even feel like getting the normal meals that I would like to eat. I can't even feel like I can prepare foods properly. Prepare foods. I can't do anything like that. I don't feel like washing myself. I don't feel like getting out of bed. Moving feels hard. I don't do any exercise. No exercise. Because I just feel like I just don't have the capacity to do it. I might get quite frustrated. Angry at myself. I'm not angry at others. I'm mostly angry at myself because I feel like I want to do the things that I don't feel like I can do. The things that I usually do. And I don't feel capable anymore because it's almost that you have to rely on others. And when you are someone that wants to look after themselves and do things for yourself, it can be very frustrating to not be able to do that anymore. And you get very frustrated and angry. And you might lash out at others, but not because you're angry at them, but because deep down you're angry at yourself and it just sort of makes you feel sad. And I also describe it as a feeling of being flat. This is hard to describe, but it's almost like there are no emotions. No emotions. It's a flat feeling. And I remember saying this constantly when I'd go through extreme bouts of fatigue, is that I just felt flat and there was no ups or downs. It was just a consistent flatness. And that flatness was not enjoyable. It was actually very, very depressing to feel flat. So these are a lot of the ways that ulcerative colitis fatigue can feel for me. And if there's other ways that it feels for you, do leave a comment down below. But fatigue is real and it's horrible and it does feel completely horrible and you want to get out of it as fast as possible. Luckily, there are some things that we can do. So, it's likely when you're feeling this wash of fatigue, you are probably in a flare state or there's some sort of inflammation going on within your body. So the first thing that would be very useful for dealing with this fatigue is to identify what fatigues you. So this might be something as simple as brushing your teeth or making the bed in the morning. It might feel like an insurmountable task, or preparing your meals first thing in the morning. This is something we can easily follow up with preparation. Preparation. So the idea of preparation is to make everything as easy as possible for your future self. So what you can do is use an allotment of the little energy that you have to make the future you use less energy. So for instance, that might be creating breakfast for tomorrow in advance. Or any meal in particular. You create your meals in advance, or you ask for some help with creating those meals in advance. Put them in the fridge. Come tomorrow, you don't have to do any preparation for food whatsoever. You just reach into the fridge and you pull out that breakfast that you made yesterday. That's going to start you off to the day feeling like you have some energy and that you can do something because you haven't had to have spent that mental energy going over a hurdle of making breakfast first thing in the morning. I just need to let the cat out. Right, the cat has been let out. So preparing is a great way of helping the future you. And definitely try and get others to help you if you have others around the house, because that way you're actually going to spend even less energy doing that. Another thing that you can do is look at your environment. So for instance, if you spend a lot of time at the desk, let's say you do computer work, and for instance, there's a hard drive that you need to constantly be plugging in, swapping these hard drives, USB cable, and you have to bend over to plug them into the computer. Just order yourself a USB extension and have that on top of the desk so you don't have to bend over and do that. Try and arrange your desk in a way so that everything that you need is on top of the desk, and that way you're not having to spend extra energy to go over these small hurdles consistently throughout the day, and you can plug it in immediately. That way you're adapting your environment to become an easier place for you to not spend all your energy. Another thing to do is to do things that give you energy. So that would be very personal to you. Give energy. And what that could be is taking a break to play perhaps a video game that makes you feel happy or helps you escape for a short time. That could be lying down for 10 minutes or half an hour, just recharging yourself, being away from others, almost a little bit of quiet time for yourself. So that might be lie down for a bit. Lie down for a bit. Video games. That might be a TV show, whatever it is. Something that's going to distract you for a bit, give you some energy. It might even be go for a walk if you've got that energy, sit out in the garden, get some sun. Whatever it is that you feel gives you energy, do that to help you get through the day. And speaking of getting through the day, there's regular breaks. Regular breaks. And an extension of that is don't spend all your energy. Don't spend all energy. And let's talk about that a little bit further. So for instance, let's say that today your given task is to do a little bit of weeding in the garden. Just to pull a random task out of the blue. You've got to do a little bit of weeding. Don't spend all of your energy in getting frustrated and put all of yourself into that weeding. Because once that's over, you're not going to have any energy left for the rest of the day. You're going to feel too tired to do the things that you should be doing, like put the right amount of energy into preparing your dinner. And then you might make a bad decision and get some food that just isn't worth eating later that night. So what you can do by extension, take some regular breaks. So if you, let's say the weeding's going to take 2 hours. Let's just say 2 hours of weeding you've got given to you today. I would break it up into 4 half-an-hour chunks of weeding and then have breaks in between. And that way, and you can use these elements that give you energy. So you might do half an hour of weeding, then you might spend half an hour resting. And the thing is, this will help, and it definitely help break it up and make it not feel so daunting. Another thing to do that I find very helpful is to give yourself a list of tasks. So list out tasks. And with these tasks, you want to set up a priority system. We're going to write prio, and that means priority system. So, for instance, let's say you had weeding on the list, but it's not that important, and you've got other things on the list, like sending out some important emails that will actually generate you some income. Perhaps that's part of your job. I don't know. Whatever it is, you've got tasks given at home. Rank them. So number 1 would be emails, and number 2 would be weeding. Or you can use a different system like hot. You could colour it, just strike through in red. That means it's a hot task. That means it needs doing probably today. A green task could be, to be honest, I could do this whenever. If weeding is a green task, why are we doing that today? Don't bother wasting energy on that green task and attend to the red tasks first. That way, you're going to be using the energy, the little energy that you do have, on the things that are going to be useful today. And that's another thing that you can also do, is try and delegate stuff. If possible, if there's other people who can help you, you can delegate tasks. So for instance, let's say that weeding is green, could be done next week, but you've got a friend round today, he's asked to help you out, or you live with a significant other that can help you out. Maybe delegate that green task to them while you do the red task. Or you could delegate other tasks, such as preparing your meals in advance while you tend to this red task. And I would hope that you've communicated with them that you are in this state where you do need a bit of help and you're experiencing quite a large amount of fatigue. If you haven't done that, that would probably be one of the first and foremost things that you should do. Communicate. Communicate with those around you. Tell them what's going on. You don't need to give them the whole sob story, but you can tell them that you're experiencing a large amount of fatigue and you'd really appreciate just a little bit of help with some of the tasks that you've got going on today. So that leads us on to the crucial things that you should be doing to help maintain your body during this tough time. And that is the typical things that I say in a lot of my videos, and that is diet, exercise, and sleep. And the thing is, these things are all equally important as each other. You really need to work on all three at the same time. But if I had to rank them, I would rank sleep as number 1, the most important thing you should be prioritizing. Diet as number 2, and exercise as number 3. Ideally, you would work on all three, but if that seems like a daunting task, then choose to work on sleep first. This is going to give you the biggest bang for the buck, the biggest return on investment on your energy levels. Because not only does sleep help you feel less fatigued, but it also helps that healing process. And like I said earlier on in the video, if you're experiencing a large amount of fatigue, you're likely inflamed. And sleep is going to be the number 1 thing to help heal you through this very worrisome time. So how can we do that? How can we allocate our efforts to sleep? Well, I do have videos on that, but to give you the general rundown of how we can do this is very quickly, allocate yourself enough time to get enough sleep. Oftentimes we don't even spend enough time in bed to even have a hope of 8 hours sleep. So try go to bed a bit earlier. Make that environment a bit colder, a bit less noisy. Use blackout blinds. Cover your eyes. Earplugs. White noise generator. A fan. Listen to a podcast. Whatever it is that helps you fall asleep, do it. Have some winding down time before bed so you don't go to bed thinking. And that will definitely help with the sleep. That's just to give you a quick overview. Diet. This is a very personal thing, different to everyone, but try and eat foods with less ingredients. That's an easy thing that you can do. Let's just make it less complicated. Make things more simple. You don't have to think too much about diet. You know the foods that work for you. I know the foods that work for me. just reduce the amount of ingredients in them. Doesn't mean you can't make complicated meals with those ingredients, but the ingredients that you do use, try and keep it down to less ingredients. One, ideally. But if you do eat some highly processed foods, it's a learning experience. Just do it gradually. Slowly buy some foods that have less ingredients. And that will help with your diet. And eat a bit more protein. That'll definitely help. Number 3, exercise. Simple as you can just start going for a walk. Don't need to be any more complicated than that. If you're not doing anything, if you're not even going for a walk, that's step 1 is do a walk. Don't spend all of your energy, your valuable energy, on the exercise, because that's a quick way to dig yourself a fatigue pit. And that's very hard to climb out of without getting some decent sleep. So this one, it is a good one to help you with your future resilience and your future energy levels. The future you in a month will appreciate the work that you put in today exercise-wise. It's a long-term investment. But if you spend all of your energy today on exercise, you're going to feel like crap for a couple of days. And I know this because I've done it to myself. Many times have I dug myself a pit of dark fatigue just through exercising too much in one day. So, like I said, start with just a walk. That's all it needs to be. Simple walk. And if you're finding a walk is okay, do some stretching. Start doing a little bit of light weights or body weight exercises at home. You all know the exercises that you could do. Some push-ups. There's regressions of the push-ups. Do it on your knees. If it's too easy, do it with your feet. Try and do some squats, body weight squats. If squats are too hard, sit down in your chair and stand up again. And do that for reps. Very simple. Simple things you can do in your lounge. There's always ways to incorporate exercise into your life. But don't spend all your energy there. So in essence, that's how we battle fatigue. It's not going to disappear in one night. You have to consistently do these things in particular over time. And these things will help towards that. It's almost like a funnel. These things will help funnel into this. But what we're trying to do here with this is to spend less energy. So let's say your energy levels are a battery. You've got a battery here. This is 100% and this is 0%. When you're fighting with chronic fatigue from inflammation, you're probably starting the day down here. Let's say that this is 40%. So you haven't got much energy to work with. That's why we need to do these things here. This will help you use that 40% more efficiently. And when you do things such as lying down, regenerating your energy levels a bit, it might give you this much more energy. And that's a huge amount of extra energy. It might not seem like much. It might bring you up to 42%. That's an extra 2% to work with. Don't scoff at an extra 2%. And over time, as you do these things and you work specifically on these things, you might go up to 50%. Now you've got 10% more energy to work with. That's huge. That's amazing, an extra 10%. Then over time, you're going to get more energy. As you keep working on it, you might wake up the next day at 60%. Whoa, that's huge. Perhaps this took 1 month to achieve. That might seem like a long time, but in reality, 1 month, that's nothing. And over time, you're getting more and more energy. I'm not going to say anyone's starting the day at 100%. I think I'd need a whole factory reset to start 100%. Even I, in the state that I am in now, I start the day at, let's say, 70%. And I'm in remission at the minute. Touch wood. I'm not superstitious. 70%. 30% to work with that I need to gain. So imagine your life as a battery and you want to recharge that battery as much as possible. So those are the ways that I have used to help reduce my fatigue, and it does really help. Some days you wake up at 90%, Some days you go down, you wake up at 60%. It fluctuates, as anything in life does. Some days I still wake up at 40%. It really depends on the day, what I've done the day before. I'm not saying it's going to be a linear progression up to 100 if you do these things. No. Life is like a roller coaster. You never know what's going to happen. There's ups and downs. Well, on a roller coaster, you do know what's going to happen because you can see in front of you. But that's besides the point. It's more like a box of chocolates. Some of them are okay, and some of them taste like shit. But eventually, you get through it and you feel good. So, that's what I've been doing. I hope that you can channel these things into your life and feel fantastic. And I hope that you get some energy back, because I know how much this absolutely sucks. IBD fatigue, it is real. And when it strikes you down, you feel awful. That's why I like making these videos, and I like making a complete prat of myself for your viewing pleasure. So if you've got anything you'd like me to talk about, please leave a comment down below, because I just like standing here and talking about things in front of this lovely whiteboard. I'm very proud of my whiteboard. Ulcerative colitis motivation. How do you keep going during the hard times, during the flares, when you feel at your lowest? My name's Jacob, and I've been living with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years now. And over that time with inflammatory bowel disease, I've found ways and methods to allow me to thrive while suffering with all of the problems that come with IBD. So, ulcerative colitis motivation. And I've split it up into 3 points: mindset, action, and retreat. And it's not necessarily in this order. They're kind of interwoven, but these things have helped me get through the lows and the hard times of ulcerative colitis flares. And I know how tough it can be. When that flare is really kicking in, it can feel hopeless and like there's nothing going your way. You can feel stuck, like you're going to be like this forever, and like things are just never going to get better. Sometimes it can take a lot of time to find the right medication that's going to help you heal. And during those times, yes, it feels like you've hit rock bottom. And these are the ways I found to help get me through it and ultimately come out the other side. So let's get into it. First of all, I used retreat quite a lot. This is a good first step. If you're feeling overwhelmed by everything, retreat. And what do I mean by that? Well, for me, it was video games. Let's write this here. Video games. This is retreat. So when I say retreat, it's doing things that make you feel like you can forget about what's going on. That might be going into YouTube videos. That might be going for a walk. That might be, in my case, a lot of the time, I worked out and I went to the gym. I lifted weights because it helps me feel like a normal person again. Anything that can sort of take your mind off of that flare and remind you that you are still you and you are still a capable person, or helps you mask that feeling and those emotions. I know that's not what you always want to be doing, but it is good to retreat and just forget and de-stress, because you don't want to spend all of your time in a worried, stressful state. And that brings us over to also mindset. So, what am I going to be saying when I talk about mindset? Well, the first thing is, I know it's hard and remaining positive can be a challenge, but try and think about the positives. You might be getting help from a healthcare professional. You might already have a diagnosis. You're already in a better position than a lot of other people. You might live in a country where your healthcare is free, like the NHS in the UK. That's a huge deal to celebrate, and you're already in a better position than a lot of people. Or maybe you do live in a place where you have to pay for your medical bills, but ultimately you end up getting the treatment that you need. There's always a positive silver lining to everything. For me, it was learning about nutrition and learning ways to help my body. This kind of came later after the fact, but when I look back retrospectively, I learnt a lot during these hard times. So another way you can use your mindset is just know that what you're going through is a learning experience. There's huge opportunities to learn here. All right, EXP to keep it short. Learning experience. The future you will be much better off having gone through this learning experience and learning the new ways that you can look after yourself and keep yourself healthy. And not letting yourself get drowned in sorrow. Sorrow. Let's do a little red arrow. Don't let yourself get drowned in sorrow. When you start feeling sorrow, you start feeling really sorry for yourself, sad, hopeless, lost. It's time to use the other options like retreat. Get yourself out of that, ignore it for a bit, or do some action. Taking action can also help alleviate you feeling hopeless, lost, and sorrowful. What sort of action can you take? Well, these can be linked into your methods of retreat, and that might be doing exercise. That might be preparing a meal for tomorrow. That could be coming up with a meal plan. That could be researching. You might want to research foods that help during the flare. You might want to continue, which you should be doing already, creating a food log. Write down how you feel after eating foods. Take things back to the basics if you can. Eat simply, see how it affects you. Note what happens when you eat a new food. Taking action can help combat that feeling of hopelessness. And this also goes back to mindset. Just knowing that there is something that you can do can help you feel like you're in control. Because ultimately, a lack of control is what seeps in that sorrow, that lost feeling, that anxiety, that hopelessness. It's a lack of control. When you have no control, you feel terrible. And ulcerative colitis can strip you of your control, but there are things that are still very much in your control. And this is everything that you can do. You can use retreat. This is an action in a sense. You can take explicit action, writing lists, getting good sleep. So you can allocate, I'm going to write sleep on here, but you can allocate yourself more time for sleep. You can allocate yourself time for rest. And rest can actually also take the form of retreat. This is a sort of an active rest. You're resting from the worries and the burden that's on your mind because of the flare. You're able to forget about your problems for just a little bit and do something positive. Another thing that really helps your mindset is community. Because you can be damn sure in this world, no matter what is going on with you, there's someone in a worse position than you. And you can go onto any sort of community forum about ulcerative colitis and find people who are really struggling, who are facing surgeries, who are facing cancers. And you can say to yourself, it's not as bad as I thought it was. I'm just in this sort of state. Or you can find someone in the same health state as you and learn from them. And this helps you with an action. Learn. When you join the community, you're able to learn from people who are one step ahead of you, experiencing the same thing as you, or they might have tips on how to sleep, they might have tips on exercising. There's so much to be learned from a community, and it can really help. And I lent on community very hard when I was in hospital with ulcerative colitis. Community helped me get through that. And if I didn't have access to Discord or the internet in general, I think I'd be in a much worse time. I didn't end up having surgery, but I looked up everything about that surgery. I talked to people in that situation who have already had the surgery. They say how much their lives have improved because of the surgery. And in some cases, it makes them feel like they don't even have an inflammatory bowel disease anymore. I came to terms with potential outcomes. Come to terms with it. By extension, accept it. Now, full disclosure, during this time, I was actually speaking to a therapist online whilst I was in hospital. The whole time I was going through the worst flare of my life, I was speaking to a therapist. And the main thing I learned from that was to accept the situation that you're in. Stop trying to fight it. When I would sit there and need to run to the bathroom and bleed, and it looked gruesome, the bowl was full of blood, it felt like I'd been abused because the convulsions going through me, I just accepted it for what it is. I just breathed through it. Then afterwards, I either did some retreat action or I did an explicit action. I leant very hard on playing video games in particular because you can sit in another world and forget your own problems for a little bit. But for the most part, I learned to accept it. And this doesn't happen overnight. You don't just suddenly wake up and think, oh, everything's okay. I accept everything. No, it's not like that at all. It happens over time. It's a hard thing to grasp, but over time you can come to terms with it and accept it. And coming to terms with it, I also, like I said, I came to terms with the potential outcomes. Maybe I will have surgery. Maybe in the future I will have bowel cancer. These are potential outcomes that could happen to any of us. Death is inevitable to all of us at some point, and it's good to try and come to terms with it, because the whole time that you don't, you're sort of living a lie, and you're going to be feeling more anxious, more sorrow, more lost, and more out of control because you haven't accepted it. There's an internal conflict. There's this terrible thing happening to you physically, and you don't believe it mentally. You think, how can this happen to me? Oh, life is so unfair. Well, the truth is, life is unfair. So accept it. The sooner you accept that life is unfair, the sooner you can move on and do something else. You can get over it. Accept it. It is what it is. That's a phrase I like to say all the time. When something bad happens, take a deep breath. It is what it is. This is just the situation I'm in. We can't help the situations we're in. Well, sometimes we can, but sometimes you can't. It is what it is. Now, something in particular that helped me get through extensive periods of insomnia was actually going online, watching YouTube videos about Hell Week in the army. Hell Week in the army. Well, during Hell Week in the army, they oftentimes don't sleep or have a maximum of 4 hours sleep over a week and do intense physical exercise. And I was sat there in my comfortable bedroom, lying there, trying to sleep, very angry at myself because I can't sleep. And then when I actually watch these videos about people in Hell Week, I think, well, life's not that bad, is it? I'm just comfortable in my own bed. They're out there doing intense army physical exercise, and I'm just here lying in bed, and I can't sleep. I've got nothing to worry about. And that actually helped me. That helped me accept it and come to terms with the fact that the steroids I was on was keeping me up all night. There's much worse situations I could be in. I'm comfortable at home. I'm not out there in a battlefield. I'm in the battlefield of my own mind. And my mind is tricking me. Mindset, again, I say again, I haven't said it yet. Don't believe everything you think. Your mind lies to you. Don't believe all your thoughts. I spelt believe wrong, but hey ho. Don't believe. Anyway, don't believe all your thoughts. Your brain is lying to you. Your mind might be thinking, oh my God, we're going to die. Oh my God, there's so much blood loss going on. Oh my God, this is the end of the world. No, it's not. Your brain is lying to you. It's telling you things because anxiety is a warning. It's an internal message from your brain to worry about potential outcomes. And your brain's naturally going to think about all the worst outcomes because it wants the best for you. But it doesn't know what's going to happen. Your brain can't tell the future. It's just trying to tell you what could happen. Anything could happen. A meteor could hit this house right now. The bomb could go off in London and completely evaporate me. My brain worries about it. I can't do anything about it. It might not even happen. It might happen. And that's why the anxiety's there. Because it might happen. I might be outside and a lion might strike me down. Lions don't even live around here. But my brain worries about it because anxiety is a message, a warning of potential problems. And when you're suffering with ulcerative colitis, there's a lot of potential problems, especially if you Google it. Then all those potential problems are now in your head. Now you're worrying about them. Now you know about those potential outcomes. You're going to get anxiety about them. Don't trust all your thoughts. Your thoughts betray you. Let that sink in. Your thoughts betray you. Anxiety is merely a message. And that's why it's so important to step out of yourself and look at your way of thinking. How have you been talking to yourself lately? Have you been letting your anxious thoughts dictate your every move? Perhaps. That happened to me on a daily basis. When I was flaring, I'd sit on the toilet, blood would come out, and my brain would say, you're dying of blood loss right now. Have some cortisol and panic. And I started panicking. Don't believe all your thoughts. This is one of the most important things on here, actually. I've crossed it out. Don't believe all your thoughts. Anxiety is ruling you. This is where this links into come to terms with it and accept it. It's getting messy here now. Because if you allow anxiety to rule your life, you won't ever come to terms with how you're feeling. And you won't ever just accept it and move on. And ultimately, take action. Coming to terms with it can be aided by taking action. If you're taking action against it, it quells that part of your mind that's worrying constantly and bringing you anxiety. Because you're now doing something. You're taking action. You're fighting against those potential outcomes. And your brain is sort of silenced because it knows that these potential outcomes aren't going to be such a problem anymore. But if I've learned anything in life, is that once you stop worrying about one thing, you start immediately worrying about something completely different. So there will always be something to be anxious about. And that's why you can't believe your brain. It's always going to be worrying no matter what you do. So the best thing you can do that I've found is take action. Write it down. Write it down. If you ever get anxiety, and I'm sure you do, I do all the time, I just write it down in a notepad. It might be on my phone or notes, or it might be physically, I actually write it down, or it might be down here in a video. I'll just write it down. I'll talk about it. Writing it down can really help you stop worrying about it and help you with all of this. It can help you take control. It can help you take action. You can retreat from it for a bit, and then you can have new thoughts on how you can take action. This is so interlinked, but when you do retreat from it, say you've gone for a quiet walk, this spurs on action. Because during that quiet time, you're able to actually process what's going on, have some thoughts that aren't so worrying, and actually come up with new ways and ideas to solve your problems. And that's why all of this is interlinked. And if you work on one, you'll naturally work on the others as they just follow on from each other. If you start working on your mindset, you start learning from your experience, you try and remain positive, you're taking control, you start taking action, you'll go out for a walk, you'll have new ideas on how to take action. That enhances your positive mindset, makes you feel more in control, reduces your anxiety, which when you next go for a walk, you have even more thoughts on how to take action, and it becomes a continual loop of positivity, and it's going to help you get through it. And before you know it, you'll be working on all this, and by that time your flare will have subsided, because flares don't last forever. If you're taking the right steps towards healthy living, you will get through this and your flare will heal. Today I'm going to be talking about the early warning signs that you could be heading for a flare, and what to look out for, and what to keep an eye on that's telling you that your body's inbound for a bad time. My name's Jacob, and I've been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years. And over that time, I've had many flares. So I've got very accustomed with the early warning signs that my body is not in the right state and heading for a flare state. So let's get into it. So the first warning sign that I've noticed when I'm heading for a flare, and I like to call it unnatural fatigue, and I can't spell. Unnatural fatigue. So what do I mean by unnatural fatigue? Well, when I've had a day where I just feel weirdly tired and I can't really pinpoint why, and I always seem to forget that this is a flare sign, but there might be a day where I just feel like I can't do anything. I feel so tired, and I generally don't have the motivation to do the things that I usually do. That's when I would say that you're experiencing unnatural fatigue. And when I've experienced this, I really feel like I can't do anything. And the next day, I tend to suddenly have blood. And I'll sit there and beat myself up and be like, why didn't I see this coming? I've had this so many times where unnatural fatigue has led to blood. And I could have had an early warning, I've had the early warning sign. I could have taken action. I could have phoned my healthcare specialist and been like, I think I'm going to flare. I could have taken some medications. Maybe I've got some left over from my previous flare. I could just start taking prednisolone. Not that I am saying to just start taking steroids, but I do feel that this is for me anyway, one of the biggest indicators that I'm inbound for a flare. So if you have had those days where you feel like you're far too fatigued, just think about that. Could be your body's giving you the early warning sign that you're heading for a flare. The next early warning sign is mucus. And if you don't know what mucus is, it's like someone spat in the toilet bowl, but it's come out of your bum. And what even is mucus anyway? So when you're experiencing mucus, imagine this is your bowel. This is the inside of your bowel. Let's get the red pen out here. And you've got maybe an ulcer in there, or a bit that's inflamed. This is inflamed here. So typically, your body, I'll do it in green, your body uses mucus to lubricate the sides of your bowel. So here is some mucus and it's lubricated. And this region here, where you're starting to see some inflammation, is producing more mucus. So this will pass. This mucus comes out and you see it in your stool. And that means, it could potentially mean, that you are actually about to flare, and within a few days, this could then ulcerate and turn into, it's now bleeding. So seeing that mucus in your stool is an early warning sign that you're starting to flare. And that's why whenever I've actually talked to my healthcare specialist, my specialist nurse, she usually asks me, have you seen any mucus lately? Because it's a really great indication that you might be about to flare. Now, mucus doesn't always mean that you are about to flare, because we all sort of pass mucus naturally anyway. But if you're passing an unnatural, not an unnatural, but a large amount of mucus in your stool, then that could be an indication that you're heading for a flare. So it's a really good idea to keep an eye on that. Just have a look down in the bowl when you pass. Just keep an eye on things. Is everything okay? If there's a lot of mucus, maybe you should bring it up. Right, so we've talked about mucus. The next way that I feel like a flare might be coming is when you suddenly feel very sad and you can't really pinpoint why. You might even feel depressed. But most likely you're just feeling very, very sad and there's no real reason, there's nothing to connect to that you're actually feeling sad. Why are you feeling sad? I have no idea. Well, if you're sad and there's a big ass question mark next to it, then just maybe it could be there's something going wrong with your gut. Because the gut is very linked with the mind. Let's say this is your gut, this is your brain. These two are very linked. And if something's going wrong here, let's get the old red pen out. If something's going wrong here, there's some ulcers forming, then the brain is going to start saying, there's something going wrong here. And that's why I always think that when I feel unnaturally sad, there's a big question mark, it could be a sign of a flare. And oftentimes on those days where I felt randomly sad, intensely sad, the next day I've actually started to see blood in my stool. And then I'll make the connection and be like, that's why I felt sad. My gut was in disrepair and I needed to start addressing a flare. And that's what was going on. I wasn't just sad for no reason. I was genuinely sad as a sign that my body needs to heal. Now, the next warning sign, we've got it on the board already, is blood. And you might be thinking, well, that's really obvious. That's obvious I'm flaring. But I tell you what, I don't know if this is you as well, but there have been times when I see the blood and I'll think, oh, hopefully I'll pass in a few days. I will wait. I decide to wait instead of doing anything about it. I think maybe it'll pass in a week. And then a week goes by and it hasn't passed. Maybe it'll pass in 2 weeks. 2 weeks go by. You're still bleeding. Oh, and lo and behold, the bleeding has now got worse. So when you see blood, it's time to take action. It's time to talk to your healthcare specialist. It's time to get on a countermeasure, a medication, whatever it is, time to get on it. Because too often have I thought I can take matters into my own hands and wait for this to pass. And it doesn't. It really doesn't. This whiteboard's getting messy. Even if it's just hemorrhoids, I like to talk to my healthcare specialist and just say, oh, I've had some blood pass. What can we do about this? I'll say, if I think it's just hemorrhoids, I'll say so. That's where communication is very important. We're just going to make a note of this on here. Communication. Very important that you keep open communication at all times. Even if you just see the smallest bit of blood, there's a small bit of blood for you. And you might attribute it to, this is going to challenge my spelling, hemorrhoids. It might not be hemorrhoids, and you might need to get on medications to tackle it. So it's best that you keep that open communication. And if the blood dries up, let's say dries up next day, gone. It probably was hemorrhoids, but at least you told your specialist. And the specialist will often say, right, so you've seen some blood, it's time for a blood test, blood and stool test. And this will give you a great window, a great look into the health of your gut, because you can see your inflammation levels in these tests. That's the great thing about those tests, because it gives you the real picture, what's actually going on inside of you, the picture that you can't tell just by looking. So an early warning sign in that case would be an elevation of your inflammation levels in those tests. Sometimes if you've got some forms lying around, you can actually just take them, well, in the UK anyway, you can take them and get a test done. Like I've got a stool sample pot upstairs and I've got some spare blood forms. So if I wanted to book myself in to do a test, well, I'd just fill up the pot and take it to the hospital and I can test it. Not everyone's going to have that, but if you've got a nice healthcare provider, a nice nurse, she might slip you a few extra blood forms so you can keep an eye on those things. So another early warning sign could be pain. Are you getting cramps? Are you getting more cramps? Are these going up? Because you might get cramps. I still get cramps now, and I'm not flaring, but are cramps becoming more frequent? Are you literally getting hunched over in pain? Well, that could be an indication that something's going wrong. Maybe you haven't seen mucus yet, but you've seen an increase in pain. So this could be another reason. Just tell your healthcare specialist, I've been experiencing more pain and cramps lately. What can I do about this? And then they can keep an eye on you. They might get that blood test in early before anything happens. And that's one of the keys. It's just going back to communication. I'll write it again because it's so important. And pain, it doesn't always mean that you're flaring. It might just be you had a meal and it's not passing through as quickly as it should, or you're very gassy. Not necessarily a sign that you're flaring, but it's worth keeping an eye on. And if it does consistently, pain is consistently rising, then that is something you definitely want to keep an eye on, because increased pain, it could be a sign of ulcers forming, whatever it may be, could be a sign that things are not going the way that they should be. So how can we actually mitigate these things? We've talked about the early warning signs, but how can we mitigate them? Well, it's just the tried and tested methods of getting good sleep, getting exercise, eating the right sort of foods, having a community and reducing your stress. All of these things work in conjunction to stop you from flaring. Oh, and of course, medication. We can't forget medication. There are a lot of people that will try and push herbal remedies on you and tell you how medications aren't going to help you. Well, I'm here to tell you that they are indeed wrong. Yes, there is a time and a place for that sort of thing, but medication in particular is really the one thing that's going to bring you out of a flare. And if you are in a flare, you need to get out of that as fast as possible. And the best way to do that is with medication. At the same time, it's going to sound like a big challenge, but at the same time, all of this needs to be worked on in conjunction with each other. And if you're able to slowly improve this, you will be less likely to flare. So those are the ways I wanted to just share with you in case you are worried or you don't know. Maybe this is all new to you and you're a bit scared. You've no idea what's going on. And if you have any questions, leave them in the comments and I can address them and answer those questions for you. Today, we're going to be talking about weed and inflammatory bowel disease. But more specifically than that, we're going to be talking about weed and ulcerative colitis. My name's Jacob and I've been living with inflammatory bowel disease for 10 years. And over that time, I have experimented with weed. So this is what I'm going to be talking about today. Number one, what does it do? And then we're going to be talking about my personal experiences. Then I'm going to be going over, is it worth trying? And then down here, there is an alternative as well. And we're going to be covering all that in today's video. So first of all, what does it do? So how does it feel when you use weed? So let's call this the side effects. So there's quite a few side effects and it can be very individual how it affects you. Side effects. So the first one is obviously a feeling of being high. But what does that even feel like? Well, it could be giggles. It could be increased appetite. There could be a feeling of more, I think it's called introception. Introception. So that's the feeling of the internal operations of your body. So you might feel where certain feelings are, like you might feel where certain pain is, you might feel your heart beating, you might feel your stomach moving. You have a greater awareness of interoception. That's one of your senses, the sense of your internal functions. Sense of internal functions. You might have strange thinking, like you might think random thoughts. You may have a reduced feeling of pain, but in another sense, it might increase your awareness of pain through the interoception. So it's a bit random, but you can feel a reduced level of pain. And just overall, you might feel happy. Now, there are some other unwanted side effects, such as paranoia. Now, I'm not saying you're always going to feel this, it's just sometimes you may feel like this. And that's all I can think of right now. That's pretty much the gist of the side effects if you ingest the weed. And there's multiple ways of ingesting it. I'm not going to tell you that in this video. You can figure that out for yourself. This is pretty much how you're going to feel. There may be some other things that I'm missing here, but that's basically it. And the things most people are interested in when it comes to inflammatory bowel disease is the increased appetite and the reduced levels of pain. Let's just star these. This is mostly why I think most of you would be interested in even trying weed in the first place. Yes, you might enjoy the other things, but particularly reduced levels of pain and appetite, because that's really, really handy. Especially if you've been losing lots of weight, you might feel nauseous all the time. You might feel sick from your inflammatory bowel disease, making you feel awful. Having an increased appetite, that's a big win. This is a big win. Let's put a green arrow up. This is a big win. Reduced levels of pain. If you're sat there suffering with all this pain inside your gut, definitely worth it. Yes, these are huge bonuses, and that is why you might be drawn to using weed to help with your inflammatory bowel disease. Now, the rules on this are completely different depending on where you live. So you're going to have to look at your own country's laws around getting weed, and you can use it medicinally in certain countries. That's the general gist of it anyway. Let's go on to my experiences. So, I was a bit of a stoner from about the age of 17, I must admit. So, and that was way before I was ever diagnosed with inflammatory bowel disease. So I was very aware of how it affected my body long before I was even experiencing troubles of the gut. Another thing I should have added to the list was it has this whole social thing around it. It's sort of like if you've ever been a smoker, you might go out for a smoke break, and it's like that nice time when you can socialise with your workmates, or maybe you're in college or whatever, you go out for a vape. It's very much a social experience, and that would be another one of it's not really a side effect of using it, but it's something that surrounds it. It's a whole social thing. Where's my good pen? Right, so my experiences. So for the longest time, it made me feel happy. It would help me ignore my problems. It would let me zone in or zone out my worries. But it became a habit. So I was probably using weed for, well, many years actually. I haven't used it, it hasn't been part of my life for 4 years now. Right, that 4 years. Except from a recent trip to Amsterdam, which is why I got the idea to talk about it in the first place. I took a recent trip to Amsterdam. I vaped a little bit, and I realised I just don't really like it anymore. So why is that? And I'm going to stick to probably continuing not to use it. So it's been about 4 years since I was, let's call it a habitual user, almost on a daily basis. And over those 4 years, I've seen the difference that it's made to my life not using it. It's kind of a different topic, but I was a daily user. Let's talk about my experiences with it with IBD. So what did I notice? Other than these things, what did I notice with my IBD? Well, the first thing I did notice was reduced pain. And this zone out my worries. It was almost like I could ignore the IBD. Once I had got high, I was able to just not think about it for a little bit. But something was peculiar that I found quite often. I don't know if it's probably just because I was flaring, but I'd actually see an increase in blood in stool. Now, this could be just the fact that I'm noticing it more, because I was in and out of flares for a long time. But very often would be the case, I'd have a particularly late sesh and I'd go use the bathroom and I'd see an increase in blood in stool. This is very particular just to me. And that was one of the reasons why I began to really dislike using it, if I'm honest. I'd see this happen too frequently for my liking, that it felt like it was correlated. Now, I might have been just jumping to conclusions. I might have been imagining connections where there weren't connections. I might have just been flaring in general. But I did notice this more often than not, and it really felt like it was connected. And then the next day I'd have a day off from it, and then the blood would disappear again. And it was so confusing. I didn't know what was going on. I think in retrospect, there's no way it was causing me to flare. I believe that it was probably more likely I was just flaring anyway. And I just noticed it, and it happened to be a connection there. Because I was a habitual user, I was using it on a daily basis, you know, there's going to be days where I'm flaring, there's going to be days where I'm not flaring, but it just felt connected to me. And I used to get this growing sense of dread. So an increase over time of general fear and panic. So a general increase in time of anxiety. And this was a big thing for me. That increase in anxiety, that was one of the worst things for me, because I'd vape a little bit, suddenly feel my heart going. Suddenly I need the toilet. Suddenly I'm worrying about things, and I'm just wishing that I didn't inhale it, and I'm just waiting for it to wear off. This was probably through all my own training. I feel like I probably trained myself to be like this. And I'm not saying that you will experience this at all. One of the great things that you can do with weed is sort of dictate your experience with it. Go into it with set intentions. So let's talk about how you can avoid this happening, like I just mentioned. How can you stop an increase of anxiety over time? Well, I think that comes down to making it a more meditative experience. Wow, this is a messy whiteboard. Let's just clean this up. So let's talk a bit about setting your intention. So I think going into it with the idea of creating a set experience. Let's talk about it. Intentions. Because I believe that when you do use weed, it enhances the feelings and emotions that you're currently feeling. And if deep down you are anxious and you're worried, that will just come out as it comes into effect. So coming in with the intention that you're going to relax, coming in with the intention that is going to heal you, coming in with the intention that it's going to make things better, calm you down. That's basically the same thing as relaxing, calming, healing. That's how you should go into using it, and using it as a medicine. Not something just to take because you want to take it for recreational use. I don't think you should use it in that way. Not recreational. Of course you can use it in that way. I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't, but I'm saying when it comes to IBD, you should treat it as a medicine. Go in with the intention that it's going to calm you down, reduce your nausea, relax you, increase your appetite, and help you eat some more food to regain some weight. Use it for how it's going to help you. Like, I don't just go around taking paracetamol on a daily basis for fun. I take paracetamol because I've got a headache. That's how you use it as a medication, a medicine. And it's quite, it's a natural medicine. And there's lots of other benefits to it. Not going into the science of it, but it's absorbed all across your body. I don't know if it can help reduce inflammation, but it might help reduce inflammation. But that regardless, all that aside, if it can help you relax, that is huge. That is a huge, huge deal. Just being able to relax, even if it doesn't straight up just promote healing, if it can help you relax, that is massive, because so much of IBD is anxiety led. You've got these horrible symptoms. It's freaking you out. It's all in the unknown. You don't know how you're going to feel tomorrow. You don't know how you're going to feel in the next hour. Do you need an emergency toilet? Relax. It's okay. It is what it is. So go in with the intention that it's going to do that. And you might find that it will actually start doing that. And that's where I think my experiences were going wrong. I was using it with the intention, well, there was no intention. I was just using it. There was no reason for me to be using it. Without going into too much detail, it's almost like I was trapped in using it. People were coming around my house. We were working, surrounded by it. I couldn't escape it. I'd go through phases of being adamantly against it. Like they'd vape it in the room while we was working. I would abstain. Then I'd use it again. And overall, I began to just have this growing resentment for it. But I think it's a great tool with the right intentions. And the way that I see it now is I'd like to use it as a vessel to help me fight my anxiety. Because when I used it recently in Amsterdam, it took me straight to that place. You're anxious, your heart rate's elevated, you feel like you can't cope. And I overcame it. And it was okay. I overcame it. And suddenly I saw the city in a different way, and I started taking pictures. And I was really into it. And I was like, this is why I want to use it. My intention with it is to overcome my anxiety, because that is a useful tool. So it's a tool. It's a tool for learning to cope with things. It's a tool for helping you feel less nauseous. It's a tool for increasing your appetite and just making you feel happier. But set your intentions before you go into it. And you could even write them down. You could make a list, right? I want to feel relaxed. I want to feel calm. I'm going to do this. And it will happen. If you believe it, it will happen. It's very led by your mind. So, do I think it's worth trying? Well, I think if you can obtain it legally in your country, then I think it's worth giving it a go and seeing how you react. Have a go at setting your intentions going into it. Use it however you want. Don't go crazy. Don't use a large amount unless you feel up to the task. It is worth having a go, seeing if you like it or not. But I found for myself over the years, I've drifted away from it, and it's not something I really want to go back to, if I'm honest. I think my life is better off without it. Well, so down here I had talked about the alternative. What's the alternative? Well, you can get a product called CBD. What is CBD? So in weed, there are two components to it. You have CBD and THC. THC is what gets you high. CBD is sort of the counter to it, can make you feel more relaxed. This has been used more as a medicine lately for things like epileptic seizures and those sort of things. THC still, well, in my country, is still, you can't get that on the street. So, but no, you can get it on the street. What I mean is it's still illegal to pick this up, but you can get it through a doctor's note in some circumstances. But CBD is widely available. You can get it from almost everywhere. It's sort of become a flavour of the week. They put it in everything. They put it in your soap. They put it in your shampoo. They put it in all this. And I think that's a bit silly. They put it in everything, but you can get it very easily. So what does CBD do? Well, it can calm you down. Calm you down. It can make you feel relaxed. It can, in some circumstances, reduce pain. It can make you sleep better. And it doesn't get you high. So if you want to experiment with just CBD without the feeling of the THC, you can get it. My experiences with it. I bought it online from the local business. Comes in this oil, you drop it on your tongue. And within a couple of minutes, you have this overwhelming sense of calm. That's what came over me. An overwhelming sense of calm. And I felt relaxed. It definitely made me sleep better. It kind of reduced my pain just a little bit. Not too much, but mostly an overwhelming sense of calm and better sleep. And my God, if it helps your sleep, it's worth doing. Anything that increases your sleep and makes you relax, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Because sleep, let's underline this a couple of times, sleep is fundamental to healing. Absolutely fundamental. And if CBD can enhance this, my God, it's worth trying. The only thing is it's expensive. It is expensive for what it is. So I can't say it's something that I would recommend to use regularly, unless you've got a lot of money. I don't use it now because I'm trying to save money, but I did go through a phase where I was using it on a daily basis, and there are some problems. So one of the problems is you get used to it, and then you have to ramp up the dose. Now, I haven't experienced any downside in ramping up my dose as it becomes less and less effective. I didn't experience any problem. One of my friends said that they tried a lot of it and it knocked them out. But they hadn't built up the tolerance to it yet. But in most circumstances, it did help me. It is amazing, actually, how quickly the calming effect comes on. Within 2 minutes, you put the oil on your tongue and you let it sit underneath your tongue. Literally 2 minutes will go by. It's absorbed into your bloodstream. And it's just this amazing calmness. Suddenly I just felt like, oh, what a relief. The thing is, it passes quite quickly. But that feeling is very, very good. I did absolutely enjoy that. So I took it before bed. I would opt to take it just before I was going to bed because it seems like the best time. End of the day, you want to ensure that you get a good sleep. It's worth it. So that is my talk on weed, CBD, THC. Yes, it's been something that's been in my life for a long time. I've been surrounded by people who use it. So I've got a lot of experience using it, but I have a lot of bad experience using it because I've got quite a high level of anxiety in general. And if you do end up Googling this sort of information, you do tend to find more positive information about weed for Crohn's disease rather than ulcerative colitis. But do know that it can help, as I mentioned earlier, with the feeling of just being able to ignore what's going on with you. It's almost like a coping mechanism, really. You retreat from how you're feeling and use the weed to be able to not experience this anymore. So I hope you really enjoyed this video. I hope you learned something. I may have painted a bit of a bleak picture with weed because I've had quite a negative time with it. I mean, I've had lots of positives as well, but overall it just became a bad experience. I'm just going to draw this out because why not? We have enjoyment here. Can I write this sideways? This is a test for me. We have enjoyment and we have time used. So I started off here. I thought it was amazing. And let's say that this was when I was 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and so on. My God, I'm old now. I can't. So anyway, I really enjoyed it here. I thought it was great. It's a very social thing. And then it just starts to go down. I get more anxious, more anxious, more anxious. And then it sort of flattens off here. And there might be the odd spike. It might be here, it spiked up here for one day and then went straight back down. But overall, it trended down. I had a trend of... It was trending down this way because it just filled me with anxiety. Anxiety up. There's a terribly drawn arrow. And I'm just one of those people that's quite prone to anxiety. And I really found that over the years, it just really, really enhanced it. But those first times, before I had sort of learned that you can feel like this way, it didn't do it at all. The thing is, if I went back in time and smoked the amount that I used to then, I would be floored. But it's when you experience the anxiety, it almost opens it up to your mind that, oh my God, this is possible. And just while we're here, I'll talk about when this happened, because I clearly remember this. When did this drop start to happen? Well, it was when I played a game called Dead Space. This is really silly. It might even be a more sharp drop than this, you know. When I played Dead Space, this happened. So, what happened? Well, I was smoking a joint at home like I usually do. It was late at night, or like I usually did, and I rolled this big joint, smoked it all while I was playing Dead Space, and there was this level. So Dead Space is a horror game, and in the horror game there is these aliens, and there was this part of the game where there's this alien that you can't kill, and you need to lure it over to like this big spaceship and use the spaceship's engine to burn it, and that's how you kill it. I believe that's what happened anyway. And it's this intense segment. It probably lasted like 10 minutes in total. So I just finished this joint, and then this segment of the game starts, and I was not prepared for this. And I go through the segment. It's one of the most intense experiences of my life. And once I got through that segment, my heart was racing. And the segment's now over. My heart is beating really fast. But then my heart doesn't slow down. And I realise I have no control over what's going on inside of me. I'm not calming down. And then I begin to panic. And I run downstairs. So I lived upstairs. I run downstairs. I open the back door. And I'm at the back door trying to get oxygen. I'm like, I need air. I need to calm down. And then I'm lying on the floor. I go really lightheaded. I'm lying on the floor. And I'm just lying there in total disarray and complete panic. And over time, it washes over me. I calm down. I go back upstairs. And I don't have another joint that night. And then suddenly, panic has now opened up to me. Suddenly, anxiety is something that can happen when I smoke a joint. And it's that one negative experience, it almost like it caused a mental trauma inside of me. And that trauma would be relived every time that I smoked a joint. So maybe I smoked a joint here. Suddenly, it's down like that. That's exactly what happened. It would just make me relive that. In fact, it would have been more often than that. It probably would have been the next night. But over time, it just, through experiencing this on and off, over and over again, I began to really resent weed, you know. I was like, I don't like it. It makes me feel this way. And it's because I put off dealing with my anxiety. And why do I even bring this up? Why am I even telling you this? Well, if you're someone who's had a bad experience in the past with weed and you're thinking about using it for your ulcerative colitis, or you're going into it as a fresh-faced fellow who wants to try it out for the first time, just know, like I said, set your intentions well. Go into it with a fresh a mind, knowing that it's going to work as medicine. And if you have had a bad experience in the past, it can take you to those bad places. And the best thing that you can do is deal with it and learn to overcome it. And that's where I'm at now. All the way over here at 31, about to turn 32, I would say it's risen a bit as I've become sort of fond of the nostalgia of the past. But the fact that when I tried it a week ago in Amsterdam, and it was the first time I tried it in 4 years, I felt this. I felt it. Here. That's right, panic. I felt the panic and the fear. I was walking down the street, it kicked in, and I thought to myself, I'm going to fall over. I'm going to pass out. And I'm getting really lightheaded. And I told myself, this is just my anxiety. I'm not actually going to fall over. I'm just feeling anxiety. And I overcame it. And I had this new sense of almost like self-respect. I can overcome it. It's just a feeling. It's something that will pass. It's not going to last forever. And I can overcome my anxiety. And it doesn't matter if it suddenly makes me feel this way, because it's just based on this I'm sure that the reason why I feel like this panic here, is related to this event, because I think about it quite a lot. This caused a sort of trauma inside of me, in my mind. And every time I get high, I relive it. This moment, I relive it. This moment, I relive it. Just before here, I relive it. Here, I relive it. And it's because I've never dealt with this. I've never overcome it. The only way I can overcome it is by feeling that anxiety, triumphing over it, and knowing that it's something I can overcome and is in the past. And I know this is completely off tangent now. It's got nothing to do with IBD. It's got everything to do with weed and anxiety. But I've just got to say that if you had an experience like this, it can make you relive it. So I think it's really important, if you do want to use it as a medicine, to know these things. Know that it can bring up troublesome memories, and it might be your time to overcome them, learn to deal with these memories, and actually make yourself a happier, better, mentally resilient person. And overall, that's the message I want to give you, that it's a tool. You can use it to overcome your inner demons. You can use it to overcome your past experiences. You can use it to help you with your current experiences with IBD. And it is a medicine. Don't abuse it. This is a natural medicine that grows out in nature, and you can smoke it, eat it, vape it, whatever you want to do. You can put it on your skin. It has amazing properties to help you. But if you haven't resolved what's going on in here, it has amazing properties to harm you. Hi, my name's Jake, and this is my life with ulcerative colitis. Now, you may not have heard of ulcerative colitis, but you might have heard of Crohn's disease. Now, these are both forms of inflammatory bowel disease. There's been some big YouTubers coming out and saying that they have Crohn's disease, such as Mr. Beast and Vicstar from the Sidemen. But I've been dealing with ulcerative colitis, which is slightly different. So ulcerative colitis is when I get ulcers in my gut and they bleed and they get really sore, and the main symptom is you get blood when you go to the bathroom. And so I wanted to share my story of having ulcerative colitis for the past 10 years in the hopes that it lets you feel a bit better about it if you have it yourself, or you can just find out what it's like to live with. So let's get started. How did I find out that I had ulcerative colitis? Well, it goes back to, like I said, blood. So I noticed that I was getting blood when I went to the bathroom. And at the time, I thought that it was just hemorrhoids. So I thought that I'd been maybe going to the toilet too much or pushing too hard, and there was blood coming out. I didn't think much of it. But the thing is, it didn't go away. It just kept persisting. And it also makes you feel like you really need to go. It's like suddenly you're like, I've really got to run to the bathroom. So run there, quickly go. And it feels like you might have a stomach bug or something for the first few weeks. You're like, what is going on with me? So I ended up going to the doctor. Now, the doctor turned around and said to me, you're pushing too hard on the toilet. And this was, I'd probably been dealing with it for maybe like a month or so. And I went to the doctor, said, you're pushing too hard. And I said, I'm not pushing at all. Like, I'm not pushing to go to the bathroom. It just comes out. And she's like, nope, you're pushing too hard. So she probably thought I had hemorrhoids at the time as well. But the thing is, when I spoke to that doctor, she had that aura of like, I hate working here. I hate my job. So I really felt like she didn't really want to give me the time of the day, really. She just wanted to give me some medications and tell me to go away. So she prescribed me codeine. Now, one of the side effects of codeine is it bungs you up. It gives you constipation. So I think this is what she was hoping for me. Give me the constipation and then I'd stop going to the bathroom and then maybe I'd just stop complaining. But what really happened was nothing. I took the codeine. I just made my stomach hurt because it's like constipating a little bit. But really, I'm still going to the bathroom and ultimately I'm still bleeding. So I go back to the doctor and she's perplexed. She's like, I don't know what's going on. I'll refer you to the hospital. So that's the gastro, and they can take it from there. But the thing is, a referral, that takes time. So I have to just wait around for this referral to come through. And during that time, I'm in my final year of university, and I actually get one of my first video jobs. Now, at the time, I was doing this little job, and it was for the British Society of Immunology. And like I said, at the time, I do not know what ulcerative colitis is. I have no idea what's going on. To be honest, I thought I had bowel cancer. I just thought, I'm bleeding. What else could it be? I didn't even know about ulcerative colitis. I'd heard of Crohn's, but not ulcerative colitis. So I'm doing this job for the British Society of Immunology, and I'm interviewing these people, and they're talking about medications for ulcerative colitis. And it's all going over my head because I don't know what they're talking about. I don't even know what I have. So it's not, none of it's going in. Weirdly, they're talking about some of the medications that I take today, 10 years later. How strange is that? But anyway, during this, I think we interview about 8 people. And between each interview, I'd film them, and then I'd be like, I've got to book it to the bathroom, I'd run to the bathroom, I'd bleed in the bathroom, come back, carry on interviewing. And this went on for the whole day. And that's sort of where I was at. It would be like 20 times a day, maybe more, running. Things would just pass through me, mostly just blood. It really felt like it was just a bloodletting, to be honest with you. It felt like I'd just run to the bathroom, sit down, and let blood come out. But anyway, I just thought it was ironic that I was filming these specialists in immunology and the medications that go along with that. And it just went over my head. And it's just so strange that was my first ever paid video job, was for people talking about medications for inflammatory bowel disease. They would talk about other things too. So anyway, referral finally goes through. And I go and get a camera shoved up my butt. So it's a sigmoidoscopy. And what that is the camera goes up to the first bend of your bowel. And apparently it's called the sigmoid bend. Don't get a full colonoscopy. I think it's because it's faster. Maybe it's cheaper. I don't know. Anyway, I get that. And pretty quickly, directly after, they're like, you've got ulcerative colitis. So actually, just before that, when I said I thought it was bowel cancer, I was doing the worst thing you could do, really. I was sitting around and drinking because I thought my life's over. I thought, this is it. I'm going to die soon. So why not drink? So I'm drinking alcohol. And just so you know, alcohol, it promotes inflammation. And this was while I was waiting for the referral. And I'm just drinking and being depressed. Being in a flare does make you feel depressed. There's links showing that if your gut's in disrepair, your mind's in disrepair. So I'm just in disrepair, waiting for this referral. I just wanted to throw that in. So jumping back, I've had the referral, I've had the camera. They sit down and they tell me, you've got ulcerative colitis. And the first thing they say to me, there's no cure. So that's great. Love hearing that. So yeah, they tell me there's no cure, but it's very manageable. Okay, it's very manageable. So they give me a medication called Mesalazine. And the brand that I was taking for years and years was called Pentasa. So it's these little white granules. It's basically like ibuprofen, but slow release. So it doesn't get absorbed in your stomach, it doesn't dissipate there, and it waits until it gets into the gut, and then it releases. And then supposedly, it's supposed to reduce your inflammation. Now, I was on this medication for, I'd say, about 7 years. So what was that like? Well, so now I'm entering this phase where I'm trying to manage it. And like I said, that's the first medication they gave me. So I'm on that, and it does clear up at first. It goes away, and I kind of forget about this whole thing. My mind's just like, let's lock that away and pretend it didn't happen. So I just get on with my life. I get on with, doing university, which I kind of gave up on, to be honest, because I was going through all this stuff. I think I used that as an excuse because I didn't like the course. But anyway, do the course, done it. But the thing is, this Mesalazine doesn't keep me from flaring again. And flaring is a return of symptoms. And we're aiming to be in remission, which is a period of no symptoms whatsoever. So yes, I'm on the Mesalazine, symptoms come back. And then they're like, right, so now we're going to give you Prednisone, which is a steroid. And it's not the kind of steroids that you think. It's not muscle building steroids. If you've had any sort of autoimmune condition, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's basically called a corticosteroid. So they give you, when you're stressed, you release something called cortisol. And it's like a stress hormone. And what it does is it suppresses your immune system. Because in the moment of stress, you don't need your immune system. You need to run, fight, whatever it is. That's what you need in that moment. So what they do is they give you, I like to call it pseudo stress. It's fake stress. We're inducing stress with the aim of shutting down the immune system. Because what they think, I know it's all of what they think, but they don't know the cause yet. What they think is your immune system is beating itself up. It's attacking your bowel, or it's attacking my bowel at least. So the aim is to suppress that, and then it will go away for a period of time. Again, the trend is we're always just treating the symptom because we don't know the cause. So anyway, we're treating the symptom with fake stress. And I do some research on prednisolone. I think it's called prednisone in America, but it's the same thing. Corticosteroid. And it sends me a bit loopy. And I think that's because I've read all of this stuff, all of these bad experiences on prednisolone. And I think, oh my God, I do not want to be on this. So as soon as I've been prescribed it, I'm like, right, I'm just going to eat sweet potato. And I think that was my whole plan. I'm just going to eat sweet potatoes. They're good for you. That's what's going in my head. And I'm not going to eat any sugar or anything because I've heard that it makes you gain weight. And I don't want to get fat on prednisolone. So I go on this crazy diet where I'm microwaving sweet potatoes and I'm eating that. And I'm on the prednisolone. And the first day I take it, you have to take 8 pills of this. Take the 8 pills. And to be honest, at first, you're like, I feel great. Like, I feel like I've got all this energy on day one, this is. And then I think I just let the idea of it all get to me. And I'm like, I feel crazy. I kept saying, I feel crazy on this. And I've been designated a specialist nurse from the hospital. And I think at the time I had to email. So I email her and I'm like, I don't want this. I don't want to do this. This was like after one day. I said, I hate it. I don't like the side effects. Put me on something else. So they're like, okay, we've got an alternative. It's called budesonide. It's a slightly different type of steroid with less side effects. And I'm like, okay, I'll try that. Get the budesonide. Nothing changes on budesonide. I don't even feel any side effects. I take the whole course of budesonide, which it wasn't a very long course. And basically, I was still bleeding. There's no change. Yes. And at the time, so this went on for quite a while, actually. And I'm out of university and I'm working a job, a part-time job or whatever I was doing. I think at the time I was a cleaner. And I keep having to go to the bathroom, bleed, come back out, which isn't fun. But anyway, this steroid does nothing. So I'm like, what other options are there? Because I don't want to take this oral steroid because as far as I'm concerned, it's sending me crazy. So they're like, okay, we're going to give you an enema. And I'm like, an enema? And they're like, yes. Basically, the idea behind it is we started off with Mesalazine. So I'm taking these granules daily. And they're like, so I'm taking 4 grams of it. And they're like, we're going to let you have it 1 gram enema. And you're going to put it up your ass, basically, and hold it in overnight. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. And by the way, I look up and apparently 5 grams of Mesalazine is like the max you can take before it becomes sort of toxic. So anyway, I shoved out my arse, go to sleep. And I actually noticed that quite quickly, my symptoms are going away. So this was the new course of action. I would take Mesalazine enemas, take Mesalazine orally, and that was going to try and keep me healthy. But the thing is, it didn't really stop me from flaring. I don't think it ever took me to remission. It just alleviated some of my symptoms temporarily. And this is where I want to touch upon just living in this state between not really full remission and not full flare. Well, I don't know if it is a full flare. I am still flaring, so I'm still getting blood and that, cramping. But the thing is, I've got these other things going on. So I'm letting anger sort of fuel me, which isn't good. We'll get into that. And I'm not looking after my diet. My diet is crap at this point. And at the time, I'm eating takeaway all the time. I'm getting like one night's Indian, one night's Chinese, one night's pizza, then it's back to Indian. Chinese is such a waste of money. But anyway, the main point is the diet was terrible. And I'd be going out and say, I really love skateboarding at the time. And I'd go out skateboarding and I got very perfectionist over it. And if I didn't do a kickflip perfectly, I'd get livid and I'd start swearing, throwing my skateboard around, getting very angry, like so angry I get a headache. And then I'd get picked up to go home. And I'd just be like, why did I do that? I've got a headache from being angry. That's not good for me. And then I get home and I'd bleed. You know, it's like very quick. You have that moment of stress. Immediately my body's like, well, you've pissed us off. It's time to bleed. Not quite what, it doesn't really work like that. But that's how it felt to me. It felt like there was the stress and immediate reaction from my body. And I kept telling myself, I've got to calm down. This is like not good for me. And I didn't really look into my diet properly either. So this just keeps me in this limbo state. I'm going between flaring, not flaring so much. It just continues for quite a long time, to be honest. Years. This goes on for years. And then they're like, okay. I talk to my specialist. I'm phoning or emailing every 3 months saying I'm bleeding again. And they're like, okay. And then it got to a point where I'd be like, dear specialist, I'm bleeding again. I've ordered myself the Mesalazine enemas. I'm treating it. And I felt like I had it under control. And they're like, okay, so we're going to give you a new medication. It is the steroid, but it's an enema. There's way less side effects, and we're going to try that now. I'm like, okay, if there's way less side effects, I'll give it a go. But it is the prednisolone, but just up your butt. So I've got this. And I just want to talk a little bit about the enemas. So the Mesalazine enemas, I was kind of using 2 enemas at the same time at this point. And that's a whole palaver, like trying to put this nozzle up your butt. But anyway, the Mesalazine enemas, I think they came from a company that invested a bit more money into the equipment. And what I mean is, like, the nozzle was nice and soft. It came like pre-lubricated, so it was easy to slip up there. And I was getting quite good at it's getting good at slipping it up there. And then this corticosteroid enema, it felt like it was on the cheap economy end, and it was this really hard plastic, and it really hurt trying to put it in. It really hurt. So what I actually had to do was I had to buy a bottle of lube just to lube up these hard nozzles so I could put them up my arse and it not really hurt. Because it would feel like imagine you're all inflamed inside as it is, and then you get this hard plastic nozzle and you got to try and put it up there. It wasn't a good time. So I'm lubing them up myself, and that enables it to go up. But the Mesalazine is a foam. Sits quite easily in there. Once it's in there, after a couple minutes of discomfort, you kind of forget it's there. But the prednisolone, it was like a liquid. And once it's in there, it was like half an hour of lying there. Did not feel good. Anyway, so I start taking these, and I think it does work. I think it does. But it does feel horrible. I'd wake up at like 4 a.m. or 3 a.m. I've got to let the enema out, obviously, because my body's like, right, get rid of this. It's been inside of us for too long. Sometimes with the foam enema, with the Mesalazine, there'd be times where I'd have my whole 8 hours sleep and it's in there. And I think that's when it's its most effective. But the prednisolone, a lot harder. But again, it's kind of like, it just kept me in this state between flaring and not really ever being in remission. So I'm just living in this state, really. Nothing's really helping too much. It's not making me heal. It's not doing anything. And I'm still at this time, I'm probably still having a bad diet as well. And I'm still letting anger get the best of me. And I won't lie, when this literally goes on for 7 years straight, maybe longer, it goes on for this length of time, I never truly get into remission. So I just want to touch upon what was it like actually talking about it to people and the people around me, my family, workplace. So at this time, I was a cleaner in a school, and I'd applied for that. It asks you on the application, do you have any disabilities? And I'm like, I've got ulcerative colitis. And then they're like, how do you manage it? And I'm like, I might just need to go to the bathroom more frequently. So I've got this plan in place. And it is as simple as that. They were very understanding. If I've got to go to the bathroom, I've got to go. And if I've got to lie on the floor because I'm cramping, got to lie on the floor because I'm cramping. And the thing is, I've always been very open about it, as you can probably tell, because I'm telling you about everything. So it came quite naturally to just tell people about it. You're quite open. And my advice, if you're getting a job, just tell them, because there's no point hiding it. Because if you want to hide that you've got this, it's going to rear its ugly head and tell everyone for you. And what I mean by that is, if you're in the workplace and you haven't told anyone, and suddenly you're flaring, it's going to become really obvious, because you're going to, 1, be in lots of pain, 2, you're going to have to run to the bathroom. They're going to be like, what are you doing? Why are you having so many toilet breaks? And 3, you might just have to lie down and curl up into a ball and be in pain. And that's okay, but then they're going to be like, why the hell are you doing this? So your best bet is to actually just tell everyone. And it's not like you need to, you meet someone new and you're like, hello, I've got inflammatory bowel disease. No, not like that. But if you're applying for a job, tell your manager, tell them when you're applying for the job. Or if you're already at a job, tell your manager or whoever's your boss or your teammates, just so they know what to expect. Because otherwise it's just going to be this weird surprise. So I found being the open, honest approach just works the best, especially with telling people around me. They're just like, okay, yeah, that's what it is. And there's no like weird judgments or anything. Well, at least I didn't feel like that. That's just the way it is. But you do get some people being like, have you tried this? Have you tried that? Like unsolicited advice. And a lot of the time it's actually quite annoying because you have tried all these things and you know they don't work. And it's not like my diet was so bad I was only eating takeaway this whole 7 years. I did go through, now I eat very clean. And I've learned a lot about nutrition through having bowel disease. So, I did tidy up my diet. So, but then people come up to you and be like, have you tried just eating this or this like weird natural remedy? And you're like, that doesn't work. This doesn't work. It just gets annoying. But, they're just trying to help you. So it's not like I'll snap at them, but it's not something I enjoy really. Like now, if someone comes up to me with unsolicited advice, I just let it go through me because it's, I know it's probably, they just want the best for me, but it's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for your advice because you just don't know what it's like. And a lot of people think that it's IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. And it's kind of annoying. They mix it up. It's not their fault because they don't know. But it's just not the same thing. So let's talk a little bit about mental health and mindset when it comes to inflammatory bowel disease. So a lot of the time when I'd see blood in the bathroom, it's very like, at first it's like, it's shocking. You're like, wow, there's so much blood. It can look really gory. It's like literally like a battle scene when you look in the bathroom. Like the bowl is red. It looks like someone has knifed you and you're bleeding everywhere. It looks like there's a lot. And my specialist nurse always says it looks like more than there really is. And they are onto something with that. But it doesn't help when you go to the bathroom, you look down between your legs and you're like, oh my God, that just came out of me. Every time it's like, it's kind of uneasy. I mean, you get kind of used to seeing it so often, but still, when you actually stop and look at it, you're like, oh my God. And I've got that, just talking about it now, I've got this feeling of like, it's almost like dread. I feel my face go strange. I'm just like, how does this happen? It's like a big weight. And then say you enter a state of less symptoms, you're not bleeding for a bit, and then it happens and you look down and you're like, not again. Not again. I can't be dealing with this again. And to be honest, even now, while I'm not flaring, touch wood, I look at the toilet paper and it fills me with fear because I'll have like a bit of an off bowel movement and I'll look at the toilet paper and I'll be like, please don't be red. Please don't be red. And I'll be like, oh, thank God. Like, it looks healthy right now. But it's like this trauma that's been induced in me from seeing it before and the years of looking down and like thinking, oh my God. Because it does look like a battle scene. So much blood. It's ridiculous. But the thing is, they are right. It's not as much blood as you think it is. But any sight of blood is like shocking. It makes you sit there and go, it just makes you think, you're how can this be happening? Yeah, it is shocking. But yeah, mental health wise, when you are flaring, it's hard to be positive, to be honest. It's really hard. But the thing is, from my experience, it will always get better. There will be a point where it will start to lessen and go away. And if it doesn't, there's other means like surgeries and that. And I've spoken to a lot of people where, they're much happier after the surgery. But in my experience, if you are flaring right now, just know that, perhaps in 3 or 4 months, it won't be like this. This is just what it is like right now. It won't be like this forever. And if it feels like it's going to be like that forever, then you just haven't reached that point yet. Like, it will come. Yeah. Yeah. See, it is tough. I won't lie. Dealing with, like, knowing, like, I've got to go to the bathroom again. I've got to run to the bathroom and it's going to be horrible. The best approach I've found is just accepting it. Just living in that state. Just being like, okay, this is how things are. I'm going to go. I'm going to know I'm going to see blood. I'm just going to roll with it. That's the best way. And focusing on the things that you can do during the flare to make you feel better. Like making things easier for yourself. Like if you work from home, it's ideal to work from home if you've got this going on. But I know that's probably not an option for a lot of you. But if you do, or even, for the times you are at home, just like set things up for yourself. So when you do feel like rubbish, it's not going to be like this big effort to do something. So say even like little things, like say I need to plug something in at the back of my computer and that means getting on the floor. I just bought an extension cable so it's on my desk. That's a really small alleviation of some pain. The way you can alleviate as much of your pain as possible, like say you're like, I don't know what to eat. I'm so confused about what to eat. What the hell do you eat when you're flaring? Just eat plain. Just because this is something my specialist said to me. When you are flaring, no matter what you eat, it's going to feel horrible on the way out. So it's, when you are deep in a flare, it's almost like it doesn't matter what you eat. So the approach I went with was just eat plain. So one thing I like to have, diet's different for everyone. So what I'm about to say might not work for you, but what I had was Ready Brek, which is milled oats, and they've added vitamins, and I put peanut butter in there, and that was it. And I pretty much lived off of that. And I chose Ready Brek because it is supplemented with all these vitamins. Hydration, drink water, put salts in it, do more of that. In fact, I'm going to have some water right now. Make sure you do put salts in it because you will be going to the bathroom so much, it just keeps you dehydrated. You see, I've got a big bottle of water. Get a big bottle of water and carry it around with you everywhere. But nutrition is its whole other thing. And this is where products like Huel have really helped me, actually. Not sponsored by Huel, but I have used it pretty much throughout my whole diagnosis because it's a drink filled with vitamins. And if you're flaring, you need that stuff because you're not probably absorbing most of the vitamins. So having this flood of vitamins every time, it does help. It does help keep you afloat and have the energy to keep going. So I really rate meal replacement products. And there's so many diets you could try, but like to try and get out of a flare. I'll be honest, none of them have worked for me. The main thing that's worked for me is just using medications. I know it's sad and all, but that's what's worked for me. The medications are there to get you out of the flare. But this sort of plays into the mental health aspect because a lot of the time you're like, what future do I have? I've got this incurable disease. 2, I'm on these medications. How are they going to affect me long term? They all have like potential side effects. Mesalazine, when I first got on that, they're like, it could cause hair loss. Don't think that happened to me, but it could in the future. Hair loss, it could mess up your liver. They all sort of have that side effect. All sorts of things. So the best thing you can do, like Mesalazine in particular, if you're on it, just drink lots of water. It's similar to ibuprofen. So the best way you can take it every day, you keep yourself hydrated. It reduces the chance of the damage that it could have. If you're dehydrated and you're taking this anti-inflammatory, supposedly that makes you more prone to the damage that it could cause. So just keeping hydrated will protect you from the damage of anti-inflammatories. But you have to take these things into account. And yeah, it does take a toll on your mental health. Like I said, before I was diagnosed, I thought I was dying of bowel cancer. So I was drinking. When I was diagnosed, it didn't really change how I felt, but I stopped drinking, that's for sure. But it does sort of make you feel numb. You're just like, how do I continue? How do I keep going? Or maybe you're not even asking yourself that. You're just like, why continue? Why keep going? And the best thing I can say is, like I said, it will get better, but it is tough. And some of the hardest times have been when I've been on the bathroom, on the toilet, and just going through that. It's like a trauma. It is a physical trauma going through a bowel movement. And it's almost like I began to come scared of going to the bathroom. And I try and hold it in for as long as possible because I just don't want to experience it. And that felt awful as well. So my advice for that, if you're in that state, is just go to the bathroom and just go through it, because it's better than holding it in. Like, it has to come out. All you're doing is delaying that pain. And just to describe what it feels like. So you're sitting there and it's almost like your gut pulls and it's like, push. Like when you push on the toilet, it's like an involuntary, like, everything's coming out now. And it feels dreadful because it's passing through these inflamed sites inside of your gut. Like, as things pass, it's like, it's horrible. Like, imagine you've got a wound here and you keep rubbing it. It hurts, right? It's sore. There's no option other than to rub it, like when you go to the bathroom. So it passes along all of these sore areas and then it comes out and it's like an ejection. It's like pressing the ejector seat button. Everything comes out. And then once it's all passed, it's like, oh, thank God I've, don't have to feel that. But it is like trauma. I'd have this physical response. I'd be sat here, my leg would be doing this, jolting up and down. And I'd be like, and I'd close my eyes. And then it would be like, everything ejects. You're like, brace for impact. Very much like that. And then sort of for like 10, 20 minutes afterwards, I'm sat downstairs after using the bathroom. I'm like, I just went through that. And you feel kind of messed up after that. I don't want to go through that again. And the thing is, it might be 20 minutes past and you're like, oh no, I've got to go back up there. It is horrible. I know I'm laughing, but it is horrible. But we got to keep things jovial when we're talking about these things. But that just plays into, you feel rubbish. You feel terrible because you're going through this cycle upwards of 20 plus times a day, going through this horrid trauma. And for me, it would always get worse at night time. I go to bed and then it'd be like, get to the bathroom now. Get to the bathroom now. So anyway, this is happening, like I said, on and off, 7 years, 8 years, however long. And it gets to the point where I have this, the big flare. So I've done a video where I talk about this specific point in time. But basically, I've been invited to a wedding in America. Well, actually, Canada. I've been invited to an overseas wedding. Booked the plane tickets. And I'd never really booked many holidays. So I found that very stressful. The whole ordeal happens. Booking a holiday. So, yeah, that's happened. I've booked a holiday and I'm very stressed. Like the kind of stress where you're shaking. And I'm just like, damn, I feel terrible. And a week later, I start flaring. Like it just comes, like the blood, urgency, everything. So immediately, I think at this point I could phone the specialist. Or it might be through email again. I contact the specialist, my specialist nurse, and I'm like, this, it's really getting bad. I'm bleeding a lot. First thing they say is stool sample. Hate giving stool samples. Blood tests. I think that's how it started. And they're like, get on prednisolone. And I'm just like, oh no, I don't want to do this. I think it goes back and forth emails where I'm just saying how bad it is, how many times a day I'm going, how I'm feeling, my worries. I just this is where I really stress open communication with your specialist nurse. I tell them everything because they want to know. They want to know if you've had any mucus, blood, how many times a day, what kind of stool is like. I just tell them everything. And I can't stress how useful it is to just be open about it, especially with your nurse. Because, the way I think is the more you share with them, just tell them the whole story. And then they can decide exactly what to do based off of that. And they can only decide based off the information you give them. So if you hide something, they might make the wrong decision for you. So that's why I am like open communication at all times. And I tell them everything and they're like, okay, get on these steroids. And I give in. I'm like, okay, it's been years and years since the start when I was first diagnosed. Like it's been like 7 or 8 years since I last tried prednisolone. I'm like, okay, finally reached a point where I have to take it. So I start taking the pills. There's 8 pills. And it completely ruins my sleep. I can't sleep I take these steroids. They tell you take it first thing in the morning, gets to nighttime, can't sleep because my stress levels are so high. Like I am already stressed. So I've got a lot of cortisol in my system. And then it brings it up to here. Say this is 10. It brings it up to 11. I can't sleep. I'm on the steroids. I'm not getting any sleep. And I tell them, I'm like, I can't sleep on these pills. I email them, like, I've been up all night. I maybe got 30 minutes of sleep. I can't take this. And day by day, my mental health is just degrading because I'm not getting any sleep. Feeling awful. Nothing's going on. And another thing is most of the nurses that work at the hospital, they're off sick. They're understaffed. So I'm getting communication like once a day through the email. And I'm like sat at the email, like just waiting. Like I just want a response. And it might get to the point where I'm panicking. In fact, I just need to wind it back a little bit. Before this even happens, before I manage to get in contact with the specialist, because they're quite delayed in the communication, I actually ring the non-emergency line, which is 111 here in the UK. Because I'm in this just state of panic where it gets to the point where I'm like, I'm bleeding this much, going to the bathroom this much, nothing's working. I think I wasn't sleeping. This was before I was on prednisolone because I'm just stressed. I'm very upset. I don't know what's going on. I think, this is it. I'm going to have surgery. And I'm panicking. I'm freaking out. And every time I've been in this state and I can't get through to specialists because you can only email them, you can only contact them in the morning. And I swear health problems always happen at night time, so you can't contact anyone. That's the way it works for me. It's not like you wake up first thing in the morning, you're like, I've got this health problem, I'll call the doctor. No, it happens at night time when you can't call the bloody doctor. So I'm in a total state of panic. So I call the non-emergency line and they allow me to see a doctor at the A&E. And basically the doctor's like, I don't know how to deal with this. And I remember the doctor saying, I can give you prednisolone, but I suggest that you wait to hear back from your specialist. Because I'm like literally saying to that doctor, I'm like, I've sent them an email. I have to wait for their email. And the doctor says, wait till the morning for the communication. That's what this doctor advised because she's like, I'm not an IBD specialist. I don't know how to treat it, but I can offer you prednisolone. And I'm just like, okay, I think I will wait for my communication from the specialist. Lo and behold, they end up putting me on prednisolone anyway. So I could have gotten that medication sooner. Wow, I'm getting heated up here. So anyway, fast forward back to where I was. They put me on prednisolone. I can't sleep, all that jazz. Flare's not subsiding whatsoever. Now the thing is, my sleep gets so bad. This is where I start getting into actions that still affect me to this day. I'm like seeking out, I'm on all the IBD Discords, Reddits, forums. I'm like, how do I sleep? How do I sleep? People start suggesting me things. They're like, take magnesium biglycinate. This is where my whole sleep journey starts. Because I'm in a state of panic for sleep. I'm like, all I want in life is sleep. Magnesium biglycinate. I start taking that. No help, but I still take it. I still take it daily, years later. Because it's like, oh, it might help with my sleep. So yeah, I start taking magnesium biglycinate. Then they're like melatonin. So I get melatonin. I still bloody take that every day. And then I'm like, that's not working. So then I go down to the pharmacy. I'm like, help me. I need sleep. And they're like, okay, Here's some diphenhydramine, Nitol. You can get that behind the counter. Got its own list of side effects. I start taking that. And finally, I get some sleep. 4 hours. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but that 4 to 5 hours that these pills gave me just sorted my head out. It allowed me to actually feel rested. Because before that, I was on no sleep whatsoever. Oh my God. That was such a relief. Being able to get 4 to 5 hours of sleep. The biggest relief of the whole journey so far. Because those steroids, they ruin my sleep so bad. So anyway, I'm in this slow communication with my specialist over email. And she's basically saying, hold in there. The team comes back on Monday, whenever this was. We will get together, have a group discussion and decide what you need to do. And I think at the time I'd lost, about 10 kilos of body weight. I mean, I was like 82 kilos. And then I'd gone down to 74 or 73. I think that's about where I was. And I looked ripped. Like, I looked great. Like, that's the annoying thing. When I looked in the mirror, I was like, wow. Like, I look like a fighter or something. I look amazing. But I feel like crap. Like, I feel terrible. But I looked great. So I did get some pictures while I looked like that. But this ended up being the night before I was going in for a stay at a hospital. So what happened was I get an email, or they might have even phoned me the next day. Yeah, they did phone me, and they're like, Jake, you need to admit yourself to hospital. We've decided as a team, you need to go to hospital. And I'm like, okay, never been admitted to hospital. And they're like, go to the AAU. I can't remember what it stands for, but it's not the emergency. It's not the A&E, accident emergency. It's like that. You go in and you could admit yourself. So I'm like, okay then. That's it. I'm going to hospital. Luckily, I just bought a laptop before this. So I packed my laptop, I packed some things, and I'm like, I guess I'm going to hospital. And I go to the AAU, and there's just all these beds and stuff, and I am there I think I wait for like 5 hours before anyone talks to me. And then finally someone's like, oh, okay, yeah, we've heard you're coming. And it's the first time I've had a cannula, actually. They put a cannula in my arm, and they withdraw blood from it to start with. But I soon discovered that this is staying in my arm, like for a while. And they take some blood straight away, and then the cannula's just there. And I'm just another set of hours go by, and they're like, right, we've got a bed for you. I'm like, okay. So I'll go to this bed, and the first thing they do is attach an IV of, I think, just hydration salts. It's like an 8-hour IV. And I'm like, okay, I'm in this bed now. I'm in hospital. It's weird. And there's some girl I can hear next to me, like arguing. Like, I think she was held there under some mental health thing. But she was like, I'm leaving. And this was my first experience in the hospital. I've got this woman kicking off next to me, saying she hates it here. She's leaving. And I can just hear them talking about, like, I think she'd been sectioned or something and was told to stay there. But at this time, she was allowed to bail, and she decided to quit. There's a man opposite me who, looks not in very well health. And I'm just there, lying in a bed. More hours go by. And then suddenly someone comes up to me and was like, right, you're going to your ward now. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't know what's going on. I thought I was in the ward. I thought this was where I was staying. But they're like, no, you're going to this ward. It's the specialist gastro ward. I'm like, okay then. And they wheel the bed. I'm literally just lying in the bed and they're wheeling it, which is a funny experience. And then I think this was at like midnight or something. I'm wheeled into the ward and everyone's asleep. And I'm just like, okay, I'm here now.
I'm in hospital on a ward. It's very quiet, sort of quiet anyway. And I can't, I don't end up sleeping because I'm like, it's a whole new environment. I'm just suddenly in hospital. But that's where my hospital journey began. I was just in bed. I'm told, you need to start tracking your bowel movements, how many times you go, what it looks like. And I've been given this chart, and basically 7's the worst. And I recorded a lot of 7's. Pretty much every time was a 7. But this was my home for however long I was going to be there for. And yeah, when I was there, you get like a menu. Well, in the hospital I was in anyway, you get to pick like, what do you want for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. Whenever I wanted something to drink, I'd sort of just try and get someone's attention. I could get hot drink whenever I like. In a lot of ways, it was quite nice, actually. I never accepted a bed bath, I'll say that. I think I only showered there twice because I just didn't want to use their facilities. But yeah, it's not like it was a bad place. The worst part was I just continued to not get any sleep because there's just all this noise going on, this racket. You hear all these people like next to you, groaning in pain. Man over there looking horrible. Not horrible, I just mean like in a bad state, making noises. People, there was one guy, I think he had dementia, and he kept just like yelling and talking to himself, and he just would not be quiet. I think I ended up getting sick of that man, actually. Just like constant blabbering. Do you know what got me through that? My laptop. Because what I was able to do was I at the time I typed dub techno on YouTube, and I just put my earplugs in and I just listened to dub techno to drown out the noise of the man talking nonsense and the groaning. And what else got me through was actually playing World of Warcraft with my guild. I've been playing World of Warcraft quite regularly. Basically, they re-released the original World of Warcraft in 2019. I've been playing that with the same guild. And at the time I was in the hospital, TBC had come out, which was basically the first expansion for World of Warcraft. And I ended up raiding from the hospital bed. So that was one of my favourite experiences, being in hospital. Raiding from the hospital bed. It's just funny. I'm on Discord and I'm hearing my guild mates, and that's sort of making me feel at home. And I'm in hospital. That was one of the most like heartwarming experiences when I was in hospital. Being able to raid and like I'm in hospital. It's just kind of funny. But yeah, so anyway, throughout my time in hospital, like I said, I'm recording my bowel movements. And let's say it's been 5 days, and I've got my chart, and I remember the healthcare assistant coming over to have a look, and they're like, I've been writing 7, the worst. And they're like, still 7? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, really? And I'm like, yeah. It is still a 7. Like, I'm not getting any better. So basically what happens was my consultant comes to see me, and he's like in the hierarchy, he's like the boss. He's the one who signs off all the medications. I've seen his name on all my prescriptions and medications that I've ever had, but I've never met him. And then he's there, and he's like, basically just talks to me, explains what they're going to do. He's going to like touch my belly to see if there's any pressure. He had very nice soft hands. And he's like doing this. And he's like, any pain? I'm like, no, that's okay. So there's no sign of perforation or anything. That's something I'm quite terrified of. That's when your bowel, like say this is your bowel, a hole appears. I've heard stories of people going through that. It's like being shot, apparently. So, luckily that didn't happen. So anyway, he's like, basically, what we're going to do is we're going to offer you biological medication. And you can choose which one you like. And he sits down with me and he says, these are your options. And he writes all the medications and, the potential side effects. And if this doesn't work, you could try this. It's like a sort of roadmap. If this doesn't work, you've got this, this, and this, like 3 other options. And if they don't work, then that leads to maybe you can have surgery to remove that part of the bowel, have a bag. And I'm like, okay. But so basically, I heard the name Infliximab. And the thing is, I decided to go with that one purely because I've heard other people being on it. I was just like, I've heard other people's experiences. I'll go with that one. So that's the decision I made. I chose what to do. And he was like, okay, we're going to start putting that in process. We'll get you on Infliximab. So I've decided this is set in motion now. And my decision there has led to where I am now, to be honest. So, yeah, I just decided to go along with what I'd heard good things about, Infliximab. Now, the thing is, you're supposed to get these pretty quickly. He called it, I can't remember what it's called. It's like an emergency. Basically, it's like, let's get this guy a dose now. I think he called it rescue medication. That was it. So Infliximab was going to rescue me. He was going to rescue me out of this flare. And it was like a bit, you have to build up a dose of it until it starts doing its thing. But he's like, we've got to get you this rescue medication. We'll get it to you as soon as possible. Supposedly, I was supposed to have it the next day. But it ends up being days. And they put me on this thing called Clexane, which is like to stop me from having blood clots. That was horrible because they like pinch here and then they inject it in there, subcutaneous, like bang. And it's like, it's just a little pinch. It's not so bad, really, but it feels horrible. I hated being on that. I had that every day. Pretty much every day I was there. So anyway, I'm just waiting, really. I'm supposed to wait for someone from pharmacy to come down and give me Infliximab. And basically it just doesn't happen. And I'm there. I think one day I'm just like, please, I can't sleep. As usual, I can't sleep. What can I do? And they give me, I don't know what it was. It was a sleeping pill. And I asked the nurse, I said, what is this drug that you're giving me? And she's like, oh, it's a controlled substance. So you have to take it. And I'm like, okay, but I just want to know what it is. And she was like, well, it's a sleeping pill. And I'm just like, I just want to know what it is. She doesn't tell me because she actually thinks I'm going to take it home and sell it or something. So I put it to one side because I'm going to take it for sleep. And then I take it later that night. And she comes round and she's like, have you taken it yet? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, good. I was like, this is really weirdly judgmental from this nurse. I just was very confused. I don't know why. But anyway, one thing I forgot to mention was the whole time I'm in hospital, they've taken me off of Prednisone, which is the oral steroid, and put me on an IV one. So I'd have 4 doses of this hydrocortisone, and they inject it through the cannula, which was here. And it felt like it was like air conditioning into my vein. And I was on that the whole time that I was in hospital. And that was just couldn't sleep when I was on that. And I found that I started retaining water, particularly in my knees, because I often like to sit like this. And I found that even bending my leg started to hurt. And I don't know the reason why, but my theory was I was retaining water here and it was just causing this pressure. So I was losing my mobility, which was dreadful. And I'd go for I try and remain as active as I could. So I'd walk around the hospital and I'd sort of walk around at like an old granddad pace, like shuffling around, because that's all I could manage, to be honest. But I'd still walk around the hospital. And that was one of the nice things, actually, walking around the hospital at night time. It's like, the hallways are quiet. And I did enjoy that. So I'm walking around the hospital, just trying to enjoy my time there because it's a weird experience. So finally, I get the Infliximab. And I tell you what, I swear to you, within like 4 hours of having my first IV of Infliximab, I noticed changes. And that sounds ridiculously fast, but I go to the bathroom and things have started changing. I just noticed within 4 hours, I was like, the stool was more formed. Yes, it was still bloody, but I was like, this is rapid. Like, I didn't feel like I had to. It didn't feel like it was an ejection anymore. It felt like it felt like it was healing. And so, yeah, very rapidly, I'm like, this is working. And they're like, okay, so they monitor my inflammation levels in my blood. And they're like, if you reach this level, you can go home. And I'm like, okay. And my inflammation levels are slowly coming down. And it got to a point when there was enough for me to go. So to start with, what they did was they took me off the hydrocortisone. They're like, right, so you're going to go back on oral prednisolone, and we're going to give you this tapering plan. So you're going to have 8 pills for a week or 2 weeks or however long it was. Then you go down to 7 pills, then 6, then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 until you're off of it. Because supposedly, apparently, you have to taper off of corticosteroids, otherwise bad things happen. But the thing is, I'd had my first dose of hydrocortisone in the morning, and then like, okay, don't take any more because you're going to have orals tomorrow. And then I go to sleep that night, and I think I had like this withdrawal effect, and I have the most visceral nightmares, like the worst nightmares I've ever experienced. And they were horrible, horrible nightmares. I don't even want to describe what happened, but I remember the healthcare assistant woke me up in the morning, and I opened my eyes, and I was like, oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. I'm not in that nightmare anymore. And I was just so happy to be awake. And I was just like, that's when I learned. I was like, that's why you don't just come off of steroids, because otherwise that happens. And I was like actually kind of upset. I was like, they should have given me the rest of the dose that day, because then I wouldn't have felt so bad. Anyway, my levels continue to fall, and I'm able to leave hospital. And that was weird. My girlfriend, well, fiance now, but girlfriend at the time, picks me up and drives home. She's really happy to see me. It feels so strange to be leaving the hospital. But I remember distinctly, we're driving home, and you go over a speed bump, and it would be like, oh, and I was like, please, like, go over the speed bumps very slowly. So we almost went at a crawl pace over the speed bumps. But I'm finally home. And by the way, I got COVID. Got COVID when I was in the hospital. But somehow it didn't really affect me. I had one night where I couldn't breathe very well. But after that one night, I didn't even really feel like I had anything other than fatigue. So anyway, I'm home now. And I kid you not, the day after I get home, I'm like, I got to get back on my fitness. And I deadlift. And I deadlift 100 kilos. And I was very, very happy with that. And I was a video of me doing it. I've got my mask on still because I've got COVID. I'm wearing my mask at home, deadlifting. I'm just like so happy to be lifting again. And yeah, I'm home again. So I haven't had to go back, luckily, yet. Touch wood. Thank God I haven't had to go back. But the thing is, I've spent so much time sleep deprived, I can't say that word, that my fatigue levels are just insanely high. And we actually end up going on a family holiday to Centre Park. So it's like this place you go to, it's nature, you can cycle around. The idea is no one has their cars during the holiday, so you can only cycle around this place. It's very nice. But it was weird because my fatigue levels were so high. We do something for like an hour, and I'd be like, I've got to go. And I'd go to bed, and I'd have to nap. And I'm not the kind of person that has naps. So that was very peculiar for me. And it just took months for that fatigue to go away. And by the way, this whole time, I'm still taking the diphenhydramine to sleep. Because I'm still on a high dose of the steroids. I can't sleep. And eventually, I taper off of the prednisolone, but I'm so sort of disturbed by the lack of sleep that I continue taking the diphenhydramine, the Nitol / Benadryl, if that's where in the US it's Benadryl. I'm still taking that because I'm just like, I want to sleep tonight. And it becomes a mental thing. I'm like, I don't want to have this bad sleep. I've been through this whole like trauma of no sleep. I never want to go through that again. So I just keep taking it. It takes me 6 months to actually get the balls to quit it. And I take it daily for 6 months. And the way that I did it was in the same way that I came off of the steroids. So I tapered. I was taking, I think it was 50 milligrams. So I went down to 25. Didn't really notice the difference between 50 and 25. And then I'd get a knife and I'd cut a bit of the pill off. And then over time, I was taking like such a small amount. It was just a mental thing. Just taking that small bit of pill was like, mentally, I was like, okay, I can go to sleep now. And basically from here on in, I have to go to an infusion unit, which is a couple of towns over. And every 8 weeks I go and they give me Infliximab. And that's pretty much how I get treated to this day. So on top of that, I've also been told to take Azathioprine, which is another immunosuppressant. So the biological drug Infliximab is an immunosuppressant in itself. And, it's supposed to stop me attacking myself. And the Azathioprine is taken in conjunction with that. And the theory is, over time, your body might build antibodies to the Infliximab. So, say, for instance, I get Infliximab. I always point to my arm because that's where it goes in. And over time, my body would be able to delete it, basically. Be like, we don't want this. Get rid of the Infliximab. So the idea with the Azathioprine is I take that and it stops my body from having the chance to build antibodies to the Infliximab. And the idea is so it retains the effectiveness of the Infliximab for as long as possible. So I'm still currently on those 2 medications. I take Infliximab every 8 weeks, and every day I take 100 milligrams of Azathioprine. Now, initially, I was actually told to take 150, and that's 3 pills. And I started taking the pills. So you ramp up. You start from 1 pill, 2 pills, and then I went to 3 pills. When I started taking 3 pills, I noticed that I was just feeling sort of like sick all the time, nauseous. So I emailed my specialist, and I said, I'm just going to take 100. I made like the executive decision. I was like, I'm taking 100 because 150 is making me feel sick. And as soon as I went down to 2 pills, I stopped feeling sick. And they were actually okay with that. They were like, okay, you do that. So that's what I've been taking the whole time. And since then, since this whole hospital debacle, like I said, I go get my 8-week infusion a couple of towns over. But the week before, I have to book a blood test. So every 8 weeks, I'm also having a blood test, but it's the week prior to the infusion. And that's just so that nurses and the doctors can look at my blood levels and think, is anything rising that shouldn't be rising? Is anything abnormal? That sort of thing. But the thing is, I get all of that information sent to my phone because the NHS have this app where you can check, what your blood levels are currently. So I look at it and see, this is out of range. So, for instance, my creatinine levels, that's out of range. And then I freak out because I'm like, how do I reduce it? What do I do here? And I remember I get in contact with my specialist nurse. I'm like, my creatinine's high. This other thing's high. How do I reduce them? And she's like, I don't know. Let's Google it. And I'm just like, I wish I could talk to a blood specialist about it. But since then, I found out, because I'm an avid weightlifter, I like training in the gym, that when you train hard in the gym, now I just want to make a point here, I don't take creatine and I never have before anyone asks. So when you train hard in the gym, when your muscles are repairing themselves, apparently creatinine is expelled in that process. And this is like my most recent blood test. About a couple of weeks before, I do a lot of deadlift. And then I get the blood test and my creatinine levels are very high. And then I start thinking, I feel like this is linked. And when I Googled it, supposedly it is linked. So that's very interesting. So this is just like, it's probably quite niche. There's probably not too many people out there in the same situation. But if you find that your creatinine levels are high, and you do weightlifting, just consider how hard you trained before that blood test. This is something I'm going to keep my eye on going forward. How hard can I train, and how much does that affect my creatinine levels? And I want to have a blood test where I actually rest, don't train, see if it drops. But consistently, my creatinine levels are always high. They're always out of range, consistently. But I am consistently lifting weights. But it was this one time where I did that very, very hard set of deadlifts, and my creatinine levels were the highest I've ever seen them. That's when I started thinking, is there a link here? And I think there is, but I still need to test it. So that actually reminds me, the whole time I've had ulcerative colitis, I've been lifting weights pretty much. And even going back to those times when I mentioned I'm out the skateboarding, and then I'm flaring, deadlifting is what got me through it. There were times where I felt rubbish, I felt low, and I'm just there like I can't continue. But I go outside and I lift some weights, and it sort of gives me what I like to call man juice feeling. Like I lift the weights, it starts burning, and then I'm just like, my man juices have elevated, and I feel good. And that's sort of mentally what got me through a lot of those tough times, was actually deadlifting. And I don't know how many people out there would want to deadlift when they're flaring, but I tell you what, if you do it, it does make you feel better. There's something about weightlifting when you feel like rubbish that just elevates you. But since coming out of hospital and being on these medications, I've taken my sleep as a priority. I've exercised as a priority, done everything I can to supplement the things that could help with inflammation, and just tried to live a life that minimizes the impact of me flaring again. Now, my throat's getting very dry. Let's talk about supplementation. Supplements that I like to take, vitamin D is like the top one. And I like to take that with vitamin K2. There is a reason behind it. When you take high levels of vitamin D, the vitamin D promotes the production of calcium, and that calcium can be taken to the wrong place. Apparently, vitamin K2 directs that calcium into the correct places. So if you ever want to take high doses of vitamin D, be sure to take high doses of vitamin K2 at the same time, just to make sure that calcium goes to the right place. So I take 10,000 international units of vitamin D every day, and I've got blood test results showing my levels. I never got to the toxicity range, which is quite hard to get to. They are higher. My vitamin D levels are higher than the average person because I've been supplementing it every day for a really long time. And I really suggest you try this, especially if you live in a country like the UK where most of the time it's cloudy, it's not really sunny. Year round, you're probably deficient in vitamin D. This is advice to pretty much most people anyway. You should be supplementing vitamin D, but in particular, if you have a chronic disease like ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease. My specialist said to me, once I had my first ever vitamin D blood test, she said if everyone had levels this high, we would probably have less hospital visits, less instances of severe flares, because there's something about having a high vitamin D level and your immune system working in a more functioning manner. There is a link there. So if you're not taking vitamin D, you should take vitamin D, but especially if you have a chronic illness. Another thing I like to take is magnesium biglycinate. So supposedly that helps you sleep at night, but I just take it because it's an essential electrolyte as well. That also gets tracked on my blood tests, and I can see my magnesium levels are higher because I supplement it every day, but they're not out of range. Another thing I like to take is omega-3s. So there's supposedly a link between inflammation and having high levels of omega-6s without having omega-3s in your diet. So I take omega-3s, and there was something about you wanted to get DHA versions of omega-3s. So I take that every day, and I think it's working. I'm doing all these things in conjunction with each other. This is a weird one, I take garlic supplements. So garlic is a little bit of a blood thinner. So if you are bleeding and flaring, I wouldn't suggest taking it, but it could reduce your chances of blood clots, all that sort of stuff, increase your blood flow. Another thing that I take is lion's mane mushrooms. Now, this is more for like a mental capacity sort of thing. It supposedly has the chance of helping you create new brain cells. I'm not going to say that there's any proof of that because I don't know, but I take it. So that's just what I do. I think I've been taking it for about 6 or 7 months. At first, I did notice large effects on my sleep. I think it makes me dream deeper. I do feel like it has an effect of that. So it might make my sleep more valuable. Again, it's a maybe, like maybe doing all these things together make me feel better, but I can't pinpoint it down to any one thing in particular. And that's about it for supplementation, other than melatonin. So you're not really supposed to take melatonin for an extended period of time, but I'll be honest, I've been taking it for a long time. And it is purely because of that period of bad sleep. It's the last sort of holdover that I really should deal with and reduce. And I do have a tapering plan. I just haven't initiated it yet. But I've been taking melatonin for a really long time. So anyway, you can say what you want about that. That's just what I've done. And I'll be honest, I have some of the best sleep now that I've ever had. I don't pin it all down to the melatonin because I've implemented a sort of sleep hygiene regimen. And I do say regimen strongly because there's a whole laundry list of things that I do for my sleep. And I think all of it in conjunction has given me the best sleep I've ever had. Might as well get into that just quickly. I have a fan on at night to generate some sort of white noise. I use earplugs to stop excessive noise from waking me up. I put a t-shirt over my head, not an eye mask. So it's essentially an eye mask, but my t-shirt does the job. Like I said, I take the melatonin. I go to sleep at the same time every day, wake up at the same time pretty much every day. I also drink lemon balm tea, which promotes the production of GABA, which can help you relax. I've also used CBD oil, which helps you feel chill. And I exercise. All of these things together has helped me sleep. And I believe you got to take all of these approaches to get good sleep, because I found since I've been really working on my sleep, I feel a lot better and I get a lot more done. And this is all stuff I learned from having such bad sleep in the hospital. So it's a gift in a way. I learned that. And I really want to tell you that how important sleep is. It's something you really should be working on. If you have bad sleep, my God, that could increase your risk of flaring, your inflammation levels, your stress levels. Everything can be worse because you're not getting good sleep. So I really urge you to work on that. And yeah, like I said, exercising. I try and go to do some weightlifting at least twice a week. Lately, I've been doing running as well, cardio, diet. This is very individual, but for me, I've mentioned earlier in the video, I like to have Huel. Not so much when I'm healthy. I do have it occasionally, but I like to just eat foods that have less ingredients. I have a lot of kefir, so that's got bacteria in it that's good for your gut, supposedly. I eat berries, I eat meats, peanut butter, all of those sort of things, and I try and keep it as clean, as simple as possible. And just all of these things, I'm trying to hedge my bets into doing these things will mean I'll live longer, hopefully, feel healthier, and be able to do the things that I want to do. So you don't have to let bowel disease hold you back, basically. Just but you do need to work on your health. Because if you're in this flare state, I'm not saying that, I'm not criticizing anyone here, but you're probably doing some things that are making you feel worse or unhealthy. It could be as simple as like letting your stress levels get too high. For instance, when I go look back, like I mentioned with the skateboarding era, let myself get into this angry state, and then that would release cortisol in my body,
And that would lead to inflammation arising inside of me. And I'm not saying these things will cause you to flare or stop you flaring if you manage it, but it's going to make you more likely to be healthy. So it's good to look back at, how you've behaved, the actions that you take and the things that you do, and just think about what impact is that having on yourself. So like I said, the anger was leading to inflammation. Before that, it was the bad diet and the drinking that led to inflammation. Lack of sleep, stress, inflammation. Just think about it like that. What can you do opposite wise? So it'd be relax, be more calm, less inflammation. Eat a diet that isn't working against you, less inflammation. Work on your sleep, feel more recovered, more relaxed, less stressed, less inflammation. Do you see what I'm saying here? So if you are flaring, I know it sucks. I know you feel like rubbish, but just use this as an opportunity to take account for what is going on in your life. Think about what decisions have you made that may have impacted your health recently, or even in the past 6 months. What things have you been doing that might be bad habits? Of what things can you do to fix that? And just really, it's really just take account for what you're doing to yourself. And I think you got to take this whole, I'll call it a holistic approach to everything to guide you towards a life of health. And that might even be emotionally, like sharing with others. How do you feel? Do you bottle everything up inside of you, hence causing stress, leading to inflammation? This is the things that I seriously think is worth considering when you're in that flare state. And even when you're not in that flare state, take account, what are you doing now? Is there some things that you could be working on better? I just think this is very, very important things to be looking at here. So I've got a list of questions here on my laptop. I'm just going to check that I've gone through everything that I've wanted to talk about today, because I've talked about a lot. I wanted to give you sort of the full picture of my life with ulcerative colitis, the deepest, fullest look into what it's like living with an inflammatory bowel disease, because I haven't seen anyone else do this, share everything, get it all out on the table, tell you exactly what it's like, sharing all the details. I think I've covered everything, to be honest. I've covered everything. So let's just see what things I haven't talked about. How do I envision my future? Worries for the future. That's a tough one as well, to be honest, because this comes into, I'd like to come off the medications at some point. Because long term, Infliximab could damage my internal organs. And I remember my specialist saying, we like to keep it to being on Infliximab for a maximum of 5 years. I think I'm about halfway through that now. Goes quickly, does. What do I do upon that time elapsing? Do I try different medications? I can continue using Infliximab if it's working. Do I even want to? That's the thing, I don't know. My future is uncertain. And that's why I like to implement as many health strategies as possible now to try and ensure my future health. But, the medications have their own impacts. So, yeah, it's a tough one, that. But it's a consideration we all need to take when we're on medications. The way I like to see medications is, if you are flaring really bad, you hear a lot of people talk about natural medications. They're not going to get you out of a flare. Let's just be honest. If you're in a deep flare, you're going to have to use the medications to get out of that flare. And I think once you got out of the flare, then you could consider your options. What can we do from here? But really, from my experience, if you're in a deep, bad flare, use the medication to get out of that flare as fast as possible, because you don't want to stay in that. One of the dark results of colitis could be bowel cancer, and we want to mitigate that option as much as possible. So do you really want to stay in a flare that's more likely to cause you cancer than the medications? Staying in a prolonged flare, that is not where we want to be. So use the medications to get out of it. And then you kind of have the freedom to consider, where do I go from here?
I mean, one option is I could try coming off the meds and just seeing what happens, but my specialist is certain I would flare within 6 months. Sounds like a challenge, doesn't it? Not sure if I want to put that to the test yet. But that's where I am with my journey at the minute, and that's where I'm looking in my future horizon, is how do I come off of medications? Not sure yet. It's all a lot of mindset shifting. That's where I'm quite interested in. I'm quite interested in psilocybin, actually, to try and see if I can shift my mindset, expand my thoughts on it, see if something shifts. That's something I might try in the future. I've been doing so much talking, my throat's getting sore. If you have enjoyed this video, then please subscribe. If you've made it to this far, I doubt many of you made it this far, but if you have, you are a real G. Thank you so much for listening to me talk about all of this stuff. IBD can be a roulette. One day you're healthy, and the next day you might be flaring. So why would you increase your odds of a bad roll and falling ill by neglecting your health? My name's Jake, and I've been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis for 10 years. And I'm going to share with you the ways that I minimise those chances of having an unlucky roll and maximise the chances of being healthy for as long as possible. If you want to maximise your chances of being healthy, then watch this video for 6 easy steps that I take for a flare-free life. And if you want this information in a convenient document that you can read at any time for free, then click the link in the description to download your copy. Your health is counting on it. So step 1 is finding a medication that works for you. Yes, medications suck. I don't want to be on any of my medications, but they keep me healthy and away from flares, and they can help you too. Medications are one of the best tools that you can use to bring yourself out of a bad flare. And once you're able to find that medication that works for you, that's when the magic happens. So how do we find a medication that works for us? It's staying in constant communication with your healthcare provider. For me, that's my specialist. If I'm on a medication, I'm going to share with them how I'm feeling. And if the medication isn't working, I'm going to tell them immediately. The best thing that you can do is have an open communication with your healthcare provider. Tell them everything. Tell them if the medication isn't working, if you're getting side effects, anything. Tell them. And trust me, they will be able to adjust your medications or try a different one with you. And that way you'll be able to find the one that works for you. And trust me, I know, because I've been there. I've been on medications that haven't really worked for me, or medications that have given me weird side effects, like making me feel sick all the time. And do you know what? I told my specialist and we adjusted straight away. That is the best thing that you can do to get out of your flare. So it can be a bit of trial and error. You have to try one medication and see how you feel. And the thing is, if your flare is just a mild flare, you do have time for this. As long as you're not in an urgent need of a surgery, trying some different medications to see what works for you is the best option. Step 2, and that is sleep. Sleep is one of the most wondrous things that you can use to heal your flare. Sleep is that time when your body is able to repair, recover, and it's able to lift that weight from your mind. So why not focus on improving your sleep? What areas of sleep are struggling for you? Write them down and tackle them. If falling asleep is a problem for you, it might be a case that you're too stressed or you're worrying. So try writing down your worries. Writing down your worries can help offload it from your mind to some paper. And maybe you can look at it in the morning and think, was that really worth worrying about? And if you are lying there and you can't sleep because of the flare that you're in and you're worrying about it, in this situation, the best thing that you can do is just accept where you are. Yes, you might be flaring. And yes, it might really, really suck, but that's just the way things are. And you might be here for a little bit of time. So if you accept it, your stress levels will reduce. You're most likely going to be okay tomorrow. Yes, you might feel bad, but you will still be here. So write down your worries and think about it in the morning. And there are plenty of other things you can do, such as looking at your sleep hygiene, wearing earplugs, using an eye mask, blocking out light, not looking at devices. All general things that most people should be doing for their sleep. If you work on these things, you will get better sleep. And just like medications, it can be a little bit of trial and error. You got to find what helps you go to sleep. But once you find it, hold on to it. Don't forget it. Maybe even write it down on a big notice board and make sleep your priority. Step 3, look at your physical activity. Are you doing much during the day? Yes, you might not feel like doing much physical activity because of your poor health, but going for a walk can help a lot. A simple, gentle stroll can have a huge positive benefit for your overall health, and it can also feed into that sleep back at step 2. If you go for a walk today, you might have a better sleep tonight. If you've got a little bit more energy, it might be time to do a little bit of resistance training. Expending some energy to build some muscle can really help your longevity, your well-being, and your sleep. So make the most of physical activity during the day to allow you to increase your health. One way you can look at physical activity is by using an energy rating. How much energy you have today out of 10. If you have an 8 out of 10, then it might be time to do some resistance training, lift some weights. Go quite hard. Don't push yourself too hard. If you wake up and you feel like you're a 2 out of 10, a mild walk might be best for you, but at least try to do something. If you're sitting around all day feeling sorry for yourself, then that's only going to exacerbate things. Step 4 is diet. Now this one is very personal, and this would require, again, some trial and error. Write down foods that you know don't sit well with you, and avoid them. Eat foods that are simple with less ingredients and you know have a high amount of vitamins and minerals. Again, you have to be quite careful if you are flaring. Please do avoid those known flare foods that you know. And again, this will be trial and error. Only you will know the foods that you don't react well to. What works for me won't work for you. For instance, I'm okay eating lots of peanut butter, which is high in calories and has a lot of vitamins and minerals in it. A lot of other people can't stand peanuts and they don't sit well, and it might make you flare. So keep a logbook and write down the foods that do work for you. And if you are snacking on unhealthy foods, maybe you're having McDonald's or you're having chocolate and crisps, this is really not the right track to go down. This can exacerbate your inflammation levels and potentially make your flare worse or put you into a flare if you're not in a flare. I think we all have an idea of what healthy food looks like, so just keep that food logbook and keep going. Step 5 is reducing your stress. Stress can play a big part in inducing flares. After going through a big bout of stress, your cortisol levels might be spiking. Now, this would reduce your immune system's response. And when those cortisol levels go back down, that might be when your body starts fighting itself. So avoiding stress is one of the best things that you can do for your health. Although it can be quite hard to avoid stress, sometimes it's inevitable that you will get stressed. The best thing you can do is have some methods to mitigate it, like having a hot bath at night. This is where sleep will play a huge role in reducing your stress. Just having a good night's sleep will make you more resilient during the day and less likely to find things stressful. Most of my stress reducing methods do orient around just getting better sleep. But some things I do during the day revolve around my mindset. Over time, I've been able to choose how I react to certain situations. One source of great stress for me was actually playing shooting games. I get very angry whenever I get killed. And if you find yourself in these stressful situations, the best thing that you can do is take a step back and think about how you're reacting to those things. Is your reaction warranted? Is it out of proportion? Is it even worth reacting like this? Changing your mindset can change a lot. If something's really working you up and getting you angry, just take a step back and think about it. Why are you feeling this way? What is it that's really getting to you? Is it just that you're having a bad day and this activity is just making you feel a bit stressed because of it? Find an activity that you know will calm you down and put you in a better state of mind, and actively try to avoid those that put you in a stressful state. Again, it's very personal. It could be trial and error. The best thing you can do is just write all these things down. So that brings us to step 6, and that's just being consistent. Doing these things over a long period of time will yield greater results. The longer you spend on improving your sleep, the better your sleep will become. And I know because I've been in some of the worst sleep that I've ever had, and I just stuck to my plan, and over time, my sleep has become some of the best sleep I've ever had in my life, because before all of this, I didn't even look after my sleep. But now I have a rigorous sleep schedule, a sleep routine, and now it's in a good space. And again, that's the same with physical activity. The longer that you keep consistent with physical activity, the more that you can do. The body adapts quite quickly, but you have to keep doing it. Again, with diet as well, if you find a food that doesn't cause you a flare, but is quite nutritious and you don't like the flavour of it, the longer you eat it,
the more palatable you'll find it, and you might end up enjoying it. And again, with stress, like I said, I changed my mindset towards these things, and I'm actually able to play shooting games without raging anymore. This has been quite difficult for me, but it has been a case of just watching how I react to things and trying to actively not react in that way. Because reacting in an angry way to video games is kind of silly in general anyway. It's really just taking a log of how you react to things and choosing to not react that way. So those are the 6 steps that I use to maximize my health and longevity. And remember, if you want this information in a readable format that you can download in your own time, then click that link in the description. Your health is counting on it. When I was first prescribed Azathioprine for my ulcerative colitis, I was actually pretty terrified. I was told that if I was to go in the sun, I would get skin cancer. And I was also told that my immune system would be suppressed, so it would be easier for me to get sick. All of these things were telling me that being on azathioprine was going to be a scary experience. But this showed me that despite what happens with your IBD and the medications that you're on, you can thrive. Because I've been on azathioprine for quite a while now, and I can tell you that my experiences have been pretty positive on it. So I just wanted to talk about that today. So going back to when I was first prescribed azathioprine, like I said, I was actually pretty terrified. I was going on a family holiday where we were going to do lots of swimming. I'd only recently come out of hospital, and the idea of going into a swimming pool rang alarm bells because I thought, I'm going to get an ear infection. You know, kids piss in the pool. Who knows what else is in the water? I thought that's all going in my ears. So the first thing I did was I ordered earplugs, and I made a decision. I was like, I am not getting in the water. Like, I'm not going to submerge my ears. So I went on the holiday, went swimming. Lo and behold, I didn't get an ear infection. I don't know if the earplugs worked or the pool was actually quite clean. I think I did end up submerging my head, but I was very cautious and I was almost on high alert the whole time because I was just thinking about how I was probably going to end up getting sick. And then when it comes to the sun, now I haven't been told you'll get skin cancer if you go out in the sun or there's a greater risk of it. I completely coated myself in sun cream, and that's something I actually still do to this day. Anytime it's sunny out and I'm going out, say I'm going to be out for a while in the sun, I coat myself in it, and then every 10 minutes, I'm like, well, I better put some more on. And I'm completely covered in it. And sometimes I just wear long sleeve clothes. So I'm just like, I don't want to have to wear all this sun cream. And I wear a hat now. I've never been much of a hat person. But since being on azathioprine, I've decided it's easier for me to just wear a hat and shade my face than to bother putting sun cream up here. It's just a bit of a hassle. But I am pretty scared of getting skin cancer. And I'll be looking over and being like, is that mole new? Should I look at this mole? So far, nothing has happened, touch wood. But it is in the back of my mind. So what has it actually been like to be on azathioprine? Apart from fear, I've told you all about fear, but what's it actually feel like? So when I started, I was told to slowly ramp the dose up over 3 weeks. So I started on 50 milligrams, and these pills come in 50 milligram pills. So it was 1 pill. And I took that for a week. Felt nothing except fear, just what I was telling myself, like, oh, I'm going to get sick. And then I went up to 2 pills for a week, felt pretty much the same. Then I went up to 3 pills, and that's when I actually started to notice something. I was feeling sick. Every time I ate something, I felt nauseous, and I felt nauseous all the time. And I tried it for a little bit, and I thought, this isn't worth it. So I took myself down to 2 pills, and I emailed my specialist. I said, look, I'm feeling nauseous all the time on 3. I'm on 2. I've taken the executive decision to go down to 2 pills to 100 milligrams. What are your thoughts on this? And they said, that's completely fine. That's okay. And I was like, okay then. Okay, I'm on 100 milligrams and I felt fine. And I've been on 100 milligrams since. So I've been taking it. Now, naturally, I start looking up other people's experiences. And this is when they start bringing up that it could increase your chances of certain cancers across your body, like lymphoma. And I was like, oh, now I'm terrified. So I'm in a spiral of searching, and I'm in a spiral of, oh my God, what can I do? I need to get off these medications. I'm terrified. I don't want to be on these medications long term.
what have other people done? How long have they survived on this medication? Yeah, that's the kind of mindset I get into when I'm on a new medication. And for some reason, I'd heard my specialist tell me that they like to keep people on a maximum of it for 5 years. Now, bear this in mind because I'm going to talk about this later. So I'm thinking, I've got like this time limit to it. I'm thinking I need to get off it soon. But I did find some videos of people saying that they'd been on it and it helped with their symptoms and everything was fine. And the fact some people are actually just prescribed azathioprine, whereas the way that I've been prescribed it is it's actually been prescribed not to reduce my ulcerative colitis symptoms, but actually to stop me building antibodies to my other medication. So I'm on an IV medication, which I actually just had done yesterday, and it's called Infliximab. So I had it put in here. So, but I'm on Infliximab, which is another immunosuppressant. So I'm on 2 immunosuppressants. So you can see why I was in a bit of a conundrum thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be ill. If I get flu, I'm dead. But anyway, I'm on that. And the idea is it sort of flows around your bloodstream and your body could build up antibodies. So what does that mean? It means you've got some Infliximab going through your blood and your body's like, we need to eliminate this. This isn't supposed to be in our blood. So it builds up what's called antibodies to eliminate it. And what this azathioprine, I've got the box here, what the azathioprine does is it limits your immune system further. And, in theory, it would stop your body from recognizing that it's a foreign body in your blood and it doesn't build antibodies to it. So that's why I'm on azathioprine. So, I've had a test done and I haven't built antibodies to it yet, touch wood, but that's why I'm on it, whereas some people actually just prescribed it on its own for inflammatory bowel disease. And it's actually also prescribed for people with organ transplants, because if you've had an organ replaced, let's just say, for instance, your heart, it's no longer your heart that's in your body. So it's technically a foreign body inside of you. And your body might be like, well, this isn't ours. We need to attack it. So in the same way that I'm using this to stop my body fighting my Infliximab infusion, that people use this to stop your body from fighting organs that have been replaced. So it's quite a heavy substance, actually. And some of the side effects can be a reduction in white blood cells. So that would be the cells that actually fight off infections, which might be why illnesses could be prolonged or it could be more serious. And yeah, overall, there are, it can wear down your organs. Any medications can sort of do that. So while I've been on these medications, health has been my top priority, with the thing going to sleep, eating right, trying to do the best that I can to mitigate the potential damages of this medication. So I talked about that 5-year limit that my specialist has supposedly told me. The last consultation I had, I said to my specialist, what do I do? I've been told azathioprine has a 5-year limit. What do I do after those 5 years? And then she's like, I think you got it wrong. It's the Infliximab that we like to suggest people are only on for a maximum of 5 years. And I was like, oh. And then she's like, yes, it's the Infliximab that could cause most of the problems. I'm like, okay then. So this is the lesser of the two evils. Complicated. Medication is complicated. And that's why I wanted to just talk about it, because I think regardless of your situation, regardless if you're prescribed this, or you're on the IV like I am, or you're flaring beyond belief, or whatever it is, maybe you don't even have ulcerative colitis, you can thrive despite it. You can carry on and do the things you want to do despite it, because these are the cards we've been dealt. This is how we are living. There's nothing we can do about it except take action. So if there are things that you want to do, in my case, I want to keep healthy and I want to lift. So it doesn't matter if this says I can't go out in the sun. I will go out in the shade and I will lift regardless, because going out there and doing the things I want to do is more important than living in fear and being terrified of some complications because of some bloody medication.
So I say throw away the fear, throw away the concerns. Yes, treat yourself with respect, treat yourself in the way that you want to live healthily so you can live to your fullest. Throw away the fear and do the things you want to do, because it's not going to get any easier. It's not going to get any easier. We're aging. This is the youngest you're ever going to be right now. And, we're dealing with these things. So throw aside these limiting beliefs. Oh, I can't go out in the sun because I'm on Azathioprine. Well, do it in the bloody shade then. Wear protection. Do some countermeasures. Do something. Just do something. There's no point living in fear. That's about it. Hello, my name is Jacob, and I've been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years. And over that time, I've had experiences of all sorts of medications, including enemas. And today we're focusing on a class of enemas called foam enemas. And I've got two of the most commonly used ones right here, which I have had loads of experience using myself. So the main thing that I find when you get prescribed a foam enema is confusion. You're like, what? I have to put what inside of me and where? Because usually you're taking oral medication. You're taking a pill or you're taking some granules and it's going to release itself inside of your gut. And that's when all the good things are going to happen. But with these, they get administered right to where the inflammation is. And that's one of the great benefits of these sort of medications. If you're going to be injecting it right into the site of the pain, and then it's not going to affect the rest of your body. So it doesn't have to go through, your digestive system. Your body doesn't have to break it down. There isn't the chance of it releasing too early. It's going right to where it needs to be, and it's going to be doing what it needs to do. And the idea is that you'd squirt it, and then it would be inside of you, and you go to sleep, and you sleep for as long as you can whilst holding it in, and then it's doing all of its good stuff. And you might be able to get away with a lower dose of medication. So not only are you at a lower risk of getting side effects because you're not digesting it, it's not going through the rest of your body, but you're also having a greater chance of the medication being more effective at a lower dose. So there are a lot of benefits. So why would you not want to take this? Well, the main downside is you have to put it up your bum, and it's can be difficult to hold it in there for the amount of time it needs to be. I'll just talk from personal experience. When I've been in a bad flare and you feel this going inside of you, it can feel like it needs to be removed quickly, let's say. You feel like it doesn't, it's it's sore inside. It's hard to hold stuff inside of your butt. So it's almost like your body wants to eject it immediately. And it's a battle. It's the first 5 minutes from when I've done it. You squirt it in. First 5 minutes, it's like you're trying to hold it in. I'm holding it in. And then once the 5 minutes have passed, you can sort of relax. But you can always just sort of feel it in there to a point. So I've got two medications. Let's talk about Salafalk, which is Mesalazine. This Salafalk's probably just a brand name, but it's Mesalazine that if you've been prescribed any medications, you're probably aware of Mesalazine because it's one of the first medications you get prescribed for with ulcerative colitis. So with this version, like I said, it's going straight to where it needs to be. I never personally had any side effects with this medication. And when it was working for me, it worked very well. It very quickly brought my flare down. It brought me out of flare a number of times. But for me personally, Mesalazine just didn't cut it over the long term. Short term, it did work well though. For when it did work, and I got prescribed this quite early on, it worked very well. And the thing is, I remember my specialist saying to me that 5 grams is the sort of dose where it becomes almost toxic. And I was taking 4 grams a day of sachets, these sachets with granules in. So I was on 4 grams, and I was on 4 grams for years and years and years. The whole time I was on it, basically. And I remember I was prescribed this and told I'll take this as well. And I thought, I remember, or maybe I just read up that 5 grams was the toxic dose. And I remember I asked my specialist, I said,
this puts me into the 5-gram territory. Is that not toxic? And she said, oh, don't worry about it. And to be fair, she was right. I had nothing to worry about. It was very quick and easy. I don't know why I said it's very quick and easy. I dealt with 5 grams just fine. And if I take a look inside, you just get this little pump. This one's brand new, completely unused. You got this, and you break off this plastic bit, and then you apply a nozzle. Now, luckily, with this brand, they all are soft plastic nozzles, and they're pre-lubed. Now, I'm going to talk about this more later, but it being pre-lubed is actually very handy. And the fact it's a soft, pliable plastic. Because, yeah, the most difficult part is actually getting it inside of you. And they basically come in these little bags. So once you've used it, you take off the nozzle, you put it in here, and you just chuck it in the bin. And there you go, you're done. And with this, it would be upside down. And then that's when you actually squirt. Because when you can tell because the text is actually this way round. But you'd have it like this, with it up your bum, and you squirt it. And it actually has directions on the back, which basically says, put the nozzle on, put it on, turn it upside down, and then it actually has a picture of a bum, and it's bent over with the nozzle up his bum. And that's what you do. You just bend over and do it. Now, I've had many embarrassing moments trying to get it up there because sometimes it can be difficult. But that one in particular goes up pretty easy. Now let's talk about this one. This is the prednisolone. I think in America it's just called prednisone, but this is the corticosteroid medication. So I was very anti-steroids. I did not want to be on steroids, and my specialist was like, okay, you don't want to be on the orals, can we try the enemas? And I think there's usually a pushback with people saying, I don't want to take an enema. But I was open to it because I was basically anything to not be on oral steroids. I just did not want to be on oral steroids at all. So I gave this a chance. And let's just talk about how I've had, my experiences with the medication before we talk about the application. So my experiences with the medication were overall positive. Compared to taking orals, hardly any side effects in the slightest. There was a slight bit, and I think it might have been more just a mental thing, knowing that I'm on the steroids, but I'll tell you nonetheless, I did feel slightly more elevated stress-wise. I felt like my thoughts were racing more when I was trying to sleep because this was inside of me. It would come on quite quickly. And that was about it. So if any of you have been on prednisone or prednisolone, you'll know that there are a lot of side effects. And I could tell you, I've been on it. It's horrible. I'll talk about that in another video. But this basically had none of the side effects. Was it effective? I can't really remember it really working that well for me. I think it did the first time I used it, but it did sort of wane as time went on. I just think I was still trying to find a medication that worked for me. So let's talk about applications. Again, this is completely new and unused. I've just got it in case I flare. That's another thing. Always stock up on your medications because flares come on randomly. And if you've got the medications, you can just use them when you need them. So again, it's got this little plastic nibby bit that you break off and then you can use. And you'll notice that this is a lot smaller. You get about the same uses out of it, actually. I think the volume liquid is greater in the Mesalazine, whereas the volume of liquid in this one, not so much. So with this brand in particular, I've got one of the nozzles here. Oh, for when I filmed the intro. I've got... See, it's a lot longer, for one. It's a lot longer, and it's harder. Look at this. I mean, it looks flexible now, but I've had very bad experiences with this nozzle, and I just need to tell you about them. So first of all, the plastic they use here, well, the hole, it always felt very sharp going in. So this would hurt. I mean, it feels quite, I can catch my finger on it. Not pleasant in the slightest. You do get plastic bags buried down here to bin them, and they're just a bit more awkward to get out. I think sometimes I just get annoyed by it, especially when you're like, you've just put it up there and it's been a pain to get it in. You just want to get it in the bin. And this is the most important thing. I mentioned lube earlier. These are unlubed. What were they thinking when they put this together? Mr. Salafalk over here, very good job. I got, like, if I'm just reviewing these, 10 out of 10. Soft nozzles, pre-lubed, goes in easy. This Essential Generics, apparently you made this, 1 out of 10. Absolutely rubbish, caused me pain, and it seems to be the only company that do it. So if you're in the market for making this sort of thing, patient experience here, make it soft and pre-lubed. And this thing, like I said, it's sharp, for God's sake. I've actually had a lot of pain trying to shove this in. Biggest tip, if you're going to be on this sort of thing, get some lube. It's the only way I could get it up there. I tell you what, I've spent time where I've been bent over trying to push this in, and it won't go in, and it's almost like my butt is clenching because it bloody hurts, and it's like a little knife catching on my skin, trying to go in. Pain. And where is this? I said it has less volume of liquid, but this feels more like a liquid compared to the Salafalk. The Salafalk feels like a foam. Just want to talk about it being a foam and not a liquid for a second. It's like the foam goes in, it almost clings onto the side of your bowel, and it will turn, like, the foam will dissipate into a sort of liquid later. But I find that this is a lot more liquid than foam, and it was a lot harder to hold in as a result. It's hard to hold a liquid that you've just shoved up your ass, whereas a foam, a lot easier. So yes, there are my complaints with the Prednisone enemas. I do not enjoy using them. I hate them. Would I use them again? I mean, right now, no. No, I wouldn't bloody use them again, unless I had to. If I had to, then obviously I would, but I'd avoid these, or if you're able to find out what brands your healthcare provider use, make sure it's not Essential Generics. That's a crap name for a company anyway, is it? Essential Generics. It sounds like it's going to be shit from the start. And you know, when you're dealing with a condition as shit as ulcerative colitis, so I'm going to start swearing, then you don't want a shit product. You want a good product. So, that was me talking about foam enemas for however long this video is going to be. Would I suggest you use them? Yes, I would actually. If you haven't been told about this before, I highly suggest you bring it up with your specialist, nurse, healthcare provider, whoever it is you talk to, because especially for Mesalazine, I found it very useful, easy to use, and very, very helpful in general for flares. And this Prednisone, as much as I complain about the company and the brand, whoever made this rubbish product, but the actual medication itself does work. It has helped me in the past, even though I didn't give it a great review because hasn't always helped me as much as this one. I still think they're very useful, so much less side effects than taking it orally. And I just say, if you're looking for a medication, I just give it a chance, because if it does work, it's so much better than taking an oral steroid. So much better than taking an oral steroid. Like night and day difference. If you've got the option, just go for this, because you might as well try it. You know, you're not going to lose anything just trying it out. So, anyway, if you want to start learning to thrive with inflammatory bowel disease, then click that link in the description, and I'm going to send you a free PDF of information that you can go through, and you can join my mailing list. So if I do anything cool in the future, I will email you. I'm not going to spam you. I haven't even sent an email out yet other than to send free PDFs. So click that link and get yourself signed up, and you can start looking through this information that I've put together. These are the 7 things that I did to turn my ulcerative colitis around. My name's Jacob, and I've been living with inflammatory bowel disease for 10 years. So I wanted to share the ways that I've been able to turn my ulcerative colitis around and go from being in the hospital bed to thriving and being in the best shape of my life. So the first thing that I did to turn my ulcerative colitis around was accept my situation. Things aren't going to change immediately, and healing takes time. So you've got to come to terms with the suffering
that you're going through now, because it's not going to just suddenly end. Everything takes time for change to happen. So you just got to accept that things are a bit shit right now. And that's just the way things are. And that helped me tremendously on the days when I was flaring very badly. I was sat there on the toilet and I was not being able to handle it. But then when I truly accepted what was going on and I just let it happen, and I was just, it doesn't stop it from hurting, but it does let you just come to terms with it. So just accept that things are rough for now and they may take some time to turn around, and just, you will get through it. The second thing that I did to turn my ulcerative colitis around was I started talking. I started sharing what I was feeling. This is something I was always quite good at anyway, so it didn't take much practice for me to start talking. But I started confiding in others, explaining what was going on, and I actually was seeing a therapist. And that actually did tremendously help me get through the worst flare of my life, because she gave me some tools and tips to deal with it, such as accepting the situation I was in. She taught me how to accept the situation. Well, not how to accept the situation, but she just sort of suggested it to me, but I just took it on board. And just being able to talk about what I was going through, what the flare was like, and actually making YouTube videos about it has helped tremendously. So I think sharing what's going on with you, making sure your boss at work understands what you're going through, and it's not like you need to lay it on thick. You could just say matter-of-factly, this is what I'm dealing with. They're just so people understand what is happening, because it's an invisible disease. From the outside, people were saying I would look like the picture of top physical health while I was sat in the hospital bed, because it's all going on inside of me. So you have to verbalize what's going on inside of you. Make sure people understand. But it's not about making it a sob story. It's about just sharing what's going on in a matter-of-fact way so people understand why you're suffering. So the third thing that I did to turn my ulcerative colitis around is I put faith in my medication. Because medications are the thing that's going to bring you out of flare. And I've seen some studies where the placebo effect really does make a difference. And it's just putting your faith into your medications. And just putting your faith into your medications can make them more effective. So why not truly believe that this medication will heal you? You need to truly believe it. The more you believe it, the more it will work. If you're really cynical about your medications and you believe this won't change anything, it's more likely that it won't. So next time you're having your medication, just truly believe that this will change your situation, and wait and see, the healing will come. But if it doesn't work and you're months down the line and you're still flaring, then find another medication, because medications are the key to bringing you out of that flare. And then we can move on to the next steps. So the fourth way that I turned my ulcerative colitis around is I started focusing on sleep. Sleep is one of the most important aspects to your healing journey. That's when all the healing happens, and it's the gateway to feeling good. You need to get a good night's sleep. Otherwise, you're going to feel very depressed and crazy. Because I know, because I've been there. I've been on those corticosteroids and I hated them because they ruined my sleep. And since then, I take sleep so seriously that I go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, and I have done ever since I got out of hospital, because I do not want to ever go back to that situation where I feel that bad and my sleep is that rough, because it made me feel like the worst person in existence. Everything's tough when you have bad sleep. As soon as you have a good sleep, everything starts to come together and feel possible. And just make sure that you're trying your best to get a good night's sleep. Go to bed at the same time every day. That's what's really helped me. Just simply going to bed and waking up at the same time every day. And I know sleep can be a challenge, especially when you're flaring. You might wake up to run to the bathroom multiple times throughout the night. But just try your best and allocate enough time so that you can have the opportunity to get the best amount of sleep. But don't beat yourself up if you can't get it, because I know it's not always possible. Even when you are not flaring and you're in a healthy state, you still have nights when it's hard to get some sleep. And the next step really follows on from that, and that is focusing on your diet. By now, you probably know the kind of foods that are going to make you flare. Make a note of them and make sure you don't eat them. And then start eating some healing foods, foods that don't make you flare. Only you are the expert on yourself, but I can give you some examples of the ways that I ate that helped me during my flare, but they might not help you. And that was, I ate a lot of oats and peanut butter. My rationale for that was peanut butter is high in calories and I was losing weight. So I needed to eat some high calorically dense foods, otherwise I was going to waste away. And oats I went for because I had access to Ready Brek. Now, Ready Brek is a finely milled oat and it's got vitamins added to it. And my rationale was I was going to the bathroom so much and I was bleeding that I needed these vitamins just to top me up, give me that boost. And the fact that it was highly milled made it easier to digest. I also had lots of mashed potato and I added chicken in with that too. And I did add some butter just because I felt like I need these calories. What's the easiest way to add calories? Just add fats to things. Here's some butter. Here's some peanut butter. Whatever butter I could get my hands on, I was eating it. But coming out of that flare, I've been able to eat all sorts of foods, but I try and eat as cleanly as possible, and only you are an expert on yourself. So write down those foods that do and don't work for you and focus on those. And again, the next step works in tandem with the two previous steps, and that is working on exercising. Go out for a morning walk, move as much as you can. If you've got energy, lift some weights or go for a run, whatever you feel like you can do. But if you can increase the amount of exercise that you're doing in tandem with the sleep and the diet, you're going to start to feel like a new person. These are the things that really bring you into a healthy state. And that all lies with that foundation of getting that right medication. So use those 3 steps all together and you will truly feel like you're a new person, a superhuman. It really does work like that. These are the basics to anyone feeling healthy. And these are the ways that I've been choosing to focus my energies and efforts, live in the healthiest way that I can, because I know how much flaring sucks. So exercising is very important. It not only gets you stronger and fitter, but it also helps build mental resilience. And you will have built up a lot of mental resilience if you're flaring. There's no doubt about that. Having to deal with your bowels bleeding every day and running to the bathroom and suffering is strengthening your mind. So don't underestimate the amount of training that you're already going through. You could think of it as a training camp, and physical exercise is going to build your physical resilience. So when you are not in a flare state, I suggest getting as strong and as fit as possible. So if next time you flare, you're in a much better state to power through it. And the last way that I turned my ulcerative colitis around is that I kept in constant communication with my healthcare provider. If there was anything that went awry, something went wrong, maybe I saw a little bit of blood or mucus, or I was worried I had a virus because I'm on immunosuppressants, I contacted my healthcare provider because they are the key to keeping you sane, not panicking when things are going rough, and keeping you healthy. To this day, I still get moments of panic when, like I said, I might find I've got a virus or something, or I've got a cold. I'm worried about it escalating. So I just call up the doctor or I call up the specialist and I say, look, I've been experiencing this. Give me advice because I'm on these immunosuppressants. You never know what could happen. Just stay in that constant communication. And it doesn't just help the mind, but also the body, because if you're experiencing any sort of flare symptoms, you can bring them up quickly and address them quickly with the appropriate medications, because we don't want colitis to escalate. If you start having flare symptoms, there's no need to wait. You know what's going to happen next. You might have mucus today, but next week you might be bleeding. So take action today to try and mitigate that flare as much as possible. Get on those medications to get you back
to healing. And that's another way of keeping in constant communication, is the specialist might then say, let's get a blood test in. Let's get a stool sample in so we can see what's going on. A window into how your body is looking right now. Then you can act accordingly. So those are the ways that I have been able to turn my ulcerative colitis around.
Good morning, and today I'm going to be taking you through the breakfast that I've been eating for the past 4 years every day for my ulcerative colitis. And this has been the most friendly breakfast that I've found to get me started for a great day. So I'm going to get all the things out so you can see what I'm going to be having. And I like to kick things off by getting all of the items that I need out. So I've got a bamboo bowl here. Open this up, get out our chia. Ooh, almost had an accident there. Get out the chia seeds. Chia seeds are high in omega-3s. They're good for inflammation because most of our foods are high in omega-6s. It's good to get a balance. And I've got my oats, which are just plain oats. If I get out this bag, see it just says Scottish porridge oats. They're just oats. That's all they are. And then 100% peanut butter. I love this stuff. The 100% stuff tastes better than all the rest. Now over here, getting my cinnamon. Always add cinnamon to my porridge. Although I don't know if you can still call it porridge. And I do have coffee. Even when I was in hospital, I never gave up coffee. Some things you just can't go without. Now get out my utensils. Okay, so I've got my coffee spoon and my food spoon. Now, let's get out the magic stuff. First thing, blueberries. My God, I eat a lot of blueberries. You might not understand how many blueberries I have. They're just so good. So I've got my blueberries, my kefir. Kefir is one of the most important ingredients of this whole thing. And then somewhere in here, I've got my lactose-free milk, which might be downstairs. Right, just been downstairs, got my lactose-free milk. So that stops any sort of tummy pain from drinking milk. Right, so oats. I've got my bowl on some scales, and I like to put about 40 grams of oats. If I'm a little bit, particularly hungry, I'll go slightly above 40. There you go, 42 grams. Now I'll put the oats back. I like to turn off the scale, shove that back. Shake up the kefir. Okay, it's a bit plastic. So this isn't just where breakfast starts and ends, because after this, I like to have supplements. And the supplements I'm currently taking on a daily basis, because I've run out of a few, are omega-3s, 1,000 milligrams, vitamin D, 4,000 IU, mixed with vitamin K2, and I also take magnesium. So they're all the supplements I've been taking on a daily basis. I was taking lion's mane. I took that for about 6 or 7 months straight. Really liked it, and I just need to save money at the minute. But once I get my budget a bit higher, I'm going to get back on the lion's mane. So I just put 2 spoonfuls of peanut butter on here. Some people will be like, whoa, that's a lot. Peanut butter is high in calories. Yeah, it is. But this is what I do. Put 2 on. And I'll tell you what, I've been losing weight recently. It's about everything else you eat throughout the day. And do you know what? Sometimes I actually have this again in the evening, just before bed. I'll take the oats out, but I'll have a little bit of kefir, a spoonful of peanut butter, some blueberries. So I end up having this meal 3 times a day. It's just one of my favourite things to eat, especially the blueberries. So I'm going to quickly put a spoon of coffee in my cup. can just take out the coffee, obviously, if you don't like coffee. I'm just one of those people that do. Let's put the kefir back. Get in my belly. Yeah, kefir's been a great thing for me. Since I swapped out milk for kefir, I only use milk in my coffee, and that's it. And since I've done that, I have found I have had so many less problems due to drinking milk. Not that I really had many problems before, but I do find the kefir does tend to make me feel a bit better. And when I can, because not all shops sell it, I like to get the imported kefir. Because it is more sour, which tells me that it's got more of that good bacteria. But there's nothing wrong with having the branded one. Beautiful is the most common one. You see, I'm having a lot of blueberries. I just think they're one of the best fruits. I love them. They're easy to eat. They make this taste better. I don't really like them on their own, but in this mix, oh, they're good. So that's pretty much done. Let's get the kettle on. This fridge is just packed with fruit now, which is amazing. We've got meats and fruits coming out everywhere. So just going to put on some cinnamon. Put on quite a bit. Supposedly cinnamon can increase blood flow across your body. Not sure by how much, but I like to add it on. It's got some sort of health benefit. And then we slather on some chia seeds. Now the kettle's done. We've got ourselves a coffee. One thing I was doing for a long time until I ran out, and the brands that I like stopped selling it, was I'd add bone broth in the coffee. And I found that to be very good. Bone broth can be high in collagen, and it's got a little bit of protein and a bunch of vitamins. And it's something I'd like to go back to. I'd like to actually explore making my own bone broth, because the one that I liked, they just stopped selling it, which was a shame. So I haven't had any recently because I haven't found a good alternative yet. But I'd like to explore making my own bone broth and making my own kefir. And there's something I might end up doing a video on, because I think that'd be very valuable and probably end up saving you money. And there we go. That is the breakfast. You see, it really took no time at all. And it's so much healthier than, for instance, what else we got in here? Look, we've got some Weetabix. This isn't something that I would eat. Definitely not anymore. Looks like I've been making some progress in this house. Oh no, I was going to say most of the cereals are gone, but look, I've got a big box of cornflakes. Oh, and some granola. Those are the type of things that I like to avoid. I like to try and preach it to the other people in my house. But I've made some progress. There's less sugary cereals in there. Anyway, I wouldn't touch those at all. I used to be a cereal addict, but not the type of thing I'd be eating anymore. So oats, kefir, I was about to call it cottage cheese. Oats, kefir, blueberries, cinnamon, chia seeds, and it's quite filling. And the peanut butter, two spoons of peanut butter, very filling. Good breakfast, fuel you up, and it's filled with vitamins. And then I go and I have my vitamin D3, 4,000 international units mixed with vitamin K2, 1,000 milligrams of omega-3s from fish oils, and then I have my magnesium. And that's it. Is ulcerative colitis a disability? My name's Jacob, and I've been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis for over 10 years. And over this past decade, there's been many times where my inflammatory bowel disease has felt like a disability. So let's start by asking, what is a disability? So I'm going to answer this by looking at what the government here in the UK defines as a disability. The definition of a disability under the Equality Act of 2010. You're disabled under the Equality Act if you have a physical or mental impairment that has a substantial and long-term negative impact on your ability to do normal day-to-day activities. So we're going to define what substantial and long-term actually mean. Substantial is more than minor or trivial. So they've got an example here. It takes much longer than it usually would to complete a daily task like getting dressed. Long-term is defined as 12 months or more. For example, a breathing condition that develops as a result of a lung infection. And then we have progressive conditions. A progressive condition is one that gets worse over time. People with progressive conditions can be classed as disabled. However, you automatically meet the disability definition under the Equality Act of 2010 from the day you're diagnosed with HIV, cancer, or multiple sclerosis. So there's no mention of inflammatory bowel disease, but it does seem that it almost meets some of the criteria. In some ways, ulcerative colitis can be a progressive condition. It can get worse as time goes on. And sometimes it can be substantial. Sometimes when you're in a deep flare, it can take longer to get dressed, like in the example given. And it especially meets the criteria of long term. Here it says meaning more than 12 months. Well, we're all told that inflammatory bowel disease is a lifelong condition. So it would seem it could maybe be a disability. So let's take a deeper look into how ulcerative colitis affects day-to-day life. And I'm going to be doing that by looking at my own life. Ulcerative colitis has impacted me in many ways over the years, and it has certainly impacted my ability to work over that time. In times of flare, I would be almost attached to the toilet, and I wouldn't feel safe to go outside. Bowel movements were filled with physical trauma, gut-wrenching pain, bleeding, and fatigue. And also, I do believe it gave me some mental trauma. I was very anxious to leave my house for any means, and I was terrified of the trajectory that my life was going in. So this, of course, affected my ability to work. I was able to go to work during these times of flare, but I was needing to go to the bathroom very frequently while I was at work. One particular time that stands out to me was during one of my first commissions as a videographer. I was filming on set, conducting interviews, and in between each interview that lasted about 10 to 20 minutes, I would run as quickly as I could after the interview finished, get on the toilet, and I would have a bit of a bleed. And then I would go straight back to the interview and carry on. At the time, I kept my symptoms on the down low and no one questioned anything, because at the time I was undiagnosed and I had no idea what was going on. Other times that I've had problems with flaring and working is when I was working at a school as a cleaner, and I would have to lie on the floor in pain every time cramps came on. I was very lucky that at this workplace, my boss was very understanding and allowed me to lie down quietly in the staff room until the pain went away. But this was a reasonable adjustment that I needed to get through the working day. Just before the biggest flare of my life that put me in hospital, I was working as a self-employed video editor and videographer, and I was editing videos from home. This allowed me the freedom to do some work at the computer and then run to the bathroom as I saw fit. While this was quite a terrible situation to be going on, I was thankful for the fact that I was able to work from home, because I was able to give myself the time that I needed in between work to run to the bathroom and then have some time to recover from the mental and physical trauma that I'd been through on the toilet before I returned back to doing video editing. But this was all put to a halt the second that I had to go into hospital. No longer was I able to work, although I did have my laptop on me, and I told myself that I was going to continue video editing from the hospital bed, but that didn't really happen. I was just lying in the hospital bed and I had no motivation to do anything. So the question remains, do these situations count as a disability for me? The times that I was flaring when I was employed, I was given the space to lie down and recover from the pain. Being given this space to lie down and recover from the pain and have free reign of bathroom trips made working manageable for me. In this instance, I would not class it as a disability because I was still able to get work done. Yes, it was very tough and an extra layer of challenge that other people didn't have to face in the workplace, but I was still able to work. This is what we call reasonable adjustments. Adjustments that can be made to your workplace to allow you to continue to do your job. However, my perspective would then shift if I was working for an employer that didn't allow me these reasonable adjustments. If my employer said that I just had to grin and bear it through the pain and didn't allow me the space that I needed to rest and recover from my symptoms, I truly believed that that would put me in a worse state and it would make me feel as though I did have a disability. When I was working as a self-employed video editor from home, it was much the same situation. I was allowed to give myself those reasonable adjustments so I could continue working. I also kept open communication with the rest of my team and they understood completely what I was going through, so I was able to go away and lie down for as much time as I needed in between work, and no one was yelling at me over the phone saying, "Where's this video edit?" However, as soon as I was put into hospital, I would now agree that this was 100% in the realms of disability. During my time in hospital, I was unable to walk properly. The pain in my gut was meaning I was shuffling around and things would take me an unreasonable amount of time to do that otherwise I would do very quickly. And just going back to the definition of what a substantial negative effect on your ability to do normal day-to-day activities is, it says substantial is more than minor or trivial. And the example is it takes much longer than it usually would to get the daily task done, like getting dressed. And I certainly was in that state when I was in hospital. It would take me a long time to do anything just because the pain was so great and I was in such a fragile state. So with all this being said, in these situations, could I have reached out and got monetary help? In the past, I've looked into applying for personal independence payments. This is a scheme in the UK where the government can offer you monetary aid in respite for your disability. However, at the time, I was told that I was not disabled enough. So looking at the eligibility for personal independence payments, you have to be 16 or over. You have to have a long-term physical or mental health condition or disability, which immediately I meet that criteria, having ulcerative colitis, as it's a lifelong condition. You also have to have difficulty doing certain everyday tasks or getting around, and you expect the difficulties to last for at least 12 months from when they started. So ulcerative colitis definitely does meet two of the criteria, having a long-term physical condition or disability and expecting the difficulties to last for at least 12 months as it's a lifelong condition. However, I feel that the fact that ulcerative colitis ebbs and flows and you go into flares and out of flares means that you may drift in and out of eligibility for this kind of help. When you are in a flare state with ulcerative colitis, I do believe you are most likely eligible to get this sort of monetary help, but it does depend on the severity of the flare. At the time when I applied for this sort of monetary help, I was in a mild flare. My symptoms weren't really impacting my day-to-day life, and it was more a mental impact, and I felt like that I was hopeless. However, the government didn't really seem to see my mental anguish as a disability, as I was still able to manage my symptoms myself by giving myself those reasonable adjustments in the workplace. So they said, no, you may not have this monetary help. So it seems unless you're battling with an extensive flare that might be putting you in hospital, you won't be getting any monetary support from the government. So that pretty much leaves us with just one option: learning to deal with this ourselves. This is one of the main reasons why I think it's of utmost importance that we prioritise our health while we can. So we are still left with the question, is ulcerative colitis a disability? Well, the short answer is that it depends. If you are in a severe flare that is deeply impacting your ability to move and do day-to-day activities, then yes, ulcerative colitis is a disability. If you're in a mild to moderate flare and able to treat your symptoms with medication at home and still able to get work done with self-management and reasonable adjustments in the workplace, then it would seem that ulcerative colitis is not currently a disability, which may not be the answer that you're looking for, because I totally understand the mental anguish that ulcerative colitis can put on us. Even when facing a mild ulcerative colitis flare, it can feel like a disability and a huge hindrance on your life. But in the eyes of the government, it's not disabling enough. So that just leaves us with working on ourselves and making ourselves as strong and resilient as possible so we can look after ourselves and our future. And doing this alone can seem like a daunting task. So join my Discord down in the description below. Could living with inflammatory bowel disease be opening you up to an eating disorder? Well, today we're going to talk about it. My name's Jacob and I've been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis for 10 years. And I want to share some topics and discussions about my experiences over that past decade. So let's start today's video by talking about the signs of an eating disorder. According to Medical News Today, the warning signs of an eating disorder are as follows: poor eating during meals, excessive restriction of food beyond what is beneficial for managing inflammatory bowel disease, fixation on a certain food or food group to the neglect of others, excessive trips to the bathroom following meals, avoidance of social or celebratory meals with family or friends, hiding or lying about eating habits, and taking medication or smoking to suppress appetite. So I just want to touch on if I've experienced any of these over the 10 years that I've been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis. So I have experienced excessive restriction of food beyond what is beneficial for managing my ulcerative colitis. And the main example I can tell you about this is when I was prescribed prednisolone, because all I had heard is that prednisolone was going to make me gain loads of weight and I was destined to become fat whilst on prednisolone. So I took the extreme approach to cut everything out of my diet, and for some reason I landed on the foods. I was just going to eat sweet potato. I don't know why at the time I decided sweet potato was the right idea, but at the time I was just going to have sweet potato, and I thought, while I'm on prednisolone, this is all I'm eating because I am not getting fat. I'm taking matters into my own hands. And this was a crazy calorie cut for me. I'd microwave a sweet potato, then I'd eat it. And it's a wonder I felt like I was losing my mind on prednisolone because I had no calories inside of me. I was fatigued to all hell because I was just eating sweet potatoes. And beyond that, there have been times when I have decided, and even now to this day, I'm very selective about what I eat. I've become very picky. I avoid a lot of foods at all costs, and I will even feel regret after eating certain foods. And even if it doesn't even really affect me, I will still have regret for eating those foods. Say, for instance, I go out and I have a meal somewhere, and I might choose something like a fry-up or something. And then I'll be at home later and I'll be like, why did I eat the fry-up? I know it's wrong for me. I shouldn't eat these foods. There's a chance for it to potentially make me flare. Touch wood, hasn't happened yet, but I still beat myself up about it. And then when I am going through a bad state like a flare, I'll be very restrictive, although some would say that is somewhat to my benefit when I'm very restrictive with my diet and I'll only eat bland foods, and that's actually suggested by medical professionals. But even so, I'm very strict with what I eat. And for the longest time, I was very strict, and I had a product called Huel. So this was a meal replacement drink. And going back just a lot of years, for some reason, I've always thought that was a good idea. Doing away with having to cook and prepare foods of any sort and have just a drink that does everything. So I bought into Huel, and this was many years back. I bought into Huel, and I was very strict about it. And I only had Huel for quite a lot. Like I'd have Huel throughout the whole day, and then I'd maybe have real food for dinner, and I'd have Huel, and then I'd have like other Huel products. Like there was Huel cereal for a time. I had that. I was having that every day. And I don't think it really was to my detriment. I think it actually made me healthier being on the Huel. I don't really touch it much these days. I've changed my mindset on that. I like cooking my own foods now. But Huel, I was very strict about Huel. So let's look at the other potential side effects here. So we've got taking medication or smoking to suppress appetite. Have I done this? I mean, I have in the past. I did used to smoke a long time ago, many moons ago now, but I do still use nicotine gum, and that's a whole nother story. That's actually, I self-medicate with nicotine for inflammatory bowel disease. That's a whole topic in itself. I'd love to make a video on that. But there have been times when I have purposely let myself get as hungry as possible, like delayed eating, suffered through the pain, and I didn't want to eat, especially when I'm flaring, because when you're flaring, whatever you're going to eat is going to come straight through you. I don't necessarily think that that's an eating disorder at that point, because there's very good reason for it. It's pain when you go to the bathroom. So I'll gloss over that one
for now. But this one I do connect with greatly. So avoidance of social or celebratory meals with family or friends. So then that's something that I get very cautious about because I'm very worried about what's going to be on the menu. And I've become very picky with the foods I eat. You know, as time's gone on and I've learned more about nutrition and that, I've become very picky. And then what will happen is I'll probably make a decision that I think is unhealthy because there's almost like this social pressure. Like I've got to choose something off the menu. I'll choose something, I'll eat it. And then maybe later that day, I'll just be like, why did I eat that? Like I might actually have a gut cramp from eating. Say, for instance, I went to an Italian and had some pasta and there was a lot of cheese. And then I'd be in pain later. I'd just be like, why did I make this decision? Why did I decide to eat all this cheese? And I'll beat myself up. And it's like, it's not really that big of a deal. Yes, it did cause me some pain. Let's say it didn't cause me pain. I'd still beat myself up over it because I was like, why did I eat that? I wish I didn't eat that. So I think in a lot of ways where with an inflammatory bowel disease, you may eat foods, it may directly impact you very quickly, or it may not impact you, but you know that there have been times where food has directly impacted you. You have that in the back of your mind. But it does make you second guess the foods that you eat. And I've been tempted to try all sorts of diets because of it. Like, do I, only eat meat? Lately I've been eating a lot of meat and genuinely I feel good. So that isn't to the detriment of managing my ulcerative colitis. But you do end up trying all sorts of things. You think about fasting, like should I fast for days on end? What should I do? Because it's just so confusing. You don't know what to do. So I do think in a way it can be quite easy to go down developing signs of an eating disorder because you just get so confused. You don't know what to do and you try all these different things. And then if you're operating out of fear and you're not really sure what to do, you end up making some unhealthy habits because you think it might be helping. And I just think it all comes down to a lack of information. Like we are confused, we are in pain and we're looking for answers. And I think that's where it all stems from. So let's look at some more of the information here in the medical news today. So there's a question here, frequently asked question. This is about Crohn's, but can Crohn's disease cause eating disorders? And it says here, some research suggests that Crohn's disease may lead to an increased risk of specific eating disorders. And then it says, however, these studies lack any nuance surrounding the eating behaviours of anyone with Crohn's disease. So they're not really sure, but I'm just going off my personal experience. And there's a further breakdown here of disordered eating. They say that disordered eating is a spectrum, and that includes behaviours such as restricting foods to an extreme degree. That I mentioned, I have actually done that in the past. And purging, so that would be throwing up, either by self-induced vomiting or misusing laxatives or enemas. I haven't done that, but I have wanted to in the past. I've considered it because I may eat something and I think, oh, if I actually digest this, I'm going to be in pain later. And I've considered, like, should I throw up? How do I get rid of that? The only way is to throw it up. I have considered that in the past. I haven't actually done it, but the thoughts have run through my mind and I've I definitely have had moments when I wish I did. I wish I threw it up. I wish I didn't let it go through my system. I feel like I would have been better off without it. So I have actually had moments where I've considered that. And the other spectrum of disordered eating is binge eating, which refers to eating unusually large amounts of food with short periods of time. I have done this to a degree, and that's mostly when I get a takeaway. So let's say I get a takeaway. I don't do this anymore. I'll be honest, I've removed takeaways from my life. And those who knew me back when I was in university, I was having takeaway every day. And maybe this contributed to me flaring, to be honest, because one night it would be Indian, the next night it would be Chinese, then it would be Italian or kebab, and then it would be back to Indian. I wasted all my money. But then I'd eat all of that, and I'd feel terrible after because it'd be so much food. It'd spike my insulin. I'd be really tired and then I'd be in pain. I'll be honest, the amount of times I've gone to an Indian restaurant and I've eaten a large meal, I always went for a chicken korma or a tikka masala, and I'd always come out hunched over in agony. And I'd be like, is anyone else experiencing this? No one ever was in the same amount of pain that I was. I was always in so much pain. It would be like I'd literally be like this. I'd have to try and get to the car. I was so thankful that we drove down, because I don't think I'd be able to walk. And then I'd get home and I'd just have to lie on my side. Like, looking back, that must be related to my inflammatory bowel disease, because the people around me, no one else gets disabled from eating an Indian. That's just me. But I kept going back because I like the taste. That's why, now that I've got a bit older, I understand that it's just not worth it. Like, yeah, it may taste good in the moment, but I hate feeling like that, and it's terrible. So I just don't do that anymore. So I do avoid going back. Like, I do avoid like that social eating aspect, because there's that history there. And I think it's justified, to be honest. I don't think it's part of an eating disorder. I think it's entirely justified, because I just don't want to live in a state where I'm hunched over in pain. And I just don't see it being worth it. But it means that I don't see myself eating that sort of thing. I do miss it because I thought it was very nice, but I don't think it's good for me. So I'm better off without it. But I'm just missing out on that social aspect. It would be nice to go and have that meal. And then let's say, for instance, I was going to go to an Indian now for a social meal. I'd have to really scour that menu and be like, what is the least saucy, spicy thing here? What's the blandest? Like, basically, I just want chicken and rice. That's why, because I'll deal with that okay. And they're not going to serve me that, I don't think. So let's carry on looking at the article. It says some people with disordered eating meets the criteria for specific eating disorders such as anorexia, bulimia, avoidant restrictive food intake, and binge eating disorders. So I don't really feel that I have any of these eating disorders, but I do see how having an inflammatory bowel disease could lead to the avoidant restrictive food intake, because you can get easily into that mindset where, all food could pose a danger, and there's like a very selective small amount of foods where you're like, I can have this. And it's different from person to person. And the thing is, I do feel it is justified, because we go through these experiences where the food causes us pain. The food, directly impacts how we feel moments later, days later. The foods that we eat today will dictate how we feel tomorrow. As I've learned more about diet and nutrition, it's become more and more reinforced to me. Like, I need to avoid these. Like, I avoid eating chocolate 99% of the time. I'll maybe have a little bit of dark chocolate, but rarely. And I've switched out. Like, I'll have fruits now. And then I try and eat as quote unquote clean as possible. I will only have, like, for carbs, I'll have either white rice or oats or like a potato. And then there's some vegetables, and I try and keep it like that. And then you hear about these diets, such as like paleo diet, carnivore diet. Very easy to get into this restrictive mindset. And then you might think, I don't want to eat the smallest amount possible. Like I was saying, you had that trauma. And it is real physical trauma. Going to the bathroom. Or if you have Crohn's, you might be throwing up. I've known people to throw up. They eat a banana, throw up. It affects, us very differently if we, for different forms of inflammatory bowel disease. But the side effects are very real. And it's like it says here, purging, so throwing up, and it's not self-inflicted. In a way, our body's making it happen, but we're not deciding to do it. So no, I don't think that we necessarily have an eating disorder if you're living with inflammatory bowel disease. We're actually just responding to how what our body is telling us. The signs that our body is like, this food, not for us. Or it's telling you, you're inflamed. And yes, we may be getting that message very loudly and very clearly. And it's like, Joel, please just shut up with that message. I don't need to know that we're inflamed. But I take it as more of a sign that you're in this state and you need to heal. Not that we're in an eating disordered state. The time I'd be worried about it is if you're in remission and you're still in a very restrictive state. Because I see remission as a time to build yourself up, strengthen yourself, and double down on that healthy nutrition to create yourself the most healthiest outcomes. And then maybe one day, as a pipe dream, we could come off these medications because we're just so bloody healthy with our lifestyle. I'm not there yet, but I'm working towards it, you know. I try and hold my diet, exercise, and sleep to the highest of degrees. And, you know, this is a big conversation to have about diet. And I think it's relevant to talk about eating disorders because you can get there. So I'd love to hear your experiences down below. Have you ever come close to feeling this way, feeling as though that you have an eating disorder? I'd love to know, because I'd love to be able to compare my experiences with others just to know if others have been there, because I'm sure that a lot of you have been there. So it'd be nice to know how that went for you, because I've shared what it was like for me. Constant ongoing battle. I'm always trying to optimize my diet on a daily basis. And it's an ongoing battle.
Ulcerative colitis is known to be an invisible disease, but to the one who's suffering with it, it's one of the loudest things going, and it's a very visceral disease. Now, if you don't want to see a representation of what a flare looks like, I urge you to look away now. Here is what it looks like, and you can see that it is a very loud and obnoxious disease, and it's very in your face. There's no way of avoiding it. But on the people on the outside, everything seems okay. But is it really as bad as it seems? And that's what I want to talk about today. And if you're suffering with ulcerative colitis and you're terrified of what you're seeing in the bowl, let's stop you panicking today, because it's not as bad as it may seem. Yes, it's a terrifying experience to open up the toilet and see blood everywhere. It's like a gruesome battle scene. But the amount of blood that you're seeing in the toilet is exaggerated. And that's why I've got here some red food colouring to represent a flare. And we're going to do a little bit of an experiment. So let's open up the toilet and drop some food colouring in. So oftentimes when you're flaring, it might only be drops of blood going in the toilet. So let's say we've had a little bit of bleeding. And you can see here, just a few drops, suddenly it looks like a battlefield. And yes, when you look down in the toilet and you see this, it is absolutely terrifying. Many times I have, looked at the toilet paper, seen exactly this, and it has scared me. In fact, let's get some toilet paper now. Show you the reality of ulcerative colitis. Again, this is food colouring. Few drops. Now, this is a very real thing that would happen. I might have just wiped my bum. You see here, that looks really realistic. That looks like I've just bled a little bit. In fact, I'd say it's more, if it's really bad, that's what it looks like. It's like you've just been cut open. That's actually too real. So this might be quite disturbing to some of you who've never seen this sort of thing before. But let's put one drop in the water. I've put about 2 or 3 drops in the water. It has completely gone red. And that's not much blood at all. And you're in no danger of blood loss when this happens, because the amount of blood that you're losing is mere drops in the bucket. You have pints of blood going around your body. I think around 5 to 8 pints, depending on how much blood you've got pumping round. Those numbers might be slightly off, but you have a lot more blood than a few drops. This is likely less blood than has been given in a blood sample. So when you see this, just know you're not going to die from blood loss today, because that's the thing I was terrified about when I was flaring with my ulcerative colitis. Many times I see this in the toilet and I think, this is the end. Not again. And in fact, let's just draw a few more drops in. Maybe it was a particularly bad flare. And let's get the phone camera back out. You can see that the bowl is completely red, but it's not that much blood. We've probably not even filled up a vial for a blood test still, but this is a stark message to yourself. And the message that I was getting whenever I was experiencing this was that you are not well. On the outside, you might look lean because you've lost lots of weight. You've lost lots of fat because you're losing weight. And you look in the mirror, or for me personally, I looked in the mirror and I looked great. I almost looked ready to get on stage for a bodybuilding show. But then I used the bathroom and it looks like this. And that's a reminder that you're not well. You're very, very sick. And that's what I say. Ulcerative colitis, yes, it may be an invisible disease to those walking on the street, but to those suffering with it, it's a very loud experience. Look how loud this is. This is impossible to ignore, but it's not the end of the world. You can go on living like this for a little while you try and get your health in order, while you find the right medications, while you sort out your diet and really work on your sleep. And those things are really going to stop this from impacting you so much. It might not stop it, but it will reduce the harm that it's causing you. Just make sure that you're eating iron-rich foods, nutritious foods, because yes, you might be bleeding and you might be losing ions. You might be a little bit anemic. Maybe you're quite a lot anemic. So make sure you're getting perhaps liver in your diet, red meats, maybe even iron infusions if you're really low. But I really feel that eating meats is going to help you heal through this. And the thing is, you're just trying to get through this. You're trying to heal through it. Healing takes time. It takes months. When I was given my first round of biologics, it took maybe 3 to 6 months for my bowel to actually fully heal. And I was still seeing blood in the bathroom, much like this. But I was healing. And healing is a process and it's a journey and it doesn't happen overnight. So you got to work on it, do the building blocks, the sleep, the diet, the exercise and the medication to get you out of this flare. And this will stop happening. And it will be washed away. And that's why you shouldn't panic when you're flaring with ulcerative colitis. Thanks for watching.